presents Times Network India Economic Conclave, an event that champions the economic agenda of the nation.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, year after year, this distinguished forum convenes decision makers, financial experts, industry pioneers, and international thought leaders, all committed to driving India's evolution into a new age of economic growth and opportunity.
Now, consistently driving impactful and editorial initiatives, Times Network has fueled India's economic trajectory with empowering digital transformation and bolstering business growth.
This year, we gather at a pivotal moment in global affairs, reflecting the balance between geopolitical realities and economic ambitions. This year's theme, Navigating Geoeconomics, reflects the challenges ahead.
Now, the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, has articulated his vision when he said that India, guided by the mantra of reform, perform, and transform, is now in a position to help the world break free from the grip of slow growth. Now, this statement takes on particular significance as we enter the decisive years of Amrit Kal.
Absolutely. In fact, over the next 2 days, the India Economic Conclave will examine all of these challenges from multiple perspectives. We will explore what is working for India and what structural changes are required. Through conversations with leading voices and path makers, we shall chart a course through the complexities of today's geoeconomic landscape.
That's right. And now in the course of these 2 days, we would request all of you to share your thoughts, your suggestions, your photos on social media. Use the hashtag IEC2025. Ashish, it's definitely exciting. Let's give the audience a quick sneak peek. Let's warm up the audience. Let's tell them what's expected. So, of course, we'll very shortly hear from the Honorable Finance Minister, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman. Later on in the day, we'll be hearing from Mr. Vaidyanathan. He's the MD CEO of IDFC FIRST Bank. We also have Gita Gopinath. She is the former first deputy MD of the IMF. So it's going to be an exciting first half,
Absolutely. In fact, while we, of course, get on with the event, let's also look at what we're talking about. The issues that we discuss here are not just related to supply chain resilience, it is also related to digital sovereignty, which is a massive, massive issue when it comes to global economy. In fact, these are now not just abstract ideas, but these are real economic levers.
And the beauty, Ashish, of IEC, the India Economic Conclave, is we look at a whole spectrum of topics. So again, later in the day, we have Mr. Sridhar Vembu from Zoho. He'll be here and he'll be giving a very insightful, energetic TED Talk. You definitely do not want to miss his speech. We'll have Sumit Madan from Axis Max Life. We have Mr. Rajan Bharti Mittal from Bharti Enterprises, Dr. Jyotsna Suri from the Lalit Suri Group. Of course, we do have the Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, also joining us later in the evening. So it's definitely, and this is just day one, Ashish. Day two is going to be just as much or even more exciting for our audience here today.
Absolutely. We are looking at a powerful list of partners that we have for the event here. And moments like these also remind us that while technology powers the future, it's the ideas and the institutions like our partners that actually shape it. And you were talking about the 2 days of the Economic Conclave, 40 sessions, 40 powerful sessions that we have lined up. Day one, of course, will focus on macroeconomic direction and sector priorities, which is, of course, a critical lens when it comes to looking at capital flows and also global supply chains.
Exactly. So, one other unique thing, Ashish, is that this is the 11th edition of the India Economic Conclave. And over the past 10 editions, we have had such stalwarts coming in, and not just from India, but from economists from around the world, global business leaders, global policymakers. We even, one of the years, I think this was just around the time after COVID-19 that we had Hillary Clinton joining us virtually. So it's been a great cesspool of thoughts from across the world. In fact, we've always had great conversations that go on to steer the economic agenda of the country as well. Of course, it's an exciting time. Next month itself is the World Economic Forum happening in Davos. That always is sets the agenda for the globe. But here we always at IEC set the economic agenda for the nation at this very forum.
Absolutely, Sumit. You were talking about the fact that in the past as well, IEC has set the agenda for the economic blueprint for our country. But what's different at IEC 2025 is that this carries a very different tone. This is more assertive, more self-assured, and it reflects India's evolving economic confidence. And what emerges from this is not just a sectoral snapshot, but a blueprint of India's strategic intent in a multipolar world.
Exactly. And so, actually, earlier you mentioned, and I would also just take a quick second to just thank our partners because, without whose partnership, without whose support, none of this would have been possible. We're really thankful to our presenting partner, IDFC FIRST Bank, that has been a constant support with us over many, many editions of IEC. We have Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham as our knowledge partner, World Gold Council as our gold investment partner, Radico, the Spirit of Excellence, as the celebration partner, Axis Max Life Insurance as the insurance partner, associate partner Adani, growth partner Government of Uttar Pradesh, state partner Government of Uttarakhand, infrastructure partner NBCC, the outdoor partner Times OOH, and also outdoor partner is Timda Delhi Airport. The iconic part, what also happens is what I really like about IC, and I've been a part of many of the earlier editions, is the audience, because the audience really comes out and like we said, the hashtag is IEC 2025. So it's great we would be expecting your thoughts, your suggestions. Do tell us what you think of the sessions, what do you think of the morning, because it's always good to hear from them. Ladies and gentlemen, how's the audience feeling? Can I get a little round of applause for the FM who'll be joining us? I want to see if everyone's... All right, you guys are up and excited. The Honorable Finance Minister will be joining us in just a couple of seconds, a couple of minutes. So it's definitely it's a great time. We do want to hear from her, her thoughts. The next union budget consultations have already started. I'm hoping she'll be able to give us some insights into that.
Absolutely. And when it comes to the IEC, like Sumit said, do share your thoughts. What do you think? Your suggestions using the hashtag IEC 2025 on all social media platforms, because the India Economic Conclave by Times Network has always been a platform where ideas move ahead of the headlines. In fact, today's session, today's conclave also sets the agenda when it comes to India's economic blueprint.
Exactly. And the theme of navigating geoeconomics could be, nothing could be better than that at the moment. Look at what's happening every day. We hear about, or we are expecting, I don't know what Mr. Donald Trump will say, what new tariffs will come. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could have a round of applause as the Honorable Finance Minister joins us as she walks into here to grace the 11th edition of Times Network's India Economic Conclave. A heartfelt thank you to the Honorable Finance Minister for taking out time and for gracing the 11th edition of India Economic Conclave.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, to formally set the tone for this edition, it is my privilege to invite on stage the Managing Director of the Times Group, Mr. Vineet Jain, to address this distinguished gathering.
Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, distinguished policy makers, global strategists, industry leaders, and esteemed delegates, a very warm welcome to the India Economic Conclave. We meet at a moment when the global order is undergoing rapid calibration. Economic power blocks are shifting, tariff battles are redefining trade flows, technological supremacy is the new currency of influence, and energy geopolitics is reshaping alliances across continents. The world today is not merely interconnected, it is interdependent and increasingly contested. And it is in this volatile and competitive landscape that India has emerged as a decisive, stabilizing, and forward-looking power. Our latest GDP numbers reaffirm India as the world's fastest-growing major economy. This growth is structurally deep-rooted with rising manufacturing momentum, strong financial sector fundamentals, expanding physical and digital infrastructure, and unparalleled entrepreneurship in the emerging world. Even as global headwinds, protectionist tariffs, commodity volatility, and geopolitical flashpoints unsettle economies, India has demonstrated a rare ability to stay on course with clarity and conviction. A significant part of the confidence stems from India's independent foreign policy, which is now widely recognized as a model of strategic autonomy. India engages with all major powers without being aligned to any one bloc, enabling it to protect national interests while shaping global conversations. Equally, India's military capability and decisive strategic posture have reinforced its role as a responsible regional power. In an era when geopolitical tensions can rapidly escalate into economic disruptions, India's readiness and resolve act as a crucial anchor of security and predictability. At the same time, India has demonstrated leadership on the major challenge of our times, climate change. Our aggressive renewable energy trajectory, green hydrogen mission, electric mobility strategy, and commitments at COP forums underline that India is not just participating in the global climate agenda, it is influencing it. We are building a growth model that is not only high-performing, but future-proof. This year's theme, Navigating Geoeconomics, could not be more timely. The world is entering an era where economics and geopolitics are inseparable. The strategic importance of supply chains, critical minerals, energy security, digital sovereignty, and trade alliances is now on par with military decisions. Nations that can integrate economic foresight with geopolitical acumen will define the next global chapter. India is unquestionably one of those nations. Over the course of this conclave, we aim to decode these shifts and explore how India can leverage its demographic strength, innovation ecosystems, manufacturing ambition, reform momentum, and diplomatic agility to cement its place as a leading global power. On behalf of the Times Network, I extend my deepest gratitude to our chief guest, Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, for her presence and for her resolute stewardship of India's economic architecture at this pivotal moment. I also welcome the distinguished speakers, partners, and delegates joining us to shape the conversations that matter for India's next leap. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look forward to 2047, 100 years of our independence, we stand at the threshold of a historic transformation. The mission is clear and unwavering: to make India a fully developed, globally influential nation by the time we mark 100 years of freedom. Economically robust, strategically secure, technologically sovereign, environmentally responsible, and globally respected. India's moment is not approaching, it is here. And together, we will ensure that India will not only navigate this new geoeconomic era, but also leads it. Thank you, and I wish you all a profoundly insightful India Economic Conclave. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jain, for setting the context and the ambition for this year's theme of Navigating Geoeconomics.
And of course, as we know, banks are on the front line of economic risk, influenced by geoeconomic shifts from funding global supply chain realignments to cushioning the impact of tariffs, currency swings, and sudden stops in capital flows.
Now, our next speaker mortgaged his house, built an NBFC, Capital First, and converted it into a bank through a merger. Now, the bank then successfully transitioned from infrastructure financing to build a modern digital bank and has built a customer business of over 5 lakh crore rupees and over 50 million MSMEs and retail customers. We are pleased to invite that person who is building the institution, the MD and CEO of IDFC FIRST Bank, Mr. Vaidyanathan, for his address, Pillars of Finance, India's Quiet Geoeconomic Advantage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Finance Minister, distinguished guests. Finance Minister has to leave soon, so I'm going to keep it really quick and in the interest of time. So when this subject is really fantastic. I'm happy you picked it up, geoeconomics. And at this point of time, when we talk geoeconomics, people normally tend to talk of trade, supply chain, currency, exports, imports, what are we good at, what we're not good at, etc. But end of the day, all geoeconomics power, seat on the table, negotiations, etc., comes down to economic strength of a nation. And what are the critical equipments or items a particular country makes, what is the other country needs, and so on. Now, on this front, if you see how China really has sprinted far ahead and built so many such capabilities, low-cost manufacturing, fantastic infrastructure, and of late, even rare earth minerals and so on. US, $30 trillion economy, they talk from that position of strength because of their strength, and a large consumption economy, maybe the consumption leader of the world, and that's why the whole concept of tariff debate that's going on right now. So, what is India's strength at this point of time? Oftentimes, we are, for the last many years, putting India's strength of what India will be, and it's truly turning out to be. You know, we were maybe $1.5 trillion economy some time ago. We're already touching $4 trillion now. So that story is playing out so very well. Now, when we talk of our own cost of goods coming down, the amount of work India has done in the last maybe 10 years, putting out 55,000 crores of 50,000 kilometers of national highways, and any of us traveling between states and cities these days can see the experience. You know, if the goods are stuck in traffic for hours together, you can see the loss of productivity, wastage of fuel, and so on. All that is, you know, the amount of investment India has done has brought down the cost of logistics. And but for this, had this money been given away in any other form to the public at large, it couldn't have created this infrastructure, couldn't have structurally brought down the cost of goods for the country. Now, similarly, on the digital infrastructure front, maybe, you know, cloud and data and 5G and real time, all that infrastructure is coming about, which is really very powerful. So both the physical infrastructure and digital infrastructure coming about together are creating some, definitely creating some magic, which is why you're seeing, you know, like Vineet talked about India's fastest growing economy for so many years now, world's fastest growing economy. Now, since from the financial sector point of view, you know, I represent financial sector and I work there, so I'll just make a few quick comments in the interest of time. Now, on the financial sector front, there are 4 very significant things that are happening right now. And this is really very important. The first thing is that the banking system is very strong. The total capital, that is the net worth, equity plus reserves, of the banking system is running at about, give or take, about 29 to 30 lakh crores now. And And, the loan book of the system is now touching about 180 lakh crores. And just to tell you that despite all the issues that happened in this period during implementation of GST, demonetization, these are all good reforms, but they all had temporary issues, then COVID, all that, it has grown by about 2.8 times in the last 10 years. The deposit market of the country is now currently about 240 lakh crores, growing at about 10% per annum for the last many years, but still has compounded about 2.6 times in the last 10 years from 85 lakh crores. Then the mutual fund market has grown from about 11 lakh crores 10 years ago to 66 lakh crores now. The AIF and PMS market, that was 2.3 lakh crores 10 years ago. Today is 23 lakh crores. The point I'm making is that all this money, the 240 lakh crores plus the 66 plus the 23, all of these are pools of capital. So the key point is that the pools of capital that has got created in the country in the last 10 years is quite dramatic. And that pools of capital is what is financing infrastructure, is what is financing startups. Startups are getting financed by VCs and Ps and all that stuff. So that is a pool of capital coming to grow the country. And I think the way things are growing, this is a compounding story on the basis of the nominal GDP plus release of currency to the system and so on. But that's a very big thing. The second big thing apart from pool of capital, is that this is one of the rare moments in the country at this point of time where the inflation is low and growth is high. We've not seen this before. And this is actually enabling us to raise capital. I can tell you, and for capital first, I was trying to raise capital in 2010, 11, 12, 13 at that window. And, the newspaper magazines were all quite negative. One magazine showed that India was going off the slipping of a banana peel. Another magazine showed, blackout nation, and then said, how's India going to recover, all that. Now when we go, I was struggling to raise just at that time 800 crores of capital. In the last 6 years or 5 years, our bank has raised 21,000 crores of equity capital, equity from the market. For a startup bank or an early stage bank, it's very hard. But that comes because India has now set up that ecosystem and the confidence that there is growth in the country, there's digitization happening in the country, the rule of law, there is, and so on. So that, and there's a business prospects are strong, and so on. So the point is therefore that our country's ability, this second point of having macroeconomic stability is a super important point for being able to attract investors and so many other participants from the rest of the world. The third thing that has also become very important for the country over the last many years is development of the infrastructure, not the physical one we can see, but the ability of the market infrastructure, like how the NSE, BSE, they're all talking of T+0 settlement these days. CCIL is doing clearing mechanism capabilities, rating agencies, you can say bureaus. So this kind of a institutional mechanism is a third big thing that has come in the country, which even foreigners who are listening to this program or in the audience should note that this is a super important thing, because that's on this infrastructure is what India is riding and growing many of these things. The fourth thing is about the advanced, let me say, the digital ecosystem that has now come about. Digital ecosystem is how the identity ecosystem is there, the fraud ecosystem is there, the cash flow evaluation ecosystem is there, the e-mandate, e-agreement, e-stamping, it's all become environment friendly. So this ecosystem, I can tell you, is just not academic. Our bank has, to just give you some numbers, is now giving out more than 1 million loans a month. 1 million loans a month, and more than that. And how are we giving it? Not through some human being sitting and doing all the work of credit evaluation, because this system of being able to evaluate and take data from multiple digital ecosystems, combine them, work out a algorithmic way of figuring out who is a customer whom we can lend to in a safe way with defined credit norms. And this is through this we are able to do, India always wanted to do financial inclusion. But now this digital ecosystem is enabling it to happen in a safe manner. To give you an idea, there are 4 kinds of financing that are happening very, very quickly. One is small business financing, happening in a big way. Number 2, very big way happening is skill financing. Number 3 is rural financing. Number 4 is even sanitation financing. And these are financing that was very difficult for the system to do earlier, but now on the new digital ecosystem, it is made available. So short point is that over the last many years, because of macro stability, because of digital infrastructure, because of the market participant system and so on, and the pools of capital available, things have become really quite good. I have seen this before, as you know, and I've seen this now. I mean, I've seen a big change. But I think looking ahead, there are just lots to do, lots of things to do. But short point is that this is now, at least as practitioners, I can say that things are looking much better and the geoeconomics becomes very important from the context of strength, because after all, only a growing economy can give us the strength to discuss geoeconomics and geopolitics. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Nice speaking to all of you. Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Vaidyanathan. So may I request you to please stay on stage. If you could come to the center of stage, and I'd like to invite back on stage the Managing Director of the Times Group, Mr. Vineet Jain, along with the Honorable Finance Minister, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji, for the ceremonial lamp lighting. Ma'am, if we can have you on stage. Yes, please.
Thank you, gentlemen and Honorable Minister.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the inauguration of the India Economic Conclave. Honorable Finance Minister, ma'am, if we can request you to please say a few words. If you could, we've got the mic right there for you also, ma'am. If you could talk on the address of India, the global bright spot. Ma'am, either here or there, wherever you're comfortable.
Good morning, and thank you to the organizers, Times Group. Particularly, you've made this as a calendar event. And some of the very thought-provoking discussions happened during this event, just in time for me also to get some inputs before we freeze on what's going to be the budget for each year, every year like that. So it's well-timed. And this year's Navigating Geoeconomics is a very contemporary and relevant topic. I can see the list of speakers. But for India, I think it poses challenges as well as we can harp on the strengths that we have. Navigating geoeconomics, being a bright spot of growing fast and steady growth, keeping the growth at that kind of a level every year, is something which people of India are achieving, and I think each one of us, and as much as all of us, the political parties, and I would think the critics should recognize it, because that's the credit which has to be given to the people of India. Much against all predictions, COVID or no COVID, people just didn't sit back. The resilience of India is what is the story which all of us will have to stand by, help, facilitate to have that kind of a growth happening for the next several decades. But even as I say all this, I think it is important for us to understand that trade is no longer what we were talking about. The global trade. The normal story would be for people to say, you should have greater free trade. India's looking inwards. You have too many barriers. And India is the kind of country, since post-independence, we want to be answering people and responding to people. Whilst I think it's a very good thing to hear people give their advice, but it's also for India and countries like India who have aspirations to mark their own goalposts, not in denial or not in defiance of good advice coming from anywhere, but chalking your own growth story, I think gives the confidence that you're picking up from the strengths that you have, and based on that, you also have the strength to meet the challenges. Today, in the last 10 years, the kind of growth, the kind of reform, the kind of strengthening of every sector, financial inclusion, getting women to participate in workforce, giving nutrition, childcare, making sure families have access to finance, to banking, ensuring basic minimum insurance for common citizens at government's own worked out premium, which is not going to be burdensome, providing affordable housing, making sure there's water in the villages. And even for those small entrepreneurs, making sure the road connects to the highway. And making sure that basic minimum health, not just allopathic, but also wellness, holistic health, all that in the 10 years, and I'm not saying it didn't happen earlier, but it were fragmented. They were all over the place. You couldn't have aggregation. You couldn't think, oh, if there can be Wayanad, Malappuram, and Ernakulam or Thrissur like area providing or cashing on the natural rubber supplies that they have to make footballs which will be bought all over the world. That's the kind of entrepreneurial mastery, if only we can facilitate, can happen. Same is the case with sports equipment from Jalandhar. They meet global standards and therefore they take care of the local economy at the same time aspiring to reach and scale up to meet global demands. Tirupur can be another story. You can pick up on stories like this, and that's been all over the place, which is very good. That's how democratically spread it should be. Local innovations. But it is gradually moving towards having such collective benefits all over, and whether you want to copy China, whether you want to learn from Europe, these experiments have happened. But what we are seeing in the last 10 years is wherever these kind of entrepreneurial spirit exists, we should give them that backup, we should give them the strength, not ask all of them to go into an SCZs only and then see if they can prosper. So the handicaps of copying lock, stock and barrel, experiences which have happened in each national context, have actually given us more problems to solve rather than address issues. I'm not denying that they had a role to play in promoting exports, SEZs, let's say. But it is equally important to give the strength to our entrepreneurs wherever they are, and that is why our government, Prime Minister Modi, has given so much of focus for SCs, MSMEs. Wherever they are, let them be a cluster. We will give them the facility, they can grow. So with all this done in last 10 years, inclusion, credit access, mudra, financial inclusion, everybody having an account, and so on, the credit footprint of every Indian has now grown that he is able to access credit formally from the banks. I'm saying all this because it is possible to aspire to reach that India which contributed to 25% to the world's trade. 25% global trade emanated from India. That's the kind of period we should be aiming at, and that's the kind of target we should be aiming at, and therefore Vikasit Bharat. And therefore the goals for reaching certain aspirations, and therefore revive manufacturing, revive agriculture, bring value addition to agriculture. And in a sector where minimum government presence is recorded, and all of us recognize that, service sector really grew on its own strength, reached over 60% contribution to our GDP. That one sector. But of course, service is not just IT. Tourism, hospitality, all these will also have to come in. So the policy framework with which all of us are working is to ensure that every sector gets the facilitation so required so that they can grow at their own pace, but equally aspire to reach higher goals. And that's where every little facilitation mechanism has been given a chance. And in this, I would like to, since we are talking about an economic conclave, structural reforms have played a very big role. And that is why when you talk of schooling, it's better to have schools at the primary level being equipped very well. We have Atal Tinkering Labs going there. We have innovation centers being established in Tier 2, Tier 3 city colleges. All this requires coordination between center and state. And Prime Minister Modi is known for his fiscal management. If central government has set for itself goals of transparency in budget making, making sure that your fiscal management is seen by everybody and meets up the minimum accountability standards, we've seen that we are able to bring down debt to GDP since post-COVID, when it had touched over 60%. Now it's already coming down, and we've set our goal that from the next year, next financial year, that should be the core focus area. Fiscal deficit will still be a marker. We will care for it. So if debt is brought down, and with all that, you had the very entrepreneurial bankers speak to us about how it is changing the ecosystem today. Equity receives a lot of attention. We are trying to deepen the bond market so that more funds can come in, not just for the equity market, but also to the bond market. But with all this said, that discipline which union government is showing through steady leadership of Prime Minister Modi, continuing for the third term, and looking at the macroeconomic strength is where the global positioning of India happens. You're able to sit at the high table and negotiate. It's the recognition of the strength of India's economy. And that strength has come because of a stable government. And it is in this context, because it is Times Network's India Economic Conclave, you tend to invite a lot of people from the state governments as well. I'll put this before you. I said this in the parliament yesterday. Unless this accountability, this transparency, this understanding that fiscal management is a priority, is understood by all states. I'm not saying it's understood by us and therefore I'm dictating to the states. I'm saying it is understood and recognized under Prime Minister Modi that it has to be a principle that we will hold good every year. Each year, we've shown our record. Similar should be the approach of all the state governments as well. Because RBI's document which has come out, various studies which have come out, have shown how where the debt to GDP is worrisome, which is the truth about some states. I'm not naming them here, nor did I name them in the parliament. Unless the debt to GDP, GSDP there, is managed well better and is kept within the FRBM limits, and the stock of debt which has been accumulating over the years on high rate of interest, which many states are unable to service, unless even those are brought down and to an acceptable level, you will be borrowing to service the loans. You're not borrowing to take care of developmental expenditure. That's a poor play in the fiscal terrain. These have to be changed, or else the momentum that India has acquired in the last 10 years, so that we can achieve the goal that we've set for ourselves, that developed India by 2047, is going to be very difficult to achieve. And again, that 60% contribution of the service sector towards GDP is admirable. But we have to spend our time also to see how our manufacturing is going to be picking up speed. And in that innovation, money on R&D will be absolutely critical. I was just reading somewhere. Globally, if 70% is the contribution of private sector for the gross expenditure on research and development, in India, it's not even 36%. So if we are talking to the private sector saying, where are their investments? And many people question me, why don't you tell the private sector, you're doing the heavy lifting in terms of capital expenditure, that every year your number is growing up, which is very good, and which is why our growth was sustained at the level at which it got stabilized almost post-COVID. Why is the private sector not spending, not increasing capacity? And in the parliament, I'm told you work only for corporate sector because you reduced the tax rate. In 2019, we brought the corporate tax down. It was a favor, apparently. That's a opposition's charge against me, that we've done it to the corporate sector, but they've taken the profit and they are enjoying themselves, but they're not expanding their capacities. I think that's an unfair criticism. That reduction was necessary. Businesses have to grow in a country. And Prime Minister Modi has never shied away by saying, I will support corporate sector because they have to grow, they give jobs, they add to the GDP of the nation. We did that, all right. Questions are being asked about why they can't invest more, which is fine. They'll take their call. But this data on gross expenditure on R&D was an eye-opener for me. 36% only in India, whereas it's 70% elsewhere. So private sector R&D expenditure is the one which gives you the additional value as you grow, because you're able to reach out on many new things. So the GCC, the data centers coming to give our job market a big fillip is very welcome, and for which, of course, the energy security of the country will also have to be worked on. That is why India is keen to we have brought the bill to have the nuclear energy also supported. The small modular reactors will be built, and India will rely on that as a renewable source of energy, green, other than, of course, the pump storage and hydro, solar, wind. We will be placing a lot of emphasis on this. So the long and short of it is, globally it is now very clear, trade is not fair, it's not free. India can be lectured saying you're very inward looking, you are a tariff king and so on. But tariff has been weaponized. India's intention was never to weaponize tariff. We of course safeguarded our own industries against flooding which happens from a predator. But today, weaponization goes without criticism. There are, whispers in the corridor. Oh no, that's not right. You shouldn't be doing it. And suddenly we have newer people coming up saying, we'll come up with tariff barriers. And there's no questioning. So that seems to be the new normal. Trade is getting weaponized through tariff, through many other measures. And India will have to negotiate its way carefully in this and not just take care of trade, but I think overall our economy's strength is what is going to give us that additional advantage. So I hope this Times Economic Conclave has all a open, free discussion to tell us what is developing for Indian economy. We are here as a responsive government. We always come back to you to say what we are doing for industry, small, medium, big. India's strengths will have to be played back. But as a final word, I would say every Indian, inclusive of journalists, Indian, criticize India for what it is not doing. But don't undermine Indian people's achievement. It is they who are toiling to make India a successful economy. By every time you're standing up and saying, no, I question this, or no, I don't accept this, government's data is this, government's this is that, you're able to see in the ground, on the ground where people are showing you that their hard work, supported by institutional arrangements, whether it is banking, whether it is policy, whether it is taxation, within 12 months, within one calendar year, tell me if any government in India has given direct tax and indirect tax benefits to the common citizen. Tell me a government in India which is readily, since after 1961, has changed the income tax law to the benefit of the SSC. Simplify it, make it easy to understand, digitize it, have faceless assessments. And that is the kind of rapidity with which India is changing. People are understanding it and they are giving the mandate accordingly. But those who don't receive the mandate, their frustration is showing, but it is showing to undermine the people's achievement, and that is what I stand up against. So, but I will hear from you. I'm sure many new good ideas will come up for us to carry forward our budgetary and non-budgetary intervention into the economy. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I request you to stay on just for a minute longer. I'd like to invite up on stage Navika Kumar, the Group Editor-in-Chief, Times Network, and Editor-in-Chief for Times Now and Times Now Bharat, to felicitate ma'am and to say a few words.
Well, it is my proud privilege to thank Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Ms. Sitharaman, as a woman editor to a woman finance minister, it's a pleasure to have you here with us to inaugurate this event, the calendar event, and get as a bonus 5 headlines that will rule the day. Tariff being weaponized, the message to the opposition about obstructionism, the fact that you're looking at interventions and you are a listening government, as well as the fact that you said profligacy will have to be stopped, debt to state GSDP ratios will have to be looked at. Love the statement, but it only comes after one election and before the next. Would have loved to question you on that, but on a day when Parliament is on a day when you have bills going on a day when you have the question hour going on, we're extremely grateful to you for joining us here. And as a token of our gratitude, may I just felicitate you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman deserves a louder round of applause than that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you to the Honorable Finance Minister. Thank you, Navika, for that. Ashish, it was really great and quite an honor to hear ma'am, to hear her clarity of thoughts. She's been very kind to grace the 11th edition of Times Network's India Economic Conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause ma'am has to rush to Parliament, but she was extremely graceful, kind enough, gracious to be here. Ashish, before we move on to the next session, and like we discussed, there are a lot of exciting sessions that we have lined up. But like what Navika also said, the Honorable Finance Minister left us with quite a few important headlines, quite a few important points for the day for the rest of the day to mull over. And some of them really important. She spoke about, I really thought this was a very great point that she said about how globally private institutions spend about 70% is their spend on R&D, while in India it's 36%. There is a scope for a lot more to happen in India. Of course, about tariff being weaponized. I think it was great that she also was open to the fact that, here at the India Economic Conclave, as we set the economic agenda every year, we'll be able to share with her some of the key points that are made here today, which would definitely help and add to her consultation with her team for the union budget coming up in February.
Absolutely. In fact, like you pointed out, the finance minister did not just talk about tariffs being weaponized, she also spoke about how access to supply chains is a major factor in how global economies function, and India stands to gain an advantage given India's stance in the past as well. And also, again, that sets the narrative for the event. The theme of the event, like we said, is Navigating Geoeconomics, and the finance minister there very aptly put it in perspective what India is doing right now, what it is doing well for the numbers to be so good, and what India's plans are to ensure that the numbers continue to be good, but India continues to prosper and stay on that growth trajectory.
Absolutely. Now, let's move on to our next session. Now, Ashish, global economic governance is being tested by fragmentation, by protectionism, and the weaponization of trade policy. The IMF projects that geoeconomic fragmentation could reduce global GDP by up to 7% in the long term, and with emerging markets particularly vulnerable to disrupted capital flows and trade restrictions.
Absolutely. In fact, our next speaker has a unique vantage point on these dynamics. She's been at the center of debates on global spillovers, capital flows, and also the risks of fragmentation. She has consistently underlined that countries like India can benefit from diversification, but also at the same time must safeguard macro stability and openness.
It is an honor to welcome on stage Professor Gita Gopinath. She's Professor of Economics at Harvard University and the former First Deputy Managing Director of IMF, to discuss navigating geoeconomics in conversation with Mihir Bhatt, Managing Editor and Chief Business Officer of Times Influence.
Hi, and once again, welcome Gita for joining us at India Economic Conclave. I remember 3-4 years back, we met at India Economic Conclave, and that time, there were headwinds, and you had predicted a sort of a slowdown of Indian economy. We have come a long way from there, and it's a pleasure that now when the country is at an inflection point, we are once again joined by you. So ladies and gentlemen, please give her a huge round of applause. I think Finance Minister has set the tone for our conversation, and incidentally, that was my first question. Tariff and trade is being weaponized, as we have seen. The global economy is witnessing fragmentation, be it tariff wars, supply chain realignments, and even geopolitical tensions. Do you think that this is a structural shift? This phase is here to stay, or eventually it will fade out?
Thank you, Meher, for having me speak at this conclave. You really picked probably the biggest issue of the day, which is geoeconomics. To your question of, are we in a structurally changed world? The answer is yes. So we have decisively moved away from the last, I would say, 50, 60 years of global economic integration that relied on countries bringing down tariffs,
global trade growing substantially, especially in the 1990s and the early 2000s. Moved away from that, we are now in an environment where countries are not just thinking about economic efficiency, but they're also thinking about national security and also how to build resilience in their global supply chains. And I don't think we are going back from where we are now. But that said, in a sense, 2025 was a year when both everything changed, with the US raising tariffs to levels that we haven't seen in 100 years. But at the same time, it looks like nothing changed if you look at global growth. Let me just take the case of India. So if you look at the IMF's projection for growth for India in 2024, that was last year, this was October 2024, they were projecting what growth was going to be in 2025 for India. This is before the elections in the US and everything. The growth was projected to be 6.5% for India this year. This October, the IMF revised up India's growth for 2025 to 6.6%, but that came in before the second quarter growth numbers came out. So I expect they will move up to 7% the next time they come up with their numbers. So India is actually doing better than was predicted before the crisis. There are important reasons for that. I think the world has shown a lot of resilience, different parts of the world for different reasons. I believe artificial intelligence has been a big offset for tariffs around the world. The spending on it has supported growth everywhere. So I don't think the lesson to take away is that high levels of tariffs are not a problem for the world. They are consequential. And I would say that the next couple of years, we will continue to see some of the drag from this geoeconomic environment that we're in.
Right. Before I move on to my next question, are you saying, because you mentioned about the GDP growth in last quarter and the quarter before that, considering that, is there a case for upward revision as an economist for you to revise India's growth forecast upwards?
Depending on where you're starting. So yes, I would say that the IMF's number was 6.6%. That's what they came out in October. But their forecast for the second quarter fiscal in terms of what the growth would be was much lower than what it turned out at over 8%. Just doing the math, I would expect that they would go up closer to 7%.
All right. Coming back to tariff wars, especially the tariff situation between major economies has disrupted global trade in 2025, or at least the typical trade norms. What are the long-term risks of, sustained tariff battles for growth, global growth and inflation? And secondly, when we look back at 2025, can we now say that the worst is behind us as far as tariff wars are concerned?
So first thing is we should have a good sense of what the tariff numbers are. So the headline numbers in terms of what the statutory tariff rate in the US is 18%. But if you look at the data and if you look at actually tariffs that have been collected and use that to calculate the tariff rate of the US is closer to 10%. So it's about half of what the headline number is, right? So it's not as bad as it seems. Secondly, there has been much less retaliation than was feared in the past. It was expected that there would be many more countries that would retaliate. Europe did not retaliate. The important exception is China. China is the only country that's really gone toe-to-toe with the US in terms of tariffs. So the rest of the world, tariff rates average about 4%, right? So tariff rates have gone up substantially, but still are not at extremely high levels. I do think that, at least from the US perspective, we are past peak tariffs in the US for a couple of reasons. One, and I think the important piece, is that 2026 is a year of midterm elections in the US. I don't think there's anybody who wants to have a lot of uncertainty in the run-up to the elections. Tariffs have raised prices in the US. They've pushed up inflation by about 0.7 percentage points. So that cost of living increase is a problem for affordability. So that also dampens, I think, the incentive to raise tariffs further. And lastly, there was important legal challenges to the tariffs in the US, which I think will also scale it down. So from the US tariff perspective, I suspect we are, if not past the peak, but definitely close to the peak. The rest of the world, on the other hand, I do think is grappling with a large amount of imports coming out of China, because China has redirected their goods out of the US to the other parts of the world. So we could see more tariffs being imposed, for example, on trade with China in the future.
As far as India is concerned, you think the peak is behind us? Because we are already at the receiving end, highest tariff in the world.
No, India has at this point the highest tariff rate among all of the US's main trading partners. So, and I just don't see how this will stay at this level. I expect that it will go down. It will take negotiations. But yeah, it's already at, I mean, the sticker number is 50%, effective is about 38%. That's very high.
Okay. So, as you can see, the theme itself for this year's India Economic Conclave is Navigating Geoeconomics. In your view, how India should navigate this tariff situation? Because while the trade friction remains where it is, India and US remain strategic allies. And especially in the Indo-Pacific region, and if you look at Mr. Trump's social media posts lately, again, he's coming back to this whole keeping India at the center stage of Indo-Pacific and, the strategic view that US has. How India should navigate this tariff situation with US?
I mean, there's no ifs and buts. I mean, the US is a very important partner for India. And therefore, I think it is very important that both countries, both India and the US, work together to come up with a mutually agreeable solution for where they are. I think that's the pragmatic way forward. And I know that there are a lot of discussions happening in the background, and there's always the right time, and things can move very quickly. So that's the only way to move forward. I think it is to continue to build that partnership. On the other hand, India is also going about and building other trade partnerships. I mean, they have the new agreement with the UK, but also working with the European Union. I think this is something that India can continue to push on, because we are in a world where everybody's looking around for new partners. And India is in a position of strength to be able to be that partner for many more countries in the world.
Right. The finance minister, during her speech, did hint about safeguarding, domestic industry and retaining strategic economy, autonomy, fuel policy autonomy. Now that is actually in direct contrast with what maybe US wants as a part of the Indo-US trade deal. How do you see that playing out?
I think at this moment, probably for India, this is an easy decision, frankly, because the price of oil is now, I mean, I looked at just very recently, it went below $60 a barrel. At that price, well, in a sense, it's not a big trade-off between the economic security and the national security aspect. So there's going to be a lot of cheap enough oil in the market. I think India can decide where it wants to buy its oil from. But, there was a time a few years ago when Russia invaded Ukraine and oil prices shot up dramatically. And at that time, actually, the US encouraged India to continue buying oil from Russia because they didn't want the whole world to be moving away from Russia, because that would raise prices everywhere. We're not in that situation now, and oil prices are down to $60 a barrel. I think it's a good time to figure out, maybe there are other countries to buy from.
So are you saying that Mr. Trump's tough stance as far as Indian oil purchase from Russia is concerned is directly linked to oil prices? As they soften, Mr. Trump's stance hardens. Is that how it's playing out?
I don't think so. I'm basing this entirely from an economist's perspective. I'm just saying that, in a sense, the trade-off is really not that big for India, given where oil prices are globally.
Right. You did mention about probable or maybe a possibility of further trade war escalation with China from US. If that happens, and as we already know, the global supply chains are diversifying, and there is a clear conscious effort to move away from having over-dependence on any one single geography or country. Now, how well positioned is India to capture this opportunity compared to, let's say, peers like Vietnam or Mexico, and there are a host of other countries who are trying to be part of the diversification in supply chain.
Yeah, just to be clear, I don't think that the U.S. is necessarily going to escalate their tariffs on China. The U.S. depends on China for rare earths, and that is becoming a big, important deterrent. I was talking more about other countries, like in Europe, where this could be a factor. What India needs to do in terms of tapping into the global supply chain is continuing on the path of all the big reforms that it needs for its own internal growth, right? And as was mentioned by several people, including the finance minister, the improvement that we've seen in physical infrastructure and digital infrastructure in India is super helpful, and that should continue. But that needs to be then complemented with other ongoing reforms. I think one big hurdle for India to be a big industrial power is land acquisition. That remains very complicated. You know, land titling is not clean. It's very hard to acquire land in India. That is an important constraint on how fast you can build out. And that is, I believe, an important constraint on growth. Now, there are states that are actually doing innovative things. Like Andhra Pradesh, I think, has some very innovative policies in being able to hasten land acquisition, and policies of those kind can be helpful everywhere else. So I think that's one area where this is required. Second, of course, is deregulation. India remains to be it's still a tough place to do business. I mean, there has been improvement, things have gotten better, but there is still a lot of regulation, a lot of bureaucracy. Corruption is still an issue, a big issue. And so addressing all of that is going to be critical if India has to become a major player on the global stage in global supply chains.
Which are the other major bottlenecks? You did mention about land reforms, and actually the government did try, and they took one step forward and probably 3-4 steps backwards, not 2. And obviously the other issues from ease of doing business lens. What are the other bottlenecks? Is it labor reforms? Is it other structural reforms?
Yeah. When it comes to labor in India, we've long talked about the demographic dividend. But if you look at India's growth since 1980, 40 years plus, only about 30% of that growth has come from India's labor force. Most of it has come from capital accumulation and productivity growth. So in a sense, India hasn't really had a big demographic dividend. Even though the population is big, the workforce is big, it's still only about 30% of the contribution. And there are two sides of the coin over here. One, of course, is in terms of labor market policies. Thankfully, recently they've gone ahead to implement the labor codes, and that's really good. I mean, raising the number of employees you can have from 100 to 300 before you have to hit the constraints is helpful. Though, of course, if you want to truly be a big player, you're talking more in terms of thousands of workers, not in terms of hundreds. But again, the direction of travel is very good. And then there's the other side, which is the skilling and the level of human capital that there is for the Indian worker. And that, again, falls short of what is needed. I mean, there is evidence that if you can increase 1 more year of formal schooling for a person in India, you end up with their incomes going up by 6 to 7%. So these are very substantial improvements. Both of those are needed. I was recently reading about the model that's there in Gujarat in trying to improve schooling. I think it's called the Education Command and Control System, which is basically tracking teachers and students and also their performance using AI and machine learning to figure out their performance. And that certainly is, again, one way to be able to raise education levels in India.
Right. While India has undertaken major reforms, be it GST or digital public infrastructure, and now, I mean, at least there is a new renewed effort to unleash the next wave of labor reforms. There is still, and in fact, Nirmala ji also referred to it, there is a sort of a disconnect between the central policy and sometimes the state policy. Then there is the whole issue of obviously the fiscal balance and, especially at state level. And if you look at debt of some of the states, it's quite alarming. How do we address that and have one uniform policy?
No, I completely agree with the minister on what she said about the fiscal situation in India. the union government is doing a very good job in terms of building credibility on the fiscal front, sticking to their spending targets, making sure the deficits are within what's been projected. So India is gaining in terms of credibility because of what's being done at the union level. Unfortunately, the state governments aren't helping with India's credibility. There are many state governments where you have excessive borrowing that's going on. They're not able to maintain their projected path of spending and revenue. So there is this issue. How does one address it? I mean, the way you address it is by basically incentivizing states that are prudent, that are maintaining good fiscal policies. You incentivize them in terms of how much resources they will get from the union based on your performance. There's not that much of incentivizing at this moment. So I think more that can be done to incentivize the states to maintain fiscal discipline. That's where you're going to play an important role.
Right. Gita, I've been reading lately what you've been writing on AI. And obviously, everybody in India is very curious about AI. While it's expected to transform, productivity, it's definitely going to also disrupt labor markets, especially in Indian perspective. How India should prepare for the AI revolution, keeping in mind the jobs scenario, keeping in mind the required growth scenario, and keeping in mind the population.
I think this is going to be a very important challenge for India for the reason that I also said earlier, which is if you look at the contribution of labor to growth in India, it's only been about 30%. So you need to find new ways to have productive jobs. If India goes from capital-intensive manufacturing to capital-intensive services, then I don't know where the jobs will come from. So that is a tricky one. In terms of the numbers, the estimate is about 26% of India's workforce is exposed to AI. The average for the world is about 40%. So 40% for the world, on average, 26% for India. 26% because if you look at where most of India's labor is, 40% of India's labor is still in agriculture. So it's not that exposed to AI. But it's 26%. Now, exposure doesn't mean it's a bad thing. It's about 50-50. About half of that will benefit from AI. The other half will suffer from AI. There are also estimates that have been made about what the potential impact on productivity growth could be of India AI adoption, and it ranges from like 0.3%, 3%. So it's a pretty big range, but it can be very substantial too. What will it take? I think in the case of India, digital public infrastructure, more build out, that's going to be absolutely critical, and then human capital, skilling. I mean, having the ability to actually use this technology. Also in the case of India, the fact that there are shortages of certain kinds of skills, like in healthcare, it helps. AI will be very helpful in expanding the access to healthcare. Similarly, in terms of education, to raise the quality of education, you could, again, use AI to be able to improve the, close some of the skill gaps that exist. But this is not going to happen automatically. I think it's going to require actually a pretty thought-through strategy.
Right. You did speak about sectors which may benefit from AI, but what about sectors which will be at the receiving end in terms of jobs in India?
I think everybody seems to agree that coding is one area that is getting swallowed by AI. I think the demand for just simple people who can code is just not there anymore. It's just, you can do it very easily. You can use text-based languages and instructions to generate the code you want to do. So I don't think coding is going to be a big field. And that, I worry a little bit about that because there's a large number of engineering schools in India that basically put out some people who can code, and that's not going to cut it.
Right. So are we looking at a scenario where the inequality could widen because of AI adoption, and if it starts outpacing the skilled labor force creation?
The AI is actually has a bit of an interesting impact on inequality. Unlike other kinds of previous technologies where it was absolutely clear that the people who were the most skilled were going to benefit from AI. Now we are seeing that even less skilled people, if you work at a call center, for example, you can get a very friendly chatbot to help you talk to a client or a customer more easily. And so you do see sometimes the lower end of skill also benefiting from it. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. But what is still very much the case is that that rarefied 1% at the top in terms of skills will gain a whole lot more than pretty much anyone else from AI.
Right. The other factor that Finance Minister referred to was the demographic dividend. In fact, Mr. Vaidyanathan also spoke about it. It's a very risky balancing act, according to a lot of economists, that it can, very easily turn into a liability as well from dividend, the demographic dividend. How do we manage that?
So this is what I mentioned earlier, which is that, in a sense, it's not been a labor-based growth story for India, right? It's only been about 30% of India's growth has come from labor. And how does one get to the next higher level? And that's going to require both sides of the equation. One is improving the skills of workers, the level of human capital, and then the other in terms of labor market reforms. So the IMF did this interesting analysis where they said, what if India's labor market flexibility was as good, or rather moved up to the level as, say, Mexico and Brazil, which, other emerging markets, so it's a comparable group. And the estimate that they put was that could add about 44 million jobs between now and 2030. So it is both a combination of the level of skill, but also the ease with which you can hire workers and you're able to grow in size.
I'll now touch upon, geopolitics. And it's a very sensitive issue for India, so I'll start with that, and then we can probably move on to Ukraine and Mr. Trump. There is a lot of sensitivity in India about the way IMF has been treating Pakistan. And, there is a sense of belief that IMF is not doing enough to hold Pakistan accountable for the reforms and the economic prudence that ideally they should be displaying. I know you will not speak on behalf of IMF, but what is your view?
So the IMF has a responsibility to help countries that are in an economic crisis. It is the requirement of the IMF to do that. And countries that are in economic crisis are in crisis for multiple reasons. It's not just because of macroeconomic policies that go wrong, but it's also there's social conflict, there are conflicts at their borders. That's the candidate country that is coming to the IMF for financial support, right? And so therefore it is always an important and careful decision that has to be made about, can you help the country? Can you truly improve its macroeconomic situation despite everything else that's going on? There's a set of policies extremely well argued through. And by the way, these policies are signed off not by IMF management, but by the members, by its 195 members countries. So there's a well-defined set of policies that are accepted, and you have to implement based on that. So it's a bit of a checklist, and you say if XYZ is met, you have to go ahead and disperse to the country. So, that's all I can say. Those are the criteria that get used.
But there is a sense of disillusionment in India about how Mr. Trump is warming up to Pakistan. Do you think it's a passing phase, or it's there to stay? Because he has been bringing in everything, investing in Pakistan, the energy security, rare earth, and whatnot.
Yeah, no, I think I would not claim to be an expert on President Trump's feelings or views about individual countries. I do think that that's something that probably can change over time too.
But do you also fear his morning tweets, Mr. Trump's?
I think, we've gotten used to it.
Okay, yeah, because Howard was at the receiving end for a very long time. But, okay, that brings me to the H-1B issue. And that's a very critical one and very sensitive for India. What is your view on this whole H-1B policy and the way Mr. Trump has been going after, the quota that India receives from H-1B quota internationally? What is your view on that?
So, just firstly, we should put things in perspective. H-1B visas as a share of the US labor force is tiny. These are very small numbers. Now, it's just that 70% of those visas go to Indians. And so that's why the Indians are particularly conscious of what is happening over there. President Trump actually, compared to several of the other people in his party, does believe that the U.S. needs talent from other parts of the world. Right? So there is, in fact, a push to simply end the H-1B visa program. And Trump has said, no, we need it because we need to get highly skilled people from all the parts of the world. But we're just going to put the bar higher, so we're going to require a $100,000 fee to make that happen. I think what we all have to get used to, and I think this is another structural shift going forward, is that the world is not going to be as an attractive place for immigrants, just more generally. And by world, I mean it's not just the US, I think it's true in Europe, it's true in Canada, it's true everywhere. UK, there has been an important sentiment shift everywhere in the major economies, where the attractiveness of immigrants and what they bring to society, I think, is raising a lot of issues. And so we may be past peak immigration too in the world. I do think this is, again, not just a US phenomenon. I think it's very broadly true. This is one common factor you see across almost all countries, is this pushback against immigration.
So you are predicting a major structural shift. Rather, you are presenting one major structural shift, which essentially means that especially large countries and economies like India will have to create enough jobs to sustain domestic growth and to create enough employment for its skilled labor force. Do you see that happening in India? Because you did mention that you are tempted to revise growth forecast to 7%. But is 7 to 8% range enough for India? Because nobody is talking about double-digit growth now, at least in India.
Yeah, again, I think if India can maintain growth rates of like close to 8% for 20 years, then you're getting much closer to the 2047 goals, right? But it is not easy to maintain even 8% growth for a 20-year period on a sustained basis. That is going to require sustained reforms on a year-on basis. Otherwise, it won't happen.
Right. And do you see Chinese economy bouncing back? Because they have been struggling, and for quite some time, India has remained the fastest growing large economy. It is likely to remain for at least foreseeable future. But how do you see the Chinese economy playing out on global stage?
Yeah. So China's growth actually this year is supposed to be 5%, which is very good, given that China is about 4 times the size of India, and also given what happened in terms of tariffs. This is one of those examples of where everything changed and nothing changed. This is they've done well. But that said, there are some deep structural issues that need to be addressed in China. The property market crisis has gone from bad to worse, which is unfortunate because they've done a lot to try and prevent that from happening, but it's actually getting worse. Similarly, if you just look at consumption spending, that's not holding up well. Consumer sentiment is weak. So if you're looking at medium-term growth for 5 years out, growth in China is more predicted to be around 3.5% or so, between 3.5% and 4%. So it is a weakening growth outlook, and it's going to require some real shaking up.
I'll now move on to climate. That's the other major issue after AI. And the climate change is creating a lot of challenges, and obviously there is an increased economic and financial risk. But for a country like India, which needs a lot of energy, which is far behind in per capita energy consumption compared to, let's say, China or US, how do we balance between our ambition of being a developed nation by 2047 and still remain climate conscious, and then go ahead and meet being carbon neutral, ambition by 2075? It's a very tricky balancing act.
Yeah. I actually don't see this as a big trade-off for India. So let me tell you, we're all sitting here. The air quality outside is hazardous by any metric that you look at. So if you look at the impact of what that is doing to the Indian economy in terms of the effect on health. So this is, a very nice study that was done that looked for a particular year, it was 2019, looked at the effect of air pollution only, air pollution on premature deaths in India. That number is 1.67 million deaths. That's 18%. 18% of the deaths that happened in 2019 were attributable to air pollution. That is every year. And it's gotten worse since 2019. So, and then if you look at the effect of this on just morbidity, right? Health, lung cancer, heart disease, and so on. And you look at the economic cost, in terms of today's dollars, that's about, for the Indian economy on an annual basis, about $60 billion. To put that in perspective, the tariffs that India is facing from the US, the effect on the Indian economy is about 1/4 of that, right? And it's going to go away. It's going to go away in a couple of years. But this is not going away. So whatever India needs to do to have cleaner air, it goes along with having renewables, which of course a lot of progress has been made on that front. But if this air quality situation is not addressed frankly on a war footing, it's a big knock to India's growth.
Right. Okay. So let me put it this way. Because we have an ambitious goal that Mr. Prime Minister has set up for India, that India will be a developed nation by 2047. If you had to flag, one risk and one major opportunity for India in the new geoeconomic era, what those would be?
I think that the risk and the opportunity are the same thing here. The opportunity is for India to continue on the path of steadfast structural reforms, to then be able to deliver higher standards of living for all Indians, better air, better health. All of that will be important. The risk is if that stalls. The risk is, and that is not something that has not happened in the past, it's very common for countries to end up basically, you don't have any more reforms, there's reform fatigue sets in. If that happens, then that's a lost opportunity.
Right. So, in a world which is sort of marked by fragmentation and uncertainty, do you think India has a unique opportunity not just to grow faster, but to even shape the rules of the global economic order?
Again, as was Vaidya also made this point, which is that as India grows in terms of growing at 8%, the macro stability that it demonstrates, all of that gives it a very important seat at the table. And as we know, it's only a matter of time, maybe 2 or 3 years, before India is the third largest economy in the world. So nobody ignores India. It's absolutely critical to the global order. India plays a very important role on the global stage. I think it did a phenomenal job when it had the G20 presidency. It did really a very big job in terms of addressing global debt issues, but also the topic of crypto and how to regulate crypto, which continues to be an issue to this day. So India has been able to leave an important stamp. It has strong leadership. It has strong diplomacy, using both of that to continue the conversation, to bring together other emerging and developing countries, to put their needs out there. I think India should play an important role.
Right. Since you mentioned crypto, what's your view on crypto and how that part is going to play out going forward for all economies, not only India?
Yeah. So obviously the crypto space is evolving over time. You have the Bitcoins of the world, and they go up and down in terms of value. The new kid on the block are stable coins, which are basically cryptocurrencies that have stable values. The dollar stable coin is the overwhelming stable coin of what we have here in terms of the stable coin market cap is about 300 million. The vast majority is in dollar stable coins. In this particular case, unlike Bitcoin, where I worried less about loss of monetary sovereignty and other things, I worry more about that when it comes to stable coins, because stable coins come closest to what seems like money, though they're not exactly money. They come very close to it. And if you look at the data, and you have to do a fair bit of forensics to understand this, because it's not easy to just simply know where the money is going, most of the holding of stable coins in dollars as a share of the country's GDP is basically in countries with high inflation. It's in Latin America where you have the holding of stablecoins as a share of their GDP, right? So I do think all countries, and this is going to be true for India too, should have should think of how they will address concerns about capital control evasion, of capital flows that evade the rules and the laws of the country in this environment, in this case of stable coins. So I think this is required.
Right. One last question, Gita, before we wrap this up. What made you move from IMF to Harvard? You know, we were hoping that you will go right up to MD's position in IMF, and then suddenly you sort of decided to go back to Harvard. Why is that?
Yes, so these are not permanent jobs. In terms of becoming managing director, so, practice, it's not the law, but practice is that the head of the IMF has a European passport, so it's from Europe, and the head of the World Bank is American. So, I don't have a European passport, so that's out of the question. But more importantly, I spent 7 years at the IMF, first as chief economist and then as first deputy managing director. Before that, I was at Harvard. I was a professor at Harvard. And in a sense, for me, 7 years was a good time. I got to be in the policy space at what was pretty challenging times for the world. And of course, it still remains challenging. But it was a huge learning experience. But I always expected that I would return to academia because I do love the research side.
It's a little surprising because you said it's not a law, but it's practiced that the World Bank head would be an American and IMF head would be a European person. Isn't it time that those practices are revised, considering the growth situation and considering how the center of gravity is rapidly shifting towards, let's say, global south, if not India alone?
So I think this is something everybody agrees on. I've sat in enough board discussions at the IMF and the World Bank where everybody clears their throat and says, yes, we should be looking at other nationalities for heads of these institutions. There's support from plenty of circles, but it takes some doing to make it happen. So it's not going to happen. There's no set date for it. It's not going to happen organically. It's going to require the other nations of the world to decide that they have a candidate that they would like to put forward and they would support. And that is often not the case.
So maybe US and Europe and World Bank and IMF, they need to walk the talk and do some sort of reforms. Gita, before I wrap, I'll just check with the audience if they have any questions. Otherwise, it'll be a wrap. Do we have any questions? Anybody? Can we have mic here, please? Quickly. We'll just take 2-3 questions.
Hi.
Can you stand up? Identify yourself.
So my name is Bhaskar Sharma and I own an e-commerce company. Means where I sell cosmetics products.
Just hold mic closer.
Okay. So I own an e-commerce company where I sell cosmetics products, and I just want to know that you just mentioned about AI it will shatter the jobs. Yes, it will shatter the jobs of content creators too, because as an e-commerce owner, I am making content with the AI generation.
So you are saying content creation will undergo a change because of AI. Gita, you want to add to that?
I think it is actually going to help content creation. AI helps you with content creation.
I am saying that it will shatter the jobs of content creators who are creating the contents.
So he's saying that the content creators will have a problem because AI will create content. I hope it's not a problem for us going forward. But
the way technology has always affected jobs is that it creates new kinds of tasks and jobs. So one of the things that we are seeing is that previously people who would go and take a salary job are actually now using AI to come up with new ideas for creating new companies. Now you're right that whoever is like a plain standard content creator who is not able to compete with AI could suffer from it. But I actually think in this particular case, whenever there is this, in terms of starting new businesses, starting new ventures, for a lot of people, AI is a very helpful tool to be able to move forward.
Right. Any more questions?
Yeah, please.
Just 2 more questions. Go ahead.
Gita's kind of really worried about the pollution outside. Being an Indian myself and part of the world, I'm kind of worried about the global crisis in terms of the US debt, which is about 37 trillion. Any comment on that?
I don't see why we have to connect it to pollution, but sure. So US debt, yes, is very high. It's over 120% of US GDP, and this is a concern. Now, if you look at the US cost of borrowing, so 10-year US Treasury yields as of around 4%, a little over 4%, that's still low when you compare to the level of debt that is being issued. So there remains a lot of faith in the US government's ability to repay its debt and also not to basically end up with very high levels of inflation. That remains the case. It is, however, something that has to be paid close attention to. I mean, when I was at the IMF, and pretty much every organization, including independent organizations in the US, have made the point that US debt is on an unsustainable path. A lot more needs to be done. It is not something that's imminent. It is certainly not one of those things that you would expect to see a big change in appetite for US debt in the next 2-3 years or even the next 10 years. It's going to take a long time. But it requires action, which I don't see happening at this point.
Right. One last question, then we'll wrap. Last question, please. Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. I am Dev Vaibhav. I'm an engineering student from Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. In your speech, you mentioned that India's labor force participation in India's growth is around 30% of that. So as an economist, considering the situation of demographic dividend in India, should this portion go higher or lower?
No, it should go higher. This is 30% is quite low, right? For countries at similar levels of development in India, it's more like 60% of growth comes from the labor side, right? Not from capital. So India is way more capital intensive than other countries at this level of development. So yes, the answer is it has to go up much more.
All right. Gita, thank you so much for coming here and sharing your insights with us. It has been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for that, Mihir, and thank you for that, Professor Gita Gopinath. Quite an insightful session, Ashish. A lot of, again, great points that came out after that we heard from the FM. You know, and in fact, I'm really looking forward to the other sessions that we have in the day, because we will continue getting such great insights from people from all these thought leaders. In fact, on what more can be done for India to navigate this geoeconomics really well for the way ahead.
Absolutely. It's been a fascinating session so far. In fact, we heard Gita Gopinath there speak about opportunities as well as far as India is concerned. We also, in fact, we heard the finance minister also talk about how tariffs are being used as weapons. And if there's one big takeaway from the session so far is that India is at an inflection point. While on one hand, we do have challenges, there's also massive opportunity. Sumit, like Gita just pointed out, there is a lot for Indian companies to also build on.
Absolutely. In fact, I'd like to take a couple of minutes while we wait for our next session. Let's hear from the audience. If ladies and gentlemen, if you have any thoughts, you've seen two powerful sessions so far already. Of course, we had our MD speak first, then Mr. Vaidyanathan, and of course the FM, and then Gita Gopinath. We'd love to hear from the audience, any business owners here. If you have any reactions, if you have any thoughts, if you have any questions that our moderators could put for the upcoming sessions, if you could put your hand up, we'll get a mic to you. Sir, may I request you to please stand up? There, so, yeah, gentleman there, sir. We'll just get a mic to you. So we can get a mic to the gentleman in the center. So if you could let us know your name, maybe a little bit about your business or what you do, and then your thoughts would be great.
Yeah, hi. Varun Madan. I run a family office, Prescient Investments. I'd like to get the take of some of the speakers on the so-called, without sugarcoating it, the double standards that we currently see, since sticking with the theme of geoeconomics, right? Mm-hmm. It's a big enough world. India has the might and certainly the will and ability to flex its strategic relationships with myriad trading partners. It's not just a polar-centric world with US and, trade is done with the US and nobody else. So, I'd like to get a take from the speakers. We've just had a fantastic round of trade talks with Russia. Notwithstanding what's happening with Russia, Ukraine, and the issue there. And we also see some form of double standards when it comes to purchases of oil, right? With regards to how we've been singled out by the administration with tariffs, when China, of course, purchases a lot more oil from Russia, and the US itself purchases nuclear fuel and uranium, right, from Russia, which is something that Putin conceded, as with the EU purchasing oil. So, given all these moving parts and sticking with the theme of geoeconomics, we see that lens is being increasingly colored. And I'd just like to get some of the speakers' takes on that, yeah?
Fantastic. That's a really good, important point, Varun. Thank you for that. We'll definitely make the note of that, and we will share it with our moderators, who will be having some really interesting sessions today and as well as tomorrow for sure. Yes, sir. Sir, if you could, you already have the mic. Yes. If you could.
Myself, Abhay Chandalia, I am co-founder of Nyaya Mitra Limited. We are into litigation funding. When we started working in this domain, we observed that there is no company in the country is operating in this domain. But out of India, many are. Why not in India? So that faster resolution come to the corporates and they focus more on business than on litigations. You will be surprised and shocked to hear the number on ecourts.gov.in is 5.21 crore number of cases in the country are going on. And I hope most of the people will agree, those who are into business as fighting litigation, how much time they devote in solution of those litigation on a day-to-day basis. This is a very big pain point, and until and unless the country work towards the faster legal solution to the corporate, the country cannot achieve a target of even $5 trillion. So I wish you must raise this issue, have a good full session on this, and take the government intake. And in that, definitely, we will be needing a full support of judiciary, which is not there. The court opens in case there is a big criminal fight is going on in the midnight, but the court gives dates and tarikh pe tarikh to general public at large. Thank you.
Absolutely, sir. Heartfelt, quoting Sunny Deol from his famous movie. But no, definitely. In fact, we have, we'll have Shri Nitin Gadkari later today. We'll have Mansukh Mandavia ji tomorrow. While we will be talking to them, we will share this point with our team, who would be having conversations with them to see, while they're not exactly their ministry,
Absolutely.
but at least they have some thoughts on that.
In fact, we have a host of speakers lined up today who would be able to answer your question, and rest assured, we will ensure that it's a 360-degree coverage when it comes to, the economy, and also sticking to the theme there, which is navigating geoeconomics. I see a few more hands going up there. Let's get a mic to the speakers there.
So there, and ma'am, we'll come to you just after him. So we'll just get to sir and then ma'am there on the...
Right, so please introduce yourself and
My name is Anurag Bhatnagar and I'm advocate Delhi High Court. Taking the cue forward in terms of the number of cases which are going on in the country, there are just two suggestions if they can be made to the government. One is, at the time of listing of the cases, vexatious cases are listed and by large corporates in terms of the ownership battles and all. So at the initial stage, they should be stopped from listing. And there has to be a, all over the country, one code where is for the protection of the advocates, because of the wealth valuations are going high. Right. Today, being a high court advocate myself, I am scared of taking sides of certain groups or maybe standing against certain group. So that is my anxiety. And for protection of my generation, which is young and coming forward now. Thanks a lot.
Mr. Nagar, you say you're an advocate yourself. Do you have a response to the earlier question that was asked?
Yes, that I am totally with him on that. basically we have to cut down the numbers. The numbers can only be cut down when the listing is not done at the very initial stage. Because what happens is, you have these big firms and all. Even if the matter, if somebody from one of the firms is there, they shouldn't mind it. The matter gets listed. And which is very sad, and this is going to run for maybe 20, 25 years and trouble a person who's very innocent himself, who's the true owner of the company, but because of the case being listed, standing outside.
Right.
And seeing his or her wealth being depleted by the outsiders. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So can you pass on the mic to the ma'am there? And until then, sir, the gentleman there with the mic who's standing, sir, if you could introduce yourself.
Okay. My name is Manmeet, and I'm working with a company called Comply for HR. We are in the Indian labor law compliance domain. We do consultancy with companies. So, all of us are aware that on the 21st of November, the government has gone ahead and notified the 4 labor codes, which were already there, but of course they have been notified. Now the states would have to go ahead and come up with the rules, because labor laws actually comes under the concurrent list, and of course you need the states also to come up with the rules. Now, the question is that, of course, these are only 29 codes, these are only 29 acts which are going to be subsumed into 4 labor codes. Is the government also thinking of other acts which are going to be, subsumed later? That's my question.
Fantastic. We are making note, Ashish and me, we would be sharing. And I hope at least somewhere, the team can send these out to the law ministry and hopefully get some response there, because very valid, important points, definitely about the huge number of cases that are there. Just this slows down the judicial process. Ma'am, yes, if you could.
Hi, my name is Umang Pathak. I'm a lawyer.
Oh, fantastic.
I think plenty of us are here. And anyways, a lot of us are already part of the corporate and policy advocacy in a whole lot of space. So my question is, I run a firm which does ESG advisory, which is around law, carbon, sustainable finance. So my question is that today's news is that India has been kept out of the Pax Silicon, which is the 8 top countries with access to minerals, to AI technology, of course, cartelized by US. That leads us to, of course, creating the digital infrastructure for AI ourselves, because we can't rely on the other part of the world. So, and besides AI, for the Viksit Bharat goal, anyways, we need a whole lot of finance. So what exactly are, in terms of how Indian and Indian corporate, Indian Inc. Ecosystem is evolving to bring that access to capital for larger development. And connected to this is the sustainability, the next big word around this, that AI is a guzzler of water and energy, which is the biggest problem with the resource efficiency AI, which is not happening, or conversations around it are also not happening. So I would like to know where that planning is also, evolving here. Thank you.
Fantastic. Ma'am, that's a really important point. In fact, our next session is going to be with Mr. C.P. Gurnani. He will be shedding some light on the AI angle. Tomorrow we have a session on sustainability. So we will try and get these important thoughts out there. Would definitely love to hear Mr. Gurnani and the others speak on this important point about how we can get the AI own ecosystem going. The gentleman just behind you, ma'am. So, yes, sir, if we could have.
Well, after hearing so many lawyers, my name is Alok Kumar. And
are you also a lawyer, sir?
No, I'm not. And that is the reason I thought I'll make a change. So I run a company on customer experience and consumer experience.
Okay, fantastic.
And if you look at Indian economy, 70% of the public service delivery is experience of citizens, experiences of people receiving government services and services which are there. Unfortunately, there is nothing which is talked about on how to measure, how to evaluate, how to share experiences of consumers and citizen services. And people, whether it's diplomatic services or issue of passports or visas, whether it is about services which government delivers, there is no, people struggle if there is a problem in income tax return. For 3 years, there are people who are, struggling to get returns done, which is a normal case which is being tackled. So one of the things that I think should be discussed about is how to improve the quality of service delivery and how to measure and how to report it. Like you have Swachh Bharat program where things are shared every quarterly. Similar program on sharing the quality of service being delivered and how it is being improved and being world class. I think that's something that is a need. And maybe we should put it as an agenda into the economic improvement when we are looking at service. That's my point.
Absolutely. No, it's really important there because any service should be measured at least. I think also, Mr. Alok, thing is today we are so used to, like, for example, using quick commerce websites or even like those food delivery websites. We are so used to seeing the ratings of the services where we see it in everything that we do. So definitely, getting the way to measure these services to see how good they are for the customers is definitely a great idea. What we'll do is, Mr. Gurnani is still on his way. What we can do is we'll take a quick,
Before that, we have a couple of more questions there.
Oh, we have a couple of questions, so we'll keep going. Yeah.
Of course, while we continue to take our questions from the audience members here, you can also go out on social media, use the hashtag IC2025, share your thoughts there while we continue to take your suggestions and thoughts here. On to the next person.
Yes. So the front row, first we'll come to you.
Let's get the mic there, please.
Yes, blue shirt. Yes, sir.
Hi, myself Sandeep Pandey. I run a company into service industry. I have 3 suggestions. One is about we are still dependent upon in social media for Google, Gmail, WhatsApp, all. So few countries which are not taking our side in very, very tricky situation, complicated situation. Why our government is not taking the route to have our own platform and avoiding those kind of platform. I think this is a very, you can understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Because we should have our own WhatsApp, own Gmail.
No, I'm smiling because, sir, later today we have Mr. Sridhar Vembu coming from Zoho. And I think it's the equivalent to instant messaging. I think it was called Aratai, that Zoho has come. So I'm hoping he'll definitely talk about that. If we can get some time for him to take a couple of questions, you have to be around to ask him this very question, I'm sure.
Then there is a second thing which I would like to just give a suggestion. We are talking about cases and all, court cases and all. So this needs a total reform. From the last 10 years, I have not seen any reform which is happening into the legal system. Everything is going on the same way. There is some digitization which happened. But nobody talks, nobody is doing any kind of reforming legal system, whatever, though there is some changes which is done, from IPC to Bharat Dand Sanhita. But I think there is a lot of things which needs to be done because we can continue talking about there is a 1 crore cases pending, 2 crore cases pending. But what is our plan to handle those cases? In the country where the justice is not fast, how we can grow and think about in 2047 being a developed nation?
Absolutely.
That's of course a very valid question. I think that's exactly what these forums are designed to do. Bring out questions like these, and you have the foremost policymakers, people, doyens in their fields coming onto the stage, and we're of course taking your questions, and we will ensure that these are the questions that are asked as well.
Thank you. So
one more question.
Yes.
One more suggestion, please. If you know about the quality, Mr. Nitin Gadkari will be coming here.
Yes.
Okay, so he's taking care of the national highways and all. Why our governments are not initiating the process of having a better road, quality road, instead of every time there is a rain which is happening and the roads are going for a toss. So every time there is a repair which is happening, why we are not taking a cemented road into state highways and all to avoid this kind of continuous work? I got to know there is too much of nexus. So this needs to be highlighted.
So the good thing is, again, like you pointed out yourself, Mr. Gadkari is coming here towards the end of the day. And Navika Kumar will be asking him, and you know, if you've seen some of her frankly speaking interviews, you know she can grill people at times. So I'm sure it's going to be a very exciting session. I know you have other questions and suggestions, but we'll take a quick bio break for about 5-7 minutes. May I request everyone to just, if you need a quick break, you can step out. Otherwise, if you can just, we'll convene back in about 5 to 7 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome to a world of influence, where India tunes in for the most critical updates, developments, opinions, insights, entertainment, music, and more. On TV, online, and in every day of life. Powered by India's largest media conglomerate, the Times Network informs, entertains, and engages India with a blend of news and entertainment.
As we embark on Amrit Kal, I want us all to envision a futuristic, inclusive, and prosperous society. This will be our India.
At the epicenter of this influential news and entertainment network lies a strategic think tank, Times Influence. Firm on the pillars of insight, innovation, inspiration, putting the spotlight on the most critical aspects of India's growth story. Through a legacy of landmark initiatives, Times Influence has been the trusted voice in chronicling India's journey to becoming a global economic powerhouse.
A greater India, a more Atmanirbhar India.
Economic advances in democracies have been remarkable.
मैं विश्वास के साथ ये टारगेट मैंने रखा है 2 साल के अंदर इंडिया की लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट सिंगल डिजिट में 9% रहेंगे। में जो दायित्व दिया जाए
Welcome back, everyone. Please be seated as we now are all set for the next session. Our next conversation turns the spotlight on India's most globalized sector, and a lot of you might have already guessed it. It's the IT and digital services sector, from AI and cloud to H1B policy. This is an industry that sits right at the intersection of technology, talent, and geopolitics. India's IT BPM sector now generates over 7% of the GDP, employs more than 5 million people, and has crossed USD 5 billion in terms of revenue. But it is also now, interestingly, confronting margin pressure, automation, and a more restrictive global visa, as well as a regulatory environment.
Now, leading this next conversation is a veteran who has seen this industry through every major transition, from Y2K and offshoring to 5G, AI, and now foundational models. Please welcome on stage with a huge round of applause, Mr. C.P. Gurnani, co-founder, vice chairman of IONOS, and former CEO and MD of Tech Mahindra. He'll be in conversation with the senior executive editor of ET Now, Sajid Mangat, as they will be discussing AI, cybersecurity, and H1B and the challenges of the IT industry. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, CP, for joining us today at India Economic Conclave. You've been a veteran of this industry, so let me start off by asking you a very basic question. The entire narrative of AI, is India late to this narrative?
I mean, in Hindi, he has asked a question, are we late to the party? तो पार्टी तो अभी शुरू हुई है.
नहीं, दिल्ली में तो 12 बजे के बाद शुरू होती है, actually. But
so, you know, it's always a way you look at things, glass half empty or glass half full. The reality is, if you look at the US current, weightage of the technology, or particularly AI-related companies on their index, I mean, it is obviously very, very high. And clearly, they took a stand, and you have had all the CEOs come in the last few weeks out here. You had Intel CEO, you had the Microsoft CEO. This morning I met, the CEO of Zscaler, Jay Chaudhary. I mean, ultimately, all of them are coming, and some of them have even called on the Prime Minister of India, basically to reaffirm that India advantage is talent. India advantage is being the data capital, or in a way I would put it, data diverse capital. And number 3 is the growth of the internet users, or the growth of the smartphones. I think if you capitalize on all of this, I think the party is only started now. We may have missed the infrastructure bus, but we have never been in the infrastructure or the foundational infrastructure. I mean, we didn't do Microsoft OS, and that time nobody told us that you are not an SAP, you are not a Microsoft, you are not an Oracle, and how did you create a $500 billion industry?
If that is the case, from an IT services point of view, and you have spent most of your life in that segment, how is the IT services companies coping up with this new narrative? Do you see them scaling up? They have the potential to do so, and is there an opportunity, big opportunity for India's IT services to re-engineer themselves?
Different companies, and again, go back into all the public announcements. TCS has made enough public announcement about their own foundries, factories, and tools that they have developed. As recent as yesterday, I mean, Fractal is now a $3 billion market cap company, and Fractal is focused on data and AI. I mean, I'm not going through every company, but all I'm trying to tell you is that it is very certain that AI is equal to data, data is equal to exponential thinking, and most of the Indian IT industry recognizes this. You have seen my ex-company, Tech Mahindra. I would like to compliment the Ministry of IT also for bringing all of them and recognizing some of the work that has been done.
You know, we are traditionally IT services economy there, and this re-engineering which is happening with respect to AI. When do you see AI to be a significant part of many of the IT companies? And I say, I'm asking this because if you look at the investors, they are not so confident on the way Indian IT companies are doing on AI. The IT index itself has been underperforming the benchmark by nearly 21% this year because the narrative of AI has been taken away by American companies. Some of the Chinese companies have taken away that, and Indian IT is seen as an anti-AI trade.
You know, I think the investors are not being practical. I need to remind all these investors is that mainframe was dead a long time ago. That the guy who, landed on the moon, and the software that was used at that time by the NASA was, something which I think you can now put it on a musical greeting card. And you still have the same technology of musical greeting card or the same technology that is the mainframes of yesterday still being used. So guys, please do not assume that people change that fast, and that includes the corporates, that includes the biggest banks in the world, biggest insurance company, biggest healthcare companies in the world. So that is number one. There will be there is a change, but it is not as fast as some of us are predicting from a practical point of view. Second is that even in India, we are the one who have done some of the best work on digital infrastructure, whether it's a UPI, RuPay, or Digi Yatra. But go to the airport. Is there a queue at Digi Yatra? Never. Reason is, some of us take a little longer to adopt, but that's human way of working. So my recommendation for the investors is that Indian IT industry will weather and in a way embrace the storm. I think they are excited about it. That ultimately AI is probably being seen as a magic bullet, but it takes a little longer. Think about all the things that you hear, and each one of you reads in the newspapers the same time. Is AI inclusive? Is AI ethical? Is AI protecting your copyrights? Is AI, and will you allow in a corporate for somebody to start using AI without being sure that there is enough policing and controls? So if you cannot allow it to be used immediately, where will you use it? You will use it in a call center. To integrate it backwards, and like for example at IONOS, we today have solutions which are about 35%. Why? Because each one of my agents has also got a agentic AI pilot with him. If with that person, him or her, if I'm able to increase the productivity, I'm challenging anybody in this room, have they replaced their personal assistants with the agentic AI? If they have not replaced it, that only means is the adoption takes its own due course, and once you replace it, you would still actually find more time to be more creative and do more things. So I think Indian IT is here to stay. Indian IT services sector is here to stay. And I am confident that it opens up more opportunities, and hence for investors, they need to take a relook.
CP, you have seen multiple phases of Indian IT. from the Y2K days to transformations deals which have come in, to cloud computing, now machine learning. How do you see the structure of Indian IT companies changing from here on?
So let's take a few examples. Till yesterday, let's take an example of healthcare. Now, we had one of the biggest crises in the world called the COVID. There were well-funded companies in US, in Europe. We responded by creating two solutions. We had one solution where we became the world's biggest factory. Adar Poonawala created the best manufacturing facilities in the world. We had, Bharat Biotech create its own vaccine and own solution. Now both the models worked. The models worked is that there will be one guy who will create a product, there is another guy who will create capacity. So my assumption is Indian IT industry will follow similar trends. Some will repurpose themselves to become product platforms and maybe realize that our real power is in application use cases. That somebody will say every content on YouTube cannot be verified only by AI. AI also needs a supervisor. Somebody will say that there are new applications being born. It's the same way. All of you have now started using AI for your travel planning. But do you still need a human to tell you, whether it is through TripAdvisor or through whatever, that whether it is working or not? So the world needs humanizing, the world needs tools, and all of us who embrace human touch and AI tools, I think we are in a great shape.
So you see the transformation of Indian IT companies into maybe product services companies, in that sense, bringing in platforms which can be used across services or maybe industries in that sense?
As I said, two different models. I personally believe hybrid will happen.
Okay.
One is the product side and one is the, the services side. So let's take an example, which we are doing at IONOS.
Yeah.
I go and tell a consumer, and we do this workshop called Run, Change and Grow. Obviously, Run is focused more on cost transformation. Change part is, if you adopt technology, what is it that will be more efficient for you and how does it pay back? Grow is, can I help you grow your business? Right? Now, clearly, one way of doing it is that I do it as a service. Run is cost transformation. People call it as managed services. People call it as managed transformation or whatever. And in the grow part of it, we are using, let's assume I come to you and say that I'm going to use your data, but I think the Times Group can now, monetize it a little better. I mean, if people can probably look at A or B or C. I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's e-commerce. It's the same thing that an Amul that we all admire started by being a cooperative dairy and selling milk. Today they sell burrata and the cheese. They sell mithai. They sell sugar-free, ice creams because they realize the milk is 80 rupees a kg or 100 rupees a kg, but yogurt is at 400 rupees a kg and a cheese is 600 rupees a kg. So my belief is that this will be a hybrid model. We will continue to sell the milk, which is the services, but we will move up the value chain and we will sell cheese or sugar-free mithai.
Now, you spoke about cost management here. One of the biggest arguments made about is the efficiency gains from AI. as someone who has been, into this business and you've been providing products to companies, what is the kind of actual efficiency gains through AI?
It depends on process to process. So let's first accept a fact. The fact today is that in industry, we had more than 50 to 60% of work which was more of process compliance. It was like quality testing. You had to put in a process tool, and then on that tool you put mechanical or manual or a human to make it through this. Now that particular process, I think the gain is 80%. Because I can automate that process to the tune of 80%, and 20% I only need to validate and revalidate. Now similarly, if I were to take a blind guess on when the BPO industry matures and starts adopting, today my service offering, it says because of my usage of Intellimate, we call it an Intellimate, the agentic AI platform, that Intellimate usage on the call center, whether it is answering emails or whether it is answering queries or whether it is rebooking, whatever. I mean, you can think of any complex environment, I can guarantee 30% saving. So that means I'm using 30%, minimum 30% less manpower. I mean, agentic AI is not free.
Yeah.
I mean, it has also got a cost because I have to pay the infrastructure guys, for whatever time that I'm using. But let us say the minimum wages in US is $20. Even if I put all infrastructure costs, it cannot cost more than $2. So there is a cost saving and there is an efficiency saving. So yes, over a period of time, I think in the technology side also, both on engineering, development and deployment, I think the BPO industry will get to about 50% efficiency gain, and IT technology industry would be 30%.
We had a speaker previously who spoke about the fact that AI could be a challenge to labor workforce in India. What is your thought on that?
It's the same way, I'm sure, different parts of the industry have written different obituaries. Robo started cleaning your house. I mean, you thought Kantabai will go away. When you had a washing machine, you assumed that Ramu would not be required. Last 10 years, at least 7 years, we've been talking about driverless cars. And people have gone on to write 7 years ago that a new car would be configured. I mean, think about it. Tesla has been driving for 11 years, so it's not that it has come in today. Now, people wrote the obituary of the piston engine. So, all I'm trying to say is that we tend to create a panic when it does not exist. Number two is, it is not that the jobs will go away, it is that the jobs will get reconditioned. They got recreated. You guys in the media industry should know better. I mean, in media industry, you have seen the change. I mean, this cordless mic is the change. I mean, it's not that your sound system engineers have gone away.
True.
So, all I'm trying to remind all of us here is that we have no choice but to adopt the tools. We have no choice but to be ahead of the curve. But it doesn't mean that we are not needed. That's the only thing I can re-emphasize is self-learning or skilling or upskilling or being able to understand that because you are now attacking the processes itself, it's not enough to be left-brained. It is better that you are right-brained and left-brained both.
One of the big issues or concerns which comes into being is the assessment of IT companies. you've been a CEO and an MD, and every quarter after quarter, you had been presenting metrics to analysts and investors. How do you think those metrics are now going to change with respect to AI? What should be the way to look at companies, whether they are AI configured or compliant, or they are AI ready?
I mean, interesting question. I didn't think about it, but I think, our analysts tend to have very stereotyped questions. The stereotype questions have been about
how many people you hired,
how many engineers, how many BPO, how many large deals have you signed, and I have never ever seen a question, what is your R&D question? So if we just take a pause for a minute, how is a CEO evaluated? A CEO is evaluated, number one is on his thought leadership, right? Number two, the CEO is evaluated on the way he or she harness the power of all the stakeholders, which includes employees, which includes the board, which includes the environment that you live in. So for want of better words, let's assume it is the people power. So number one, we said thought leadership. Number two, we said people power. People here is all the stakeholders.
Yeah.
And number third is on the value creation. I think the focus is extraordinary on the value creation and the short-term measures. Nobody questions is that will a TCS or Infosys or a Tech Mahindra or a Wipro pivot itself to work with 30% less people and still be able to grow the business?
That's the question now people are asking as well.
But that's a question that you analysts don't ask. You are asking from media. But I am sure in their boardrooms, at least in Tech Mahindra boardroom, we started pivoting towards it by putting in enough R&D expenditures. We call it the Maker's Lab. We did it with academia. We did it. And today at IONOS, my biggest expenditure is my foundry. My biggest expenditure is when we are experimenting with various tools and coming up with the solutions. So my belief is that the day we start questioning on thought leadership and how we are changing, I think we are getting the right matrix up in the market.
So the traditional matrices like how many employees you added during a quarter, or for that matter the EBITDA margin, or the how many total contract value you gained during a quarter, does not mean anything now?
I did not say no. All I said is that value creation matrix have to get only 1/3 of the weightage. Today they get 90% weightage. When an analyst asks you a question, I am never saying that was a wrong question.
Why
Every
is that?
question is right.
Why is that actually? If the narrative needs to change.
Listen, it's the same way. If I am looking at, you might say that if I'm just taking any transformation program, you might say that the growth rate of India at 8% is the only question that matters. Whereas if I go and ask people on the street, they will want to know health for all, clean water for all. They would want to know education for all. How do I reduce the gap between education imbalance, and so on and so forth, right?
Yes.
Now, all I'm asking is that when it comes to your country, you are willing to ask Prime Minister Modi these questions. Now, why can't an analyst who's an educated guy ask relevant questions to the CEO so that he's able to get a better CT scan of the company?
Do you think going forward, we're going to see the analysts, of course the media as well, asking these kind of questions where what is the kind of revenue per employee that you're generating? What is the kind of R&D expenditure that you're doing? And what is the kind of return on investment for that R&D investment?
I think, they're all good points. I'm not denying it. All I'm saying is the three pivots again. Align it. Like for example, at IONOS, I am saying that I will create products and platforms. I will monetize the data. Number 3 is that I will provide cyber security because the amount of data that we are creating, AI is equal to data and data is equal to cyber security. The other way of doing it is cyber security and AI are inseparable. And I am focusing on both. Now that's my bold statement. If you want to analyze what am I doing for it, then I would have a matrix which will determine what is my product roadmap and am I meeting that product roadmap. Then the third part of it is, if I'm meeting that product roadmap, if I were to go out in the external market, what is the valuation I will generate? So that is the way that you will value me. It's the same way. I'm sure you want to evaluate companies on what they are, what they want to achieve. The challenge is that at this stage, you're ignoring, everybody is being, pushed under the carpet called an AI. Whereas the real reason for relative slowdown, and it's a minor slowdown. It's not that, you guys are not happy with 6%, 7% growth. Think about it.
ये दिल मांगे मोर ना सर. दिल मांगे मोर.
मांगो यार ले लो. But anyway, coming back, आप लोग अगर if you analyze it differently, we all, thank you for navigating geoeconomics. Now, geoeconomics, whether it is China, America, whether it is China, Taiwan, whether it is China, Japan, what is the narrative today? The narrative is all rules of, global trades have been forgotten. That is the narrative. And the narrative is, people said, it's a, ambiguity in the market. There is no certainty by any standards. And number third is that, God knows, who writes all those tweets or whatever they are, his forum is called. How can somebody have 140, 150 tweets in 4 hours? And then you have to interpret the policy of the largest economy of the world because of those tweets or from those tweets. Now you think a larger company which is taking, whether the company is called a JP Morgan in US or a SBI, do you think they can take a long-term view on financing export trade?
Based on the tweets? No.
No. So that is the reality of the geoeconomics. Na? If that geoeconomics is so unstable, some of the decisions are being shelved. It doesn't mean that the requirement is going away. It only says is that, guys, there is a pause button on your screen. And if you are looking at that pause button, it is nothing wrong with it. While what is imperative to keep the lights on, that work is happening. What is imperative to improve customer experience, that work is happening. So it is not that a SBI or a JP Morgan will ever stop in improving their customer experience. So my only request again is to media, analysts, and the, overall stakeholders is that, guys, basic equation. The world is going towards more technology. There is no conversation that happens where you do not discuss technology. And who will provide that technology? We are the people who will provide that technology. Most of you have heard this from Satya Nadella. When he did his roadshow last week, you heard him. Obviously, the paradigm shifts are happening. He also made a point. He did not say he's going to sell more of Microsoft OS. He also said more products, more platforms, more, bringing the population of 8 billion people on to usage of AI.
You spoke about AI equal to data, data equal to cyber security, and you're working on that as well. Is there a big opportunity available for Indian companies in cyber security?
So first let's look at it. That in a current environment, one day NVIDIA chips are available to you and one day they are not available. One day, you know, if you do a scenario planning of Atmanirbhar Bharat, everybody talks about rare earth. How many of us have taken into account that one day there was a George Fernandez who banned Coke, who banned IBM, who banned everybody? Now, that day we did it to multinationals.
Yes.
Tomorrow it happens to us and we are not allowed to import technology. Where do we stand? Can we manufacture one TV? Can you manufacture one phone? Can we manufacture a washing machine or anything which has got electronics word written in it?
Or a chip in it.
Right. No, electronics is equal to chip also. Na? I mean, a typical car will have about 150 chips. So, it is not that, you know, a car will run on without the chips. So, my point is that it is, now, this was the hardware part of it. What about the software part of it? I mean, can you think of amount of software that we end up importing? And whether it is, if we are going to become a Atmanirbhar Bharat, we will have to take into account that there is a strain in the geoeconomic systems, and the more we are prepared. So when you asked a question about cybersecurity, my point is we have addressed it beautifully. We have said all data centers to be now based in India because we are trying to control the source, which is data.
Localization, basically.
No, it's not localization. And it is the localization of the data storage.
Storage.
Right. So my point for your consideration is, that's only one part. Do I provide a network security from my product? Do I provide a cloud security from my product? Do I provide an AI security from my product? I mean, think of all the big names. It's a Cisco, Palo Alto, Microsoft, I mean, Cloudflare, Zscaler, I mean, you name it. So the point again and again I'm trying to re-emphasize is, if we have to become self-reliant, the way we have to build our capabilities is, we have to have an option B for everything. And particularly for cybersecurity, it is better to have a level of control, because that's your, it's not only for protection. It's not only for resilience. Tomorrow it's impossible. I mean, there are companies in Russia, China, and God knows where, which have made a business out of asking for ransomware. You know, you would be surprised. In UK, they are planning to table a law where they say that no country will ever pay any ransomware. That means UK is recognizing that the companies are blackmailed and they have to pay ransomware if they want to get their own data back.
There was a time when, you know, many countries said, you know, we will not negotiate with terrorists. It's something like saying that we will not negotiate with for any ransomware, right? It's similar to that.
You know, it's impractical. Look at it. Let us say you are an insurance company. Now your data about Sajit, age this much, this ailment, this medical record, this much of insurance, and the beneficiary is your wife or whoever. Now, do you want that data to be in public domain? Now, it's easy to say, I will not negotiate, but when it becomes millions and millions of people and their data, the only way to do is make your backbone a lot more stronger. So if you were asking about cyber security, I think there's a lot more work to be done by India Incorporated. The model will be hybrid. I mean, I will learn from Cisco. I will learn from Huawei. I'm not saying that I'm not going to learn, but I need to become Atmanirbhar. And number two, yes, it's an opportunity, because if the data is increasing at the rate of about 70% year on year, that means you need the rail guards also.
You know, we are talking about setting up of 10 gigawatt of data centers over in the next 5 years or so. That's the kind of enormous, capacity that we are building up. Do you see enough Indian companies working on cybersecurity as this is an opportunity for them as well?
I can only say thank you for asking me. I mean, IONOS is working on it. So my first, and I'm launching it on 9th of January, is on resilience. That means we will keep your data in such a way that you can recover it in 15 minutes so that at least you are not being blackmailed. So I'm launching it on 9th of January in Mumbai. Number two, I think on the prevention side, I mean, I was trying to get Mr. Jay Chaudhary to come here. I mean, most of you would know that he's the founder of Zscaler. And we are working on, creating a cloud-based, AI-based service offering. I mean, obviously, the brain, or what they call as their zero trust platform, is coming from them. But yes, companies are working and companies are going to capitalize. And my young company of 21 months is already ahead of the race.
Another big question which comes in is that are companies investing incremental, expenses into cybersecurity, or is it part of the overall IT spend that they're doing?
Interesting question, but I must give you a data. If I look at medium to large enterprises around the world, the number would be 200 million plus. If I look at what is called the CSOs, the Chief Cybersecurity Officers, I think the last count was about 50,000. So 200 million businesses, it could be, I mean, I'm talking medium to large or small to large. We have only 50,000. So that means only 50,000 people will be running a budget for cybersecurity. Rest of them would be run by the CFO or the CIO or the CTO or maybe the business owner. I'm not saying they don't spend money, but that budget could be in somewhere else. So, I think there is a general consensus, and maybe you want to take a vote or maybe you want to ask that question to the people here, Sajid, but, and that's why you have heard people protecting their phone. That's why you have heard people recognizing that every IoT device is a threat. That's why you have heard the military recognizing that while there will be hundreds of drones, but those drones can be a gateway to their cybersecurity. So I think there is a consciousness. How many of them are setting aside money? How many of them are setting aside, a budget for it? Or more important is creating specific cells. I think the answer is a lot more to be done.
A lot of IT deals that happen, which are transformation in nature, now have AI embedded as part of it. It means you have to give it to them, otherwise the client doesn't take it. Do you see cybersecurity also as part of those deals now going forward, where one portion of that big transformation deal will be with respect to how cybersecurity packages or partners are integrated into the deals?
I mean, at least for the software that we have been developing for the last 10, 11 years, it's a requirement. How safe and secure. On one side, you're looking at, 100% production ready software, but the production ready software also means, is it cyber secure? I mean, so tokenization, encryption, they've become part of the software that you develop, and particularly which interfaces with the external world.
Which basically means that the Indian companies will have to collaborate not only with global companies with respect to cybersecurity, or maybe Indian companies like yours who are making products for cybersecurity as part of the integrated play.
again, I don't want to answer for everybody, but I can tell you that cyber security inside, AI inside is more prominent than what Intel inside used to be when I was growing up in a PC.
The next topic which I just wanted to get your thoughts on is the H-1B visa. It's a very contentious topic. Trump has been after these visas. The regulatory mechanisms have been tightened. Costs for visas have gone up. How do you see Indian companies faring in this environment?
So enough has been said about this. So I don't want to, tell you what you all have already learned. What have you learned up till now? Number of H-1B visas applied by Indian companies have anyway been on reduction year after year. Indian companies. Who are applying more are the American companies who have GCCs here. This is statistics, it is data. Number two is Indian companies have recognized this as a threat, and you have seen almost all large companies have set up either local centers in US or nearshore centers. That means I'm not breaking a sweat. Number third, even during COVID, when nobody traveled, there was no need to go for a visa. The businesses were executed. That means working from home, whether it is a call center or whether it is a software development, thanks to that period, unfortunate period in COVID, attained a level of maturity that we are no longer dependent on H-1B visas. Without travel, we were able to execute our projects. So I think between you and me, I think it is till you guys, that is the US Commerce Secretary and India sign that trade agreement. This is, I think posturing. Now, I can read in the same newspaper, and I know somebody will say, this leader is objecting, Elon Musk, or whether it is Tim Cook, that this is a wrong law. Somebody can object that, it benefits India, or somebody will say that they've gone to the judiciary. The President Trump did not have the powers. The good news is that it's good for the noise. It is not impacting the business, and the business knows how to manage it.
And your big clients are anyways coming to India for setting up the GCCs.
It doesn't matter. As I said, I've taken in account everything. And I told you, unfortunate time of COVID, but look at the best outcome of it. So I think we reach that level where, there will be one project out of 10 million projects having a temporary setback because somebody is not able to travel or somebody, and it will impact individuals. So don't get me wrong. An individual who has to wait in front of the US Embassy and being denied an interview and his family is stranded or his children's education is suffering, there is a consequence. But that consequence is limited to the individual discomforts. And but in general, I think Indian IT industry is matured and it is not impacting them.
CP, it's been a pleasure talking to you today and being so candid on various issues with respect to the Indian IT. Thank you very much. Today.
Thank you, Sajid. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gurnani, for that, and thank you, Sajid, for that insightful conversation and a very important analysis on the IT sector in India right now.
And on that note, we break for lunch, but the conversations are far from over. Join us after lunch for captivating discussions on emerging trends in the automotive industry, the role of gold in volatile times, the consumption patterns, and also the intersection of digital startups with traditional business models.
So, ladies and gentlemen, lunch is served just outside in the hall, in Shah Jahan Hall. We'll request you to be back here by 2:30 p.m. 2:30 p.m. please, because we've got a stellar lineup of speakers. We will have Mr. Nitin Gadkari also coming in later in the day. A quick thank you to our partners. Presenting partner IDFC FIRST Bank, knowledge partner Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, gold investment partner World Gold Council, celebration partner Radico, the spirit of excellence, insurance partner Axis Max Life Insurance, associate partner Adani, growth partner Government of Uttar Pradesh, state partner Government of Uttarakhand, infrastructure partner NBCC, outdoor partner Times OOH, and outdoor partner Timda Delhi Airport.
And of course, don't forget to share your thoughts on social media using hashtag IC2025. The lunch, as Sumit mentioned, is now being served at Shah Jahan. Please join us back at 2:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Welcome to the land of dreams and determination. Witness the unprecedented growth of India's crown jewel, Uttar Pradesh. Driven by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji's vision of $5 trillion economy, the government of Uttar Pradesh, under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath ji, is setting new benchmarks in foreign investment, international partnerships, and transformative governance. In the past decade, the state has demonstrated trailblazing development across multiple sectors, especially in building world-class infrastructure, reaching even the last mile. Uttar Pradesh now boasts the largest expressway network in the country, with 7 operational and 6 upcoming expressways. It is emerging as the heart of India's logistic revolution, benefiting from a major share of both the eastern and western dedicated freight corridors. Powered by the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, Uttar Pradesh is making mobility seamless and efficient. As a top achiever in ease of doing business, Uttar Pradesh has simplified over 4,000 regulations, repealed outdated laws and decriminalized minor offences, strengthening the state's industrial and manufacturing capabilities. To support this growth, Uttar Pradesh has invested in building a robust digital ecosystem that delivers essential services, clearances and permits to investors. Platforms like Nivesh Sarthi, Nivesh Mitra and the online incentive management system have offered over 500 services to 1.6 million users, with additional support provided by more than 115 Udyami Mitras. In 2023, the state made headlines with the Global Investors Summit in Lucknow, attracting investment intents worth $450 billion. It extended its global outreach through roadshows in 16 countries and 21 cities, building lasting international partnerships. Uttar Pradesh is now inviting top global and Indian universities to establish campuses in the state, adding to its growing innovation ecosystem. Even amidst this modernization, the state celebrates its rich cultural and spiritual heritage. From Kashi, the world's oldest living city, to the sacred towns of Ayodhya and Mathura, Uttar Pradesh remains the land of gods and sages. Walk the Buddhist circuit, retracing the journey of Lord Buddha through historic landmarks spread across the state. With its abundance of eco-tourism destinations, a diverse landscape and unmatched Indian hospitality, Uttar Pradesh offers visitors an experience of lifetime. Powered by leadership and legacy, Uttar Pradesh is now the definitive destination for sustainable growth and truly an investor's paradise.
you've arrived. No. Is it when your name means many things, many people? Or when your signature becomes a currency? Or is it when the only approval you need is your own? Is it when you stand tall amidst giants? Just when and how do you know you've arrived? Tough question. Because when you start to feel like you're almost there, little voice writes, best yet to come.
Let's make your next chapter the best one yet. IDFC FIRST Private Banking. The best is yet to come.
Amrita Vishwavidyapith is more than a university. It's a transformative journey where values and world-class learning converge. Founded under the guidance of Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, affectionately known as Amma. Amrita is ranked 8th in India by NIRF Rankings 2025, accredited with NAC A++, and granted Category 1 autonomy by the UGC. With 10 campuses across India, Amrita brings together peak for themselves. In 2025, we achieved a 92% placement rate with the highest CTC reaching Rs 80.49 lakhs. With 300 plus active collaborations with top-ranked universities worldwide, Amrita offers dual degrees, study abroad programs, research internships, and global exchanges. At Amrita, we don't just educate, we inspire, we nurture minds, we uplift communities, we transform lives. Come, become. Become is how you come to be someone or something. Become better than you were yesterday. There is a time to become. It's now. And there's a place that lets you become. It's here. Amrita Vishwavidyapith. Come, become.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
I'm calling from India. My name is
सवाल जब उठा तो सामने आए सैकड़ों सच। सवाल ने ही तोड़ा ताकत का गुरूर और जोड़ा देश को। एक तिनके सा सवाल तूफान उठा सकता है।
सच्ची नियत और पक्के इरादे से पूछा जाए तो मेरा तजुर्बा कहता है एक सवाल कुछ भी कर सकता है।
नाविका कुमार के साथ देश पूछ रहा है सवाल पब्लिक का। टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत पर।
एंड ऑफ द मंथ और ये बची कुची सैलरी, इतने में क्या ही मिलेगा यार।
इतने में तो सिर्फ सोना ही मिलेगा।
सोना? तू ठीक तो है ना?
गोल्ड ETF, 200 रुपए हो या कम, इन्वेस्ट विद जस्ट अ डीमैट अकाउंट। एंड द बेस्ट पार्ट, ये रेगुलेटेड है एंड इट्स बैक्ड बाय रियल गोल्ड।
क्या बात है यार।
Gold ETF. It's Aaj Ka Gold. A simple way to diversify and balance portfolios with 200 rupees or less.
वन है सेब दास्ताने वन है सेब दास्ताने से पत्रों में हो
अपनों का भरोसा आप और आपके लिए एक्सिस मैक्स लाइफ के टर्म प्लान्स का भरोसा।
एक्सिस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस,
भरोसा तुम हो।
आराम से हाँ। सामान देना भैया।
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो पिट्टू की पर्ची में देखो ना, कहाँ गई पर्ची?
नमस्ते
जी।
हाँ? मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हील चेयर, ये आपका और ये आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग की बात तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है? टिफिन लाया।
थैंक यू।
अरे पर्ची मिल गई।
पर्चे में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
This Christmas, the gifts that matter aren't found under a tree.
1,
2,
3. They are moments you carry
That's beautiful.
long after the season fades.
Check it out, magic potion.
Stories that stay, shape, and stir something in you.
I have a surprise for you.
Bells ringing. This year, unwrap the films that gum memories. Big holiday binge. 25th December. Thursday all day long. Only on MN Plus.
The 311-hectare Jaywar Logistics Hub, next to Noida International Airport, is set to become a major engine of UP's growth.
यूपी अनलिमिटेड पोटेंशियल का प्रदेश हो चुका है। देश की सबसे तेज विकसित अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में उत्तर प्रदेश ने आज अपने आप को स्थापित किया है।
Jaywar forms one of North India's strongest logistics network. Together, projects worth 5,881 crore are creating a powerful rail-road air logistics triangle for the region. Jaywar will handle 1.44 million TEUs of container traffic and 7.9 million tons of bulk cargo every year. With fast imports, reliable handling and efficient exports, Jaywar serves as a powerful logistics backbone for semiconductor manufacturing.
Jaywar Logistic Hub and Noida International Airport are set to become a major milestone in Uttar Pradesh development. These two mega projects will not only create lakhs of new jobs, Together, they will not just boost the UP's economic growth, but will also play a significant role in strengthening India's economic development.
By creating more than 1 lakh jobs, the hub will play a major role in boosting the state's economy. Jaber Logistics Hub, powering India's semiconductor future and UP's $1 trillion economy journey.
Deep dive, the story behind the numbers. Markets move fast, too fast. One small change, one quiet signal, and everything shifts. Deep dive doesn't just keep up, it gets ahead. We track the signals before they become headlines. Deep dive, the story behind the numbers.
Zoom, the grooviest entertainment channel. Zoom keeps you turned on with the trendiest music. With the latest happenings of Bollywood.
Favorite है, आप प्लीज मुझसे और कुछ मत बुलवाइए.
Get to know your favorite stars one-on-one.
आपके रिक्वेस्ट, आपके गाने, आपके मैसेजेस के साथ
सारे सिलेक्ट कर रहे हैं अपना फेवरेट गाना रिक्वेस्ट. क्या आपने अपना फेवरेट गाना रिक्वेस्ट किया? ओनली ऑन रिक्वेस्ट वाला शो.
ऑकवर्ड थॉट्स, टैबू टॉपिक्स या आपकी कोई स्टोरी हो, मैं सुनूंगा बिना जज किए. अब सीक्रेट्स नो मोर.
हाय, दिस इज ए रहमान. और जानी मेरे बारे में बहुत से अनसुने और मजेदार किस्से.
देखिए मेरे फेवरेट सॉन्ग
पूरे महीने.
Sizzle with the stars, groove to beats, and vibe with Bollywood. Zoom.
जिंदगी के कई मौसम अनुभव किया मैंने. हालात बदले, लोग बदले. अगर कुछ नहीं बदला तो बाबूजी की सिखाई हुई एक बात. तो कहते थे जब नींव मजबूत हो तो फिर चाहे वक्त के उतार चढ़ाव कैसे भी हो, हम उनका डट कर सामना करने में सक्षम होंगे. बिल्कुल इस पेड़ की तरह जिसकी नींव भी टिकी है निस्वार्थ भावना और सहनशीलता जैसे आदर्शों पर. ऐसा ही एक अटूट रिश्ता जोड़ता है आपके साथ IDFC फर्स्ट बैंक. विश्वास, पारदर्शिता और सच्चाई का. ये है ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट, क्योंकि इनको आपकी सफलता में अपनी जीत दिखती. मैं तो जुड़ चुका हूं इनके साथ, आप भी जुड़ जाइए ना. IDFC FIRST Bank, always you first.
How do you know that you've arrived? Is it when your name means many things to many people? Or when your signature becomes a currency? Or is it when the only approval you need is your own? Is it when you stand tall amidst giants? Just when and how do you know you've arrived? Tough question, Rick. Because when you start to feel like you're almost there, a little voice inside says, best yet to come.
Let's make your next chapter the best one yet. IDFC FIRST Private Banking. The best is yet to come.
Amrita Vishwavidyapita is more than a university. It's a transformative journey where values and world-class learning converge. Founded under the guidance of Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, affectionately known as Amma. Amrita is ranked 8th in India by NIRF Rankings 2025, accredited with NAC A++, and granted Category 1 autonomy by the UGC. With 10 campuses across India, Amrita brings together peak for themselves. In 2025, we achieved a 92% placement rate with the highest CTC reaching rupees 80.49 lakhs. With 300 plus active collaborations with top-ranked universities worldwide, Amrita offers dual degrees, study abroad programs, research internships, and global exchanges. At Amrita, we don't just educate, we inspire, we nurture minds, we uplift communities, we transform lives. Come, become. Become is how you come to be someone or something. Become better than you were yesterday. There's a time to become. It's now. And there's a place that lets you become. It's here. Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. Come, become.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromising. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
I'm calling from India. My name is
सवाल जब उठा तो सामने आए सैकड़ों सच। सवाल ने ही तोड़ा ताकत का गुरूर और जोड़ा देश को। एक तिनके सा सवाल तूफान उठा सकता है।
सच्ची नीयत और पक्के इरादे से पूछा जाए तो मेरा तजुर्बा कहता है एक सवाल कुछ भी कर सकता है।
नाविका कुमार के साथ देश पूछ रहा है सवाल पब्लिक का। टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत पर।
एंड ऑफ द मंथ और ये बची कुची सैलरी, इतने में क्या ही मिलेगा यार।
इतने में तो सिर्फ सोना ही मिलेगा।
सोना? तू ठीक तो है ना?
गोल्ड ETF, 200 रुपए हो या कम, इन्वेस्ट विद जस्ट अ डीमैट अकाउंट। एंड द बेस्ट पार्ट, ये रेगुलेटेड है एंड इट्स बैक्ड बाय रियल गोल्ड।
क्या बात है यार।
Gold ETF. It's Aaj Ka Gold. A simple way to diversify and balance portfolios with 200 rupees or less.
नो व्हाट हैपेंड? एक्शन बोलती है ना, मैंने बिल्डिंग से जंप मारा और
फिल्म वालों को प्रोटेक्शन मिलता है यार। बॉस, ये क्रिकेट नहीं है। वो हीरो बाउंसर लगा ना तो गेम ओवर है ना? बॉस, तेरा गेम ओवर। डोंट वरी, मेरे पास फुल शॉट है।
अपनों का भरोसा आप और आपके लिए एक्सिस मैक्स लाइफ के टर्म प्लान्स का भरोसा।
एक्सिस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस,
भरोसा तुम हो।
आराम से आराम से। हाँ। सामान देना भैया।
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो पिट्टू की पर्ची में देखो ना, कहाँ गई पर्ची?
नमस्ते
जी।
हाँ? मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हील चेयर, ये आपका और ये आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग की बात तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है? टिफिन
थैंक यू।
अरे पर्ची मिल गई।
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
This Christmas, the gifts that matter aren't found under a tree.
1,
2,
3.
They are moments you carry
That's beautiful.
long after the season fades.
Check it out, magic potion.
Stories that stay, shape, and stir something in you.
I have a surprise for you.
Bells ringing.
This year, unwrap the films that gum memories. Big holiday binge. 25th December. Thursday all day long. Only on MM+.
The 311-hectare Jaywar Logistics Hub, next to Noida International Airport, is set to become a major engine of UP's growth.
यूपी अनलिमिटेड पोटेंशियल का प्रदेश हो चुका है। देश की सबसे तेज विकसित अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में उत्तर प्रदेश ने आज अपने आप को स्थापित किया है।
Jaywar forms one of North India's strongest logistics network. Together, projects worth 5,881 crore are creating a powerful rail-road air logistics triangle for the region. Jaywar will handle 1.44 million TEUs of container traffic and 7.9 million tons of bulk cargo every year. With fast imports, reliable handling and efficient exports, Jaywar serves as a powerful logistics backbone for semiconductor manufacturing.
Jaywar Logistic Hub and Noida International Airport are set to become a major milestone in Uttar Pradesh development. These two mega projects will not only create lakhs of new jobs, together they will not just boost the UP's economic growth, but will also play a significant role in strengthening India's economic development.
By creating more than 1 lakh jobs, the hub will play a major role in boosting the state's economy. Jaywar Logistics Hub, powering India's semiconductor future and UP's $1 trillion economy journey.
Deep dive, the story behind the numbers. Markets move fast, too fast. One small change, one quiet signal, and everything shifts. Deep dive doesn't just keep up, it gets ahead. We track the signals before they become headlines. Deep dive, the story behind the numbers.
Zoom, the grooviest entertainment channel. Zoom keeps you turned on with the trendiest music. With the latest happenings of Bollywood.
फेवरेट है, आप प्लीज मुझसे और कुछ मत बुलवाइए।
Get to know your favorite stars one-on-one.
आपके रिक्वेस्ट, आपके गाने, आपके मैसेजेस के साथ
सारे सेलेब्स कर रहे हैं अपना फेवरेट गाना रिक्वेस्ट। क्या आपने अपना फेवरेट गाना रिक्वेस्ट किया? only on request वाला show.
Awkward thoughts, taboo topics या आपकी कोई स्टोरी हो, मैं सुनूंगा बिना जज किए. अब secrets no more.
Hi, this is A.R. Rahman.
और जानी मेरे बारे में बहुत से अनसुने और मजेदार किस्से.
देखिए मेरे फेवरेट सॉन्ग
पूरे महीने.
Sizzle with the stars, groove to beats, and vibe with Bollywood. Zoom.
जिंदगी के कई मौसम अनुभव किया मैंने. हालात बदले, लोग बदले. अगर कुछ नहीं बदला तो बाबूजी की सिखाई हुई एक बात. तो कहते थे जब नींव मजबूत हो तो फिर चाहे वक्त के उतार चढ़ाव कैसे भी हो, हम उनका डट कर सामना करने में सक्षम होंगे. बिल्कुल इस पेड़ की तरह जिसकी नींव भी टिकी है निस्वार्थ भावना और सहनशीलता जैसे आदर्शों पर. ऐसा ही एक अटूट रिश्ता जोड़ता है आपके साथ IDFC फर्स्ट बैंक. विश्वास, पारदर्शिता और सच्चाई का. ये है ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट, क्योंकि इनको आपकी सफलता में अपनी जीत दिखती. मैं तो जुड़ चुका हूं इनके साथ, आप भी जुड़ जाइए ना. IDFC फर्स्ट बैंक, ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट.
How do you know that you've arrived? Oh. Is it when your name means many things to many people? Or when your signature becomes a currency? Or is it when the only approval you need is your own? Is it when you stand tall amidst giants? Just when and how do you know you've arrived? Tough question, because when you start to feel like you're almost there, a little voice inside says, "The best is yet to come."
Let's make your next chapter the best one yet. IDFC FIRST Private Banking. The best is yet to come.
Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeeth is more than a university. It's a transformative journey where values and world-class learning converge. Founded under the guidance of Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, affectionately known as Amma. Amrita is ranked 8th in India by NIRF Rankings 2025, accredited with NAC A++ and granted Category 1 autonomy by the UGC. With 10 campuses across India, Amrita brings together peak for themselves. In 2025, we achieved a 92% placement rate with the highest CTC reaching Rs 80.49 lakhs. With 300 plus active collaborations with top-ranked universities worldwide, Amrita offers dual degrees, study abroad programs, research internships, and global exchanges. At Amrita, we don't just educate, we inspire, we nurture minds, we uplift communities, we transform lives. Come, become. Become is how you come to be someone or something. Become better than you were yesterday. There's a time to become. It's now. And there's a place that lets you become. It's here. Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Come, become.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromising. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
सवाल जब उठा तो सामने आए सैकड़ों सच। सवाल ने ही तोड़ा ताकत का गुरूर और जोड़ा देश को। एक तिनके सा सवाल तूफान उठा सकता है।
सच्ची नियत और पक्के इरादे से पूछा जाए तो मेरा तजुर्बा कहता है एक सवाल कुछ भी कर सकता है।
नाविका कुमार के साथ देश पूछ रहा है सवाल पब्लिक का। टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत पर।
एंड ऑफ द मंथ और ये बची कुची सैलरी, इतने में क्या ही मिलेगा यार।
इतने में तो सिर्फ सोना ही मिलेगा।
सोना? तू ठीक तो है ना?
गोल्ड ETF, 200 रुपए हो या कम, इन्वेस्ट विद जस्ट अ डीमैट अकाउंट। एंड द बेस्ट पार्ट, ये रेगुलेटेड है एंड इट्स बैक्ड बाय रियल गोल्ड।
क्या बात है यार।
Gold ETF. It's Aaj Ka Gold. A simple way to diversify and balance portfolios with 200 rupees or less.
वन है सेब दास्ताने, वन है सेब दास्ताने, से पत्रोव में होश, सुई चुकना कुंग पोश। वन है सेब दास्ताने, वन है सेब दास्ताने, से पत्रोव में होश, सुई चुकना कुंग पोश।
You know what happened? एक्शन बोलती है ना, मैंने बिल्डिंग से जंप मारा और फिल्म वालों को प्रोटेक्शन मिलता है यार। बॉस ये क्रिकेट नहीं है। वो हीरो बाउंसर लगा ना तो गेम ओवर है ना। बॉस तेरा गेम ओवर। डोंट वरी, मेरे पास फुल शॉट है।
अपनों का भरोसा आप और आपके लिए एक्सिस मैक्स लाइफ के टर्म प्लान्स का भरोसा।
एक्सिस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस,
भरोसा तुम हो।
आराम से आराम से। हाँ। सामान देना भैया।
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो पिट्टू की पर्ची में देखो ना, कहाँ गई पर्ची?
नमस्ते
जी।
हाँ? मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हील चेयर, ये आपका और ये हाँ। आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग की बात तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है? टिफिन
थैंक यू।
अरे पर्ची मिल गई।
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
This Christmas, the gifts that matter aren't found under a tree.
1,
2,
3.
They are moments you carry
That's beautiful.
long after the season fades.
Check it out. Magic potion.
Stories that stay, shape, and stir something in you.
I have a surprise for you.
Bells ringing.
This year, unwrap the films that become memories. Big Holiday Binge. 25th December. Thursday all day long. Only on MN Plus.
The 311-hectare Jaywar Logistics Hub, next to Noida International Airport, is set to become a major engine of UP's growth.
यूपी अनलिमिटेड पोटेंशियल का प्रदेश हो चुका है। देश की सबसे तेज विकसित अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में उत्तर प्रदेश ने आज अपने आप को स्थापित किया है।
Jaywar forms one of North India's strongest logistics network. Together, projects worth 5,881 crore are creating a powerful rail, road, air logistics triangle for the region. Jaywar will handle 1.44 million TEUs of container traffic and 7.9 million tons of bulk cargo every year. With fast imports, reliable handling and efficient exports, Jaywar serves as a powerful logistics backbone for semiconductor manufacturing.
Jaywar Logistic Hub and Noida International Airport are set to become a major milestone in Uttar Pradesh development. These two mega projects will not only create lakhs of new jobs, together they will not just boost the UP's economic growth, but will also play a significant role in strengthening India's economic development.
By creating more than 1 lakh jobs, the hub will play a major role in boosting the state's economy. Jaywar Logistics Hub, powering India's semiconductor future and UP's $1 trillion economy journey.
Deep dive, the story behind the numbers. Markets move fast, too fast. One small change, one quiet signal, and everything shifts. Deep dive doesn't just keep up, it gets ahead. We track the signals before they become headlines. Deep dive, the story behind the numbers.
Zoom, the grooviest entertainment channel. Zoom keeps you turned on with the trendiest music. With the latest happenings of Bollywood.
फेवरेट है, आप प्लीज मुझसे और कुछ मत बुलवाइए।
Get to know your favorite stars one-on-one.
आपके रिक्वेस्ट, आपके गाने, आपके मैसेजेस के साथ
सारे सिलेक्ट कर रहे हैं अपना फेवरेट गाना रिक्वेस्ट। क्या आपने अपना फेवरेट गाना रिक्वेस्ट किया? ओनली ऑन रिक्वेस्ट वाला शो।
Awkward thoughts, taboo topics या आपकी कोई स्टोरी हो, मैं सुनूंगा बिना जज किए। अब सीक्रेट्स नो मोर।
Hi, this is A.R. Rahman.
और जानिए मेरे बारे में बहुत से अनसुने और मजेदार किस्से। देखिए मेरे फेवरेट सॉन्ग पूरे महीने।
Sizzle with the stars, groove to beats, and vibe with Bollywood. Zoom.
जिंदगी के कई मौसम अनुभव किया मैंने। हालात बदले, लोग बदले। अगर कुछ नहीं बदला तो बाबूजी की सिखाई हुई एक बात। तो कहते थे जब नींव मजबूत हो तो फिर चाहे वक्त के उतार चढ़ाव कैसे भी हो, हम उनका डट कर सामना करने में सक्षम होंगे। बिल्कुल इस पेड़ की तरह जिसकी नींव भी टिकी है निस्वार्थ भावना और सहनशीलता जैसे आदर्शों पर। ऐसा ही एक अटूट रिश्ता जोड़ता है आपके साथ आईडीएफसी फर्स्ट बैंक। विश्वास, पारदर्शिता और सच्चाई का। ये है ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट, क्योंकि इनको आपकी सफलता में अपनी जीत दिखती। मैं तो जुड़ चुका हूं इनके साथ, आप भी जुड़ जाइए ना। IDFC FIRST Bank, always you first. How do you know that you've arrived? How? Is it when your name means many things to many people? Or when your signature becomes a currency? Or is it when the only approval you need is your own? Is it when you stand tall amidst giants? Just when and how do you know you've arrived? Tough question, because when you start to feel like you're almost there, a little voice inside says, the best is yet to come.
Let's make your next chapter the best one yet. IDFC FIRST Private Banking. The best is yet to come.
Amrita Vishwavidyapita is more than a university. It's a transformative journey where values and world-class learning converge. Founded under the guidance of Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, affectionately known as Amma. Amrita is ranked 8th in India by NIRF Rankings 2025, accredited with NAC A++ and granted Category 1 autonomy by the UGC. With 10 campuses across India, Amrita brings together peak for themselves. In 2025, we achieved a 92% placement rate with the highest CTC reaching Rs 80.49 lakhs. With 300 plus active collaborations with top-ranked universities worldwide, Amrita offers dual degrees, study abroad programs, research internships, and global exchanges. At Amrita, we don't just educate, we inspire, we nurture minds, we uplift communities, we transform lives. Come, become. Become is how you come to be someone or something. Become better than you were yesterday. There's a time to become. It's now. And there's a place that lets you become. It's here. Amrita Vishwavidyapita. Come, become.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromising. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
I'm calling from India. My name is
सवाल जब उठा तो सामने आए सैकड़ों सच। सवाल ने ही तोड़ा ताकत का गुरूर और जोड़ा देश को। एक तिनके सा सवाल तूफान उठा सकता है।
सच्ची नियत और पक्के इरादे से पूछा जाए तो मेरा तजुर्बा कहता है एक सवाल कुछ भी कर सकता है।
नाविका कुमार के साथ देश पूछ रहा है सवाल पब्लिक का। टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत पर।
एंड ऑफ द मंथ और ये बची कुची सैलरी, इतने में क्या ही मिलेगा यार।
इतने में तो सिर्फ सोना ही मिलेगा।
सोना? तू ठीक तो है ना?
गोल्ड ETF, 200 रुपए हो या कम, इन्वेस्ट विद जस्ट अ डीमैट अकाउंट। एंड द बेस्ट पार्ट, ये रेगुलेटेड है एंड इट्स बैक्ड बाय रियल गोल्ड।
क्या बात है यार।
Gold ETF. It's Aaj Ka Gold. A simple way to diversify and balance portfolios with 200 rupees or less.
नो व्हाट हैपेंड? एक्शन बोलते ही ना मैंने बिल्डिंग से जंप मारा और फिल्म वालों को प्रोटेक्शन मिलता है यार। बॉस ये क्रिकेट नहीं है। वो हीरो बाउंसर लगा ना तो गेम ओवर है ना? बॉस तेरा गेम ओवर। डोंट वरी मेरे पास फुल शॉट है।
अपनों का भरोसा आप और आपके लिए एक्सिस मैक्स लाइफ के टर्म प्लान्स का भरोसा।
एक्सिस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
भरोसा तुम।
आराम से हाँ। सामान देना भैया।
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो पिट्टू की पर्ची में देखो ना, कहाँ गई पर्ची?
नमस्ते
जी।
हाँ? मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हील चेयर ये आपका और ये आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग की बात तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है? टिफिन
थैंक यू।
अरे पर्ची मिल गई।
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं। अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
This Christmas, the gifts that matter aren't found under a tree.
1,
2,
3.
They are moments you carry
That's beautiful.
long after the season fades.
Check it out, magic potion.
Stories that stay, shape, and stir something in you.
I have a surprise for you.
Bells ringing.
This year, unwrap the films that gum memories. Big holiday binge. 25th December. Thursday all day long. Only on MN Plus.
The 311-hectare Jewar Logistics Hub next to Noida International Airport is set to become a major engine of UP's growth.
यूपी अनलिमिटेड पोटेंशियल का प्रदेश हो चुका है। देश की सबसे तेज विकसित अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में उत्तर प्रदेश ने आज अपने आप को स्थापित किया है।
Jewar forms one of North India's strongest logistics network. Together, projects worth 5,881 crore are creating a powerful rail-road air logistics triangle for the region. Jewar will handle 1.44 million TEUs of container traffic and 7.9 million tons of bulk cargo every year. With fast imports, reliable handling and efficient exports, Jewar serves as a powerful logistics backbone for semiconductor manufacturing.
Jewar Logistic Hub and Noida International Airport are set to become a major milestone in Uttar Pradesh development. These two mega projects will not only create lakhs of new jobs, together they will not just boost the UP's economic growth, but will also play a significant role in strengthening India's economic development.
By creating more than 1 lakh jobs, the hub will play a major role in boosting the state's economy. Jewar Logistics Hub, powering India's semiconductor future and UP's $1 trillion economy journey.
Deep dive, the story behind the numbers. Markets move fast, too fast. One small change, one quiet signal, and everything shifts. Deep dive doesn't just keep up, it gets ahead. We track the signals before they become headlines. Deep dive, the story behind the numbers.
A nice test. Oh, we're back. Okay, this was just a test actually for all of you guys, if whether you were actually listening to us or not. So, did you hear us or no? Okay, great. Round of applause. Thank you for coming back from lunch. I'm sure you're invigorated. So, can we hear a round of applause for yourselves? We need a little bit of energy after lunch. Yaar, itna acha khana khaya hum sabne.
All right, this feels like a post-lunch session now. Welcome back. This is where vision meets policy. Like I was saying, this is where leaders speak and nations listen. Welcome to IDFC FIRST Bank presents Times Network India Economic Conclave. Let's thank our partners. Presenting partner IDFC FIRST Bank, knowledge partner Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Gold Investment Partner, World Gold Council, Celebration Partner, Radico, the Spirit of Excellence, Insurance Partner, Axis Max Life Insurance, Associate Partner, Adani Growth Partner, Government of Uttar Pradesh, State Partner, Government of Uttarakhand, Infrastructure Partner, NBCC, Outdoor Partners, Times OOH, and Timdar Delhi Airport.
And ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to use the hashtag IEC2025 to share your thoughts, photos, suggestions, comments. I know a lot of you have been sharing photos and tweets. So thank you so much for that. And we, as always, would love to keep hearing thoughts and your suggestions on this.
Absolutely. In fact, let's now start the second half of the day, which focuses on the state that is increasingly being called one of India's most ambitious growth frontiers. I'm talking about Uttar Pradesh. With a population of around 25 crore people, a rapidly expanding road as well as expressway network, new airports, industrial corridors, defense corridors, the state is now positioning itself as a multi-sector investment hub.
Absolutely. Now, before we invite up our next speaker, here's a quick look at a short audio-visual.
Welcome to the land of dreams and determination. Witness the unprecedented growth of India's crown jewel, Uttar Pradesh. Driven by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji's vision of $5 trillion economy, the government of Uttar Pradesh, under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath ji, is setting new benchmarks in foreign investment, international partnerships, and transformative governance. In the past decade, the state has demonstrated trailblazing development across multiple sectors, especially in building world-class infrastructure, reaching even the last mile. Uttar Pradesh now boasts the largest expressway network in the country, with 7 operational and 6 upcoming expressways. It is emerging as the heart of India's logistic revolution, benefiting from a major share of both the eastern and western dedicated freight corridors. Powered by the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, Uttar Pradesh is making mobility seamless and efficient. As a top achiever in ease of doing business, Uttar Pradesh has simplified over 4,000 regulations, repealed outdated laws, and decriminalized minor offences, strengthening the state's industrial and manufacturing capabilities. To support this growth, Uttar Pradesh has invested in building a robust digital ecosystem that delivers essential services, clearances, and permits to investors. Platforms like Nivesh Sarthi, Nivesh Mitra, and the online incentive management system have offered over 500 services to 1.6 million users, with additional support provided by more than 115 Udyami Mitras. In 2023, the state made headlines with the Global Investors Summit in Lucknow, attracting investment intents worth $450 billion. It extended its global outreach through road shows in 16 countries and 21 cities, building lasting international partnerships. Uttar Pradesh is now inviting top global and Indian universities to establish campuses in the state, adding to its growing innovation ecosystem. Even amidst this modernization, the state celebrates its rich cultural and spiritual heritage. From Kashi, the world's oldest living city, to the sacred towns of Ayodhya and Mathura, Uttar Pradesh remains the land of gods and sages. Walk the Buddhist circuit, retracing the journey of Lord Buddha through historic landmarks spread across the state. With its abundance of eco-tourism destinations, a diverse landscape, and unmatched Indian hospitality, Uttar Pradesh offers visitors an experience of lifetime. Powered by leadership and legacy, Uttar Pradesh is now the definitive destination for sustainable growth and truly an investor's paradise.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now joined by Mr. Vijay Kiran Anand, IAS. He's the Chief Executive Officer at Invest UP, as he leads us on a journey on Uttar Pradesh as an investment destination. Now, under his watch, Uttar Pradesh has developed one of India's largest land banks and 7 operational expressways. Please welcome on stage Mr. Vijay Kiran Anand. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much.
distinguished policymakers, business leaders, members of the Times Network Group, and distinguished guests. It's an absolute privilege and honor to be representing UP state government in this August gathering and this wonderful national platform. I'm thankful for that, and on behalf of the entire team working under the Honorable Chief Minister of UP, we would like to share that not only the transformation of UP over the last few years, also present to you the kind of offerings and the kind of ecosystem that is being diligently planned and laid down for our esteemed investors. A short presentation within the time frame that is given to us. We all have seen or felt the transformation of UP. Honorable Chief Minister started with the main building blocks of departmental governance and improving on the indicators you would have seen. Now it is the second largest economy in the country, a burgeoning middle class, a lot of aspiration, a lot of dynamism in the economy, and we would want you to be part of that. We all need the feedback and the active participation of our esteemed investors. UP is one of these states which has 10 plus cities of 1 million plus population, a great improvement in indicators, be it in health, education, sanitation, urbanization, and so on. And as you can see, with the contribution of the central flagship schemes, we've always been piggybacking on that and ensuring there is a lot of good convergence. UP has been consistently awarded as a leading achiever in all the central government schemes, and the indicators have shown that. And with that, we have the 250 million plus consumer market is ready to be tapped there, and most sectors are showing an inflection point with the critical mass of large anchor investors, MSME base, and so on. And that's a great opportunity for any sector, cluster, or anchor investor to tap onto. And each department is moving to systemic, smart governance through technology, through team construct, and long-term vision as well. So under the Honorable Prime Minister and Chief Minister's leadership, you had $6 trillion vision for UP with long-term goals and a medium-term goal of $1 trillion. We had 20% manufacturing growth rate of last year, consistently over the last few years, 10% plus GSDP growth rate. And we continue to do further enhancement improvements with continuous engagement with our stakeholders. The building blocks are there. You would have seen some of the indicators are eye-catching. 10 years ago, we had 500 factories being registered every year. Last year, we registered almost 4,000 factories, and this year the target is almost 8,000 factories laid down, for which we are working very hard as a team. We had 2 lakh plus STEM graduates emerging every year, 8,000 plus education institutes. So there are large talent pool to be tapped. Many of the cities are labor force suppliers for the entire country and the world, and we want to retain that talent, and a lot of clusters emerging across the state for which effort has been made. The manufacturing growth rate is over the last few years has been consistently about 20%. And in each sector, we've had traditional sectors where there has been comparative strategic advantage of UP, like food processing, dairy, animal husbandry, and so on, steel, cement, and so on. Some of the new sectors where UP has emerged, we are 55% plus manufacturing of smartphones. All the 7 nodes of defense corridors have taken over. We have 60 plus companies now of defense production, including BrahMos being a thing. We have the new airport in Jewar coming, and that in Noida, Greater Noida, ADA, Yamuna Authority area has 100 plus GCC, a lot of IT, ITS companies, and service sector hub. We have emerging destinations like Lucknow, Kanpur, Varanasi, Agra, and so on. And all other infrastructural requirements like electricity, water supply, UP is blessed now with a revenue surplus state, with an electricity surplus state. This is all the building blocks for an inflection point. The biggest transformation story has been the investment in infrastructure and the diligent planning that has gone. You would have seen we have 7 now operational expressways and 6 upcoming now. 5 international airports, including the biggest one in Asia and the second largest in the world, coming up in Jewar. 16 domestic airports. We have the largest railway network in the country now. We have dedicated freight corridor, large presence of that. We have inland waterways, first inland waterways of India, and many more coming up. Lot of investment there. We have a very good MOU with railways where we provide railway sidings on demand for our esteemed investors. All the trunk infrastructure is there, and there is a huge land bank being created, almost 70,000 acres of land bank. There is greenfield, ready to move land. On the expressways, around 18,000 acres of land bank has been created with good connectivity, with backward and forward linkages. We have a new industrial authority for many of the new sectors like solar, defense, pharmacy, red category industries which can be offered land bank in Bundelkhand Industrial Development Authority, which is almost 25,000 acres of land has been acquired. 20,000 acres more is going to be acquired, and that's going to be a next big investment destination for energy sector and such other industries. As you can see, the defense corridors have taken off, and this infrastructure story now, state-of-the-art plug-and-play infrastructure is also being developed. A lot of investment has gone into this infrastructure, and now we can boast, UP can boast of world-class infrastructure for our esteemed investors, and there is a dedicated allotment policy with transparency and facilitation for the investors to allot these policies with very robust data systems. So, as I mentioned about the building blocks created, one was the infrastructure. There is also a lot of effort on making sure that the ease of doing business, the seamless journey of the investors, right from intent to MOU, to conversion to groundbreaking and commercial operation, and post that hand-holding also. There are dedicated teams working across sectors, trying to make sure understand the business plan of our esteemed investors and try to facilitate them at every stage, front-end them at every stage, and making sure that there are almost 200 plus relationship managers at the state level, at the district level. The targets for the $1 trillion initiative, the sectoral policies operationalization is monitored right from Honorable Chief Minister's office to the CM dashboard. Every district and the district magistrates are given target, every departments are given target. We've had 4 groundbreaking ceremonies so far with almost 12 lakh crores of grounding happening, and we are coming up with one more now very soon, and there will be further groundbreaking of around 5 lakh crores of investment, almost leading to 38% conversion rate of the MOUs being signed with our investors. So we have robust supply chain network as well. A lot of investment has happened in logistics. We've had almost 40 plus proposals of logistics hubs. A multimodal logistic hub is coming up in Dadri, and other warehousing and logistics proposals were sanctioned by the government, subsidized by the government, and many of our investors have set up or in the process of setting up these logistics hubs. As I mentioned also about the land bank. The focus from the beginning has been transparency, accountability, and proactive administration with speed and time-bound clearances. And for that, a policy-driven ecosystem was the central pillar and the pivot around which it happened. Each sector, there was a diligent effort to make sure, understand the benchmarking across the states, across the globe, and come up with the best policy. So we can claim that we have, in terms of benchmarking, we have the best policies, the most comprehensive and wide-ranging network of incentives and benefits that we offer to the customers leading up to the thing, and constantly evolving with the feedback from the stakeholders. Some of our sectors have yielded very good results, like energy sector, our bioenergy policy has led to 150 plus CBG plants. Our defense and aerospace policies has led to 7 defense corridors taking on. Our industrial policy, no state is offering the kind of customized packages that we are offering for strategic investments. No state is offering the deep front-end land subsidies that we are offering. We are one of the few states which are offering 75 to 80% front-end land subsidies for Fortune 500 companies for foreign direct investments with a low threshold value and very timely clearances of these. So, the processes are routinized, processes are transparent. Our cabinet sits almost every 15 days. Our higher sanctioning committees sit every week and process on a time-bound manner. We are focusing in a big way We are seeing a lot of action in our foreign direct investments, foreign capital investments, and global fortune company investments. And to tap onto that, we've had a lot of market intelligence of many companies diversifying from China and other countries, and we are targeting those and chasing those companies. So dedicated front desks are established for this. We're working with the embassies in these countries, with the chambers of commerce and industry associations in this, with investors, one-on-one understanding their business plan and facilitating them end-to-end for all their requirement of infrastructure and clearances. So we are seeing a lot of action on Japan, Taiwan, Singapore, Germany, France, and so on, and regular delegations of these from our state are going to these countries, and vice versa. Top CEOs are visiting, and hopefully this will lead to rich dividends in the coming years. And we would want you to please be part of this. We've had many positive advantages in many of the traditional sectors where we've been strong of. We have focusing on some of the sectors in a big way, like textiles, because it's a large labor multiplier, particularly women workforce. We've been a textile hub. Noida has almost 10 lakh people working there. We had Varanasi Weaver Cluster, Badoi Carpet Cluster, Lucknow clusters, but we wanted to improve on this and create more clusters, bring in more investors, integrated value chains. On that, we are targeting pharma and chemicals in a big way. Electronics component manufacturing has been a story in UP. We've had large companies in UP, and we want to work further on that, inviting big companies, offering them cluster-based and other kinds of supports and incentives. Auto and EV manufacturing, we've had a large base, but we want to improve upon that. So we have dedicated teams working with subject matter experts, working with these sector associations and anchor investors. One of the critical things we are focusing on GCC. I've seen many of the people from the GCC space participating today. We had the most, NASSCOM has admitted it, that we've had the most comprehensive wide incentive framework for GCC and state-of-the-art policy. And we are having Greater Noida as a GCC destination. We are happy to facilitate even GCC through our GCT desks investments. You would have seen the transformation of Varanasi, Gorakhpur, Ayodhya, Prayagraj as displaying our cultural heritage to the world. That has led to UP becoming the #1 tourism destination for domestic and foreign tourists. And we want to make sure that the economic multiplier of the tourism sector reaches things with the Buddhist circuit, with the Hindu circuit. You saw what happened in the Mahakumbh this year with a lot of economic multiplier on that. So our tourism policy offers a lot of benefits and a single window system for our esteemed operators, tour operators and hospitality chains and companies, and we invite all of them to be part of this tourism sector transformation and growth that is happening in the city, in these cities and in UP in general. I mentioned about textiles and apparels. We have a very robust policy. We have the dedicated teams working with sourcing companies, textile companies, regular engagements with them. Our Honorable Chief Minister is himself leading this initiative to set up like the PM Mitra Park in Hardoi and other textile clusters. We are ready to offer customized packages and incentives to our esteemed textile investors. And there is a dedicated skill mission and a dedicated Kaushal Connect still working under Invest UP, who would be linking you to the talent pool required for apparel and textile clusters. I mentioned about GCC. This is going to be huge, $200 billion opportunity. 3,000 GCC is going to be by in the next 5 years. And we've already had a lot of presence, and we have very comprehensive incentives there. And emerging destinations like Lucknow, where we had very recently IBM, we had HCL's largest presence there, we have SIFI, we had Genpact coming to Lucknow, Noida has 100 plus GCCs established and more coming up very rapidly, and we look forward to more and more IT, GCC, life sciences, pharma companies coming and setting up their research centers there, and we would work with them very closely for the linkages in terms of talent pool, through our Kaushal Connect cell, through our, we have a robust network with credit developers, with business parks setting up companies, the big players, the medium-sized players to set up these world-class facilities for them, plug-and-play facilities for GCC players, even support like tax structures and statutory approvals and so on, with a single window set up under the Invest UP. We are the largest consumers of electric vehicles. Our EV policy has been one of the success stories so far, and we are encouraging EV manufacturing across the state with our dedicated land bank and policy benefits. We are looking forward to, we already have business plans of a lot of companies, our OEMs. We have Tata Motors and Ashok Leyland plants in Lucknow. We have a lot of the vendor ecosystem partners also working in UP so far, but we need more, and we look forward to having from this sector as well a lot of further investments into UP. I mentioned about the policy benefits that we think, the wide range of policies, including capital and the flexibility that we offer. The focus is not just on Western UP and the NCR belt. The focus is to encourage industry to set up in Purvanchal, Bundelkhand and Madhyanchal region. Very few states are offering the kind of incentives, including 300% GST reimbursement for Bundelkhand and Purvanchal areas that UP is offering. We are offering even customized packages for strategic investors. And all our policies have seen a lot of letter of comforts being given, a lot of interest shown by investors, and we look forward to this list growing year after year. As you can see, the growth has been across the state. Eastern UP is emerging as a cement and steel manufacturing hub. It is already a tourism hub, and a lot of other action is happening on textile clusters and so on. There are dedicated parcels set up for dedicated industries. There is a pharma park coming up in Bundelkhand. We are looking forward to more and more investment. There are 7 defense corridors also being set up. There are greenfield lands available for customized sector-specific clusters being set up, or anchor investors coming. We are even monetizing land which is unused, including of government land and SIC units, and a lot of global companies and Fortune 500 Indian companies are participating in these monetization exercises. And we have robust policies for private industrial parks and business parks to set up under different business models, be it design, build, finance and operate and transfer model, or revenue sharing model, or up for a sale of land, and for leasing models, long-term leasing models. One of the important emphasis of the Honorable Chief Minister has always been the ease of doing business. We have very robust data systems. We've been consistently rated as achiever status by Government of India and other independent bodies, and we are continuously improving that. There has been rapid process reengineering for departments. The number of fields in the forms have reduced to less than 50% now. Number of documents to be uploaded have been reduced. A large extent, touch points have been reduced. There are dedicated relationship managers in the field and at the state level working with the investors, front-ending them for transparency and time-bound clearances. This is monitored at the highest level periodically from the CM command center and dashboard, CM level dashboards, and making sure that the investor is given time-bound approvals and clearances without any harassment or any kind of inconvenience. And we continue to improve on this ecosystem. I think we have 7 development authorities. Normally states have 1 development authority, but considering the large population and the landscape that we have Noida, Greater Noida and Yamuna Authority and the NCR region. We have UP State Industrial Development Authority, which I head, which has 176 industrial estates all across the state, almost 10,000 acres of land bank available, which can be monetized. Regular allotments keep happening. Our ads keep coming out. We have almost 18,000 acres of land available across the expressways with good connectivity. And all these authorities have very robust, transparent systems and data systems engaging with the investors. Yeah. So these are some of the investors who have already set up, and we have a lot of testimonials from them. We would be happy to have you engage with them to understand their experiences and what kind of journey they've had, and hopefully we'll have many more of them, allowing us to engage with them further and facilitate them further. Across sectors, we've had a critical mass of companies now looking for further growth and inflection. UP needs a lot of investors and people like you setting up with your animal spirits the business plans in UP, and we are there to facilitate. I'm here on behalf of the state, under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister, to not just invite you, but assuring you that we'll be engaging you. Hopefully, we'll be able to actually facilitate a lot of you, but to co-create, co-create with you, to partner with you in a long-term basis. We invite you all to participate in the journey, the transformative journey that UP is showing and leading up to its $1 trillion journey, and be part of that journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Anand, for that detailed roadmap of how Uttar Pradesh is now positioning itself for the future. You're, of course, pointing out at how Uttar Pradesh is now setting the gold standard when it comes to investment. And speaking of gold now, let's move across to our next session. Gold has historically been a safe haven during periods of uncertainty, and 2025 was no exception. Gold prices reached unprecedented record highs this year. For India in particular, the world's second largest consumer, gold serves multiple roles.
Absolutely. It's been a meteoric rise for gold. Now, our next speaker brings over 35 years of experience from some of the world's leading financial institutions. He started his career at, no surprises for guessing, Goldman Sachs, and held senior roles at UBS and Credit Suisse, where he most recently served as the global head of fixed income macro products. Now, as CEO of the World Gold Council, David shapes the conversation around gold's vital role in global markets. He often says, and I quote, "With global debt soaring, gold isn't just a safe haven, it is the compass investors need in uncertain times."
In fact, his impact goes beyond finance. Through sheer determination, he has already summited Mount Everest 5 times between 2005 and 2017, raising over 1.5 million pounds for the NSPCC, including the first ever North to South Traverse. His inspiring journey was brought to life in the film Sulphur and White, with the proceedings then going to the NSPCC's vital work. Please join me with a big round of applause in welcoming David Tate, a CEO, World Gold Council, who will be in conversation with Hina Gambhir, news editor, Times Now, on the new gold order.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, David, you didn't tell us this. Gold is scaling new heights, so have you. Why don't we start by talking about that?
Sure. Well, thank you, everyone, for having me. I'm very flattered. Yes, Everest. I've lucky enough to climb it 5 times on behalf of a children's sexual abuse charity in London. We've raised a lot of money. I stumbled into it. I had many opportunities to raise money. I tried everything, jumping out of planes, crashing cars, doing everything, but finally I stumbled across Everest, and it's been very lucrative.
Fantastic. So your journey actually began with Goldman Sachs to World Gold Council. If I would ask you to help us understand how the journey of gold has been from your time at Goldman Sachs to now at World Gold Council.
It's a little bit unusual, but to be honest, the only asset class, I was a trader at Goldman Sachs and right the way through my career for 35 years. And ironically, the only asset I didn't trade in all that time was gold. And many of the reasons I have now had this role is because I'm trying to fix the very reasons I didn't trade gold during all that period. I left the industry, the investment banking industry, in 2016 after fighting a losing capital battle, and you now know where Credit Suisse ended up. and now I'm at the World Gold Council trying to fix the very reasons that I personally shut down all gold and commodity trading at Credit Suisse globally. I'm trying to fix the very reasons I now did that.
But what is it that something that used to be considered as a dead asset wasn't lucrative then, but is extremely lucrative right now? I mean, what's really happening with gold? It's on fire. I mean, 2025, what a golden year it has been for the yellow metal.
Absolutely. Well, I am at pains to tell my board of 35 large-scale gold miners that it's all down to me. But I've tried to convince them that it's all me, but I'm not really sure I'm getting through. I believe the main reason that gold has rallied over the last 3 to 4 years, and many people have got hypotheses, but I'm very sure of this, is the ever-increasing levels of sovereign debt throughout the world. I believe that tariffs and the macroeconomic stories that we see every single day are more or less sideshows to the underlying fear that people have deep down inside them that at some point, perhaps, sovereign debt will run away with itself. You saw an example of that maybe in April with Scott Bessent when he had to intervene. If that ever happened, no academic has even figured out how we fixed that. And so that's what I think has been underpinning all gold buying over the last few years.
And where do you see it going from here? Do you think even 2026 is going to be similar to what we saw in 2025 vis-a-vis gold?
Yes, I do. I think there are 6 really good reasons why gold should go higher. I think it's deregulation in China, which some of you may have heard about. I think that's going to produce an enormous push to gold. I think what's happening in Japan with an older generation passing on trillions of dollars to a younger generation who are adept and experiencing inflation and stress in their lives for the very first time. What's happening here with the younger generation grasping ETFs and other digitalized forms of gold alongside their jewelry, which they will never discard. Then you've got the debt I mentioned, and then you've got interest rates, and you've got the currency and geopolitical stress that we've grown to live with over the last few years, somewhat bizarrely. But how many times do you hear the word nuclear exchange mentioned nowadays? 10 years ago, that would freak everybody out. Now it's almost a daily occurrence. So all those things point to a much higher gold price, in my honest opinion. But you would expect me to say that because I run the World Gold Council.
But if you're saying that the trend is going to continue for some more time, essentially you're telling us this era of fear and uncertainty is going to stay for some more time, even though Donald Trump, the US president, keeps saying again and again that he's ended many wars, he's going to end many other wars as well.
He has his own interpretation of success, shall we say, and it differs from mine. I think the only blot on the gold horizon could be a situation where Mr. Trump, who is remarkably lucky, gets really lucky with the US economy, manages to generate 6 to 7% growth, manages to close his current account deficit, and manages, if he's lucky, to project the long-term $37 trillion debt pile as coming down at some point in the relatively near future. That is what no one's really expecting him to pull off, to be perfectly frank. And if he did that, the people who have been moaning or calling currency debasement, that contingent of people, I think they would have a different problem on their hands. And that is perhaps the top of the gold market. But probability adjusted, Mr. Trump pulling that off, I think it's a very low probability. There's far more reasons why gold will go higher in the future than lower.
You're saying that's the only occasion that could really dent this rally or stop this rally?
In my honest opinion, yes, because I don't think it's driven by Ukraine. I don't think it's driven by discussions about Taiwan. I don't think it's driven by tariffs. I think these things come, these things go. The one thing that has not gone and has only got worse is the financial stress generated by profligate governments. And the UK, where I'm from, is one such government, can't stop spending, doesn't have any growth, can't stop spending, and in order to justify its existence, it borrows and then borrows and borrows. And eventually markets and investors grow tired of that. and eventually that bubble will burst. And when you saw Mr. Trump introduce his tariffs in April this year, you saw the entire US dollar yield curve, instead of steepening, it jumped in one big jump, which was a loss of trust moment, which none of us had ever seen before. That's when Mr. Besant stepped in. And because if that yield curve had stayed elevated, the ability for the US to fund itself, fund its deficits, fund the interest on its deficits would have been questionable. And that is maybe too strong a term, but a financial Armageddon that we should all really be rather worried about.
Bottom line is the rally is going to continue. This era of uncertainty is here to stay. Any level that you have in mind, because brokerages are looking at some $6,000, I mean, in the near future by 2026?
I am duty bound not to mention any numbers, but privately I will always mention them. But $6,000, I would say, feels very close.
Very close, like 2026?
It would not surprise me if you look at the rate of increase that we've had over the course of the last year. It does amuse me sometimes when we get people who used to occupy my seat at investment banks predicting with a 4,400 gold price as an example that by Christmas 27 it's going to be $4,600. You know, those really brave economists out there. I think that's a bit laughable. I think it's very likely to be a lot higher. I'd be very surprised if it's not. I would be surprised if Mr. Trump managed to pull it off. But like I say, that is the one thing in my mind that would tip the balance slightly against it. But watch that debt pile, to me, is the biggest thing.
Interesting. At least you've given us some number. Talking about another reason that's really leading to this kind of a rally in gold that we are seeing, the central banks across the world, in some countries specifically, buying a lot of gold. Why is that happening? Is it normal? Because it used to be about much lower than the current levels. 400 into 500 is what we are looking at. What is the trend that we can expect?
I think it's important to understand that many central banks that we speak to as the World Gold Council, we have remarkable relationships with many of them. Many of the developing central banks have relatively low levels to their Western counterparts and are being led by that ratio of reserves. And many of them have a lot more buying to do. It's also important, in my opinion, to understand that they run their portfolios very much like individuals do, like I do, like you do. And as a consequence, feel the necessity to hold a contingent part of those reserves in gold. Many of these countries have obviously either don't have fully floating exchange rates or have gone through bouts of violent inflation or deflation and feel the need to build those reserves. Lastly, of course, they themselves are fully cognizant of the sovereign debt crisis, probably better than anybody else, and feel rightly that they should be accumulating gold. Then, of course, they're subject to the very normal news that we all are, that the world is a dangerous place, that perhaps reserves in one place that you had are no longer sacrosanct, that you might forfeit. All these reasons are contributing towards that. So I expect to see the central banks continue to buy, but they're not the sort of investors that or traders that I used to live and breathe with. They will sit patiently, I imagine, and whenever there's a retracement, they will be buying gently, consistently going forward. There is one school of thought that some central banks may reevaluate their holdings because of the nominal value has increased over the last few years. Hence, their weightings might have gone slightly higher than we imagine them to be, if you can understand what I'm saying. But I still think, on balance, the vast majority of them have a lot more gold to buy.
And Japan, in one of your interviews, you mentioned is a new entrant in this party.
Yes, it's a remarkable phenomenon. I can't quote the numbers off my head, but I think it's the vast majority of assets held in Japan are held literally in cash. I think it's, don't quote me, roughly 50% of these assets are held in cash and almost literally at home. That generation are passing that money down to younger generations. At the same time, the money managers of the old era are moving on. And now we have younger money managers who think somewhat differently, many of whom have never grown up, have never experienced inflation. For 30 years of my trading career, Japan was in deflation. They've never experienced nationalist tendencies. They've never experienced threats or tension in the region. All these things have been contributing to, I think, a great opportunity for the world, for the Japanese population to recognize the value of gold. And I think it's an enormous wallet. Again, I can't, off the top of my head, remember the numbers, but I want to say something like $4.5 trillion of assets that could be allocated to gold. And I think that's a huge driver that has been underestimated so far.
Interesting. Do you see something like this happening in India as well? Because historically, Indians have also, kept gold in their lockers. Now all of that is being passed on to the next generation. And the current generation is focusing on innovation, be it an investment or, anything that they are doing these days. Are you seeing similar kind of pattern or behavior in Indian consumers as well?
Yes, I fully expect the younger generation, which is, I think, the lowest hanging fruit around the world, which is the Indian younger generation across your country, are going to fall in love with the opportunities of investing in gold in different ways that you could say their parents never had the opportunity to. That doesn't mean to say that they're going to set their jewelry aside. I think that is embedded in your culture to a degree that it will never go away. But I do think the younger generation have the opportunity of digitalized gold, as an example, stable coins, regulated products, most notably ETFs, which I think are the real low-hanging fruit. They're easy to understand to most people, especially young people. They are listed, they're regulated, and they are backed by physical gold. I think, and the adept nature that the younger generation have with electronics, and it's the ease with which you can buy them, I think this is one of the huge growth areas, likely growth areas, and we're seeing it. The rate of ETF opens in India has been remarkable. I think we're up to 25 now. I see that as only growing, I must admit, and I honestly think the younger generation need to be listening.
What do you say about Indians and their relationship with gold? What is your assessment?
It's completely unique. It is unique throughout the world. I think it's almost hard to articulate when I go around the world. I did expect, actually, when I went my first visit to China, to witness something similar. But it's the Indian relationship with gold is absolutely remarkable. I do think that you have a great opportunity to use the assets that you have at home. I would recommend that someone figure this out in due course and somehow monetize it and get it used within your economy. I've read and understand many of the different problems and theories that come with this, but I do think it's an area of growth. I do think it's a way that people could leverage. They could leverage the assets they have. They could lend. They could collateralize. And I think it's another driver of growth for your economy going forward. Much of the gold that sits around the world has been sitting there largely redundant. In fact, just to digress slightly, we have just opened a new gold market in London called Pool Gold Interest, which is a way of central banks and other banks, the banking community, to use gold as digital collateral for the very first time. And so innovation is hitting this gold market, and I think this country is ripe to develop it and use it like no other country on earth.
Are you trying to say that, as some estimates suggest, that Indians in their homes, lockers and temples have got some 25,000 tons of gold, which is much higher than a couple of central banks even put together, that can actually be used in some way to fuel growth in the country, in the economy?
Yes, I do. I think there are obvious, and I won't get into suggesting changes to tax systems that would support that move. But if there was a way of bringing the bar and coin contingent of that gold into the open, such that it can be used, maybe digitalized, maybe leveraged, maybe lent, maybe used as collateral in the economic system of India, that could only be a benefit. I think there's many people throughout India that would benefit from that. In fact, we've seen a drop in recycling over the last few months, over the portion of this year, and in fact a 118% increase in the desire to lend and use that gold for finance. And I think that shows a microcosm of what could be used if you were able to bring some of that 25,000 tons. Perhaps, obviously, jewelry is somewhat more complicated, but the bar and coin element of that could be used in your economy far better than it is right now.
What's going to be your advice to the finance minister in this regard? Finance Minister of India. She was here this morning.
Work with the industry to find a solution. I would ask her to support the gold. I suppose it's major. Get it out into the open so that it can be used by the mainstream economy to leverage and grow. I would ask her to find perhaps even a way of a tax holiday to bring it into the open. Find a way of bringing it out into the open such that it can be used. It's sitting there redundant, and that's a travesty for this economy.
It's, the way it has moved over the last few months, it has clearly shown to the entire world that it's no longer that dead asset as many used to consider it. I was speaking with Jim Rogers, in fact, a couple of days ago, around Diwali to be precise, and I asked him, given the levels that we are seeing gold at right now, do you think it's the best time to perhaps sell some part of it and make money? He told me that he's never going to sell the gold that he owns. In fact, at every possible opportunity, he's going to buy more and more. Do you think that's the right kind of advice?
Well, this is an interesting point, because when I first joined the World Gold Council, I obviously came from investment banking where diversification is everything. And I remember sitting at my first board meeting with 33 mining CEOs, and I recommended that we diversify our personal gold holdings, at which point I almost lost my job. Such was the response. And looking back 6 years, if we had done what I had suggested, we would have lost a fortune. That being said, it's ingrained in me to diversify. It's part of my DNA as a trader. It makes common sense. And in fact, we as the World Gold Council hold to that line that gold should form part of a portfolio, not the whole portfolio, for obvious reasons. So I understand why Mr. Rogers and others that I have met feel that strongly about gold. Fiat currencies have only declined in value over time. By its very nature, you can keep printing. And that's what we see. We see these debt levels, we see this debasement, we see the intrinsic value of these currencies declining over time, and that gives the people who really, truly believe that gold is the answer to this all the fuel they need. My personal recommendation is always take a profit, always diversify, but always have gold as part of a portfolio. Just depends on your weighting. I would never have it as a tactical asset, as in don't get in, get out. Just have a different weighting, but always have it. And I think that is what you see from central banks, and that's what you see from most clever traders. However, take you back to 6 years ago. If I'd done that 6 years ago, I wouldn't have had a job by now. Something amusing, really.
Glad you didn't do that. Okay, now, there are several people in the country, in India specifically, who love gold, who always used to look at jewelry as an option to invest in gold. But that sort of has come down, because jewelry in the retail market is expensive, and most people who want to now invest in gold, they prefer other instruments. What is the outlook on that front, in your opinion?
We've seen this year's seen, I think, a 31% decline in gold jewelry purchases throughout India, but I think we've seen a 64% increase in investment flows. I think that is mirrored around the world. Obviously keenly felt in India because it has such an affinity with gold jewelry. But I would expect all these pauses in the gold price that we do have from time to time for people to readjust. I think this is mirrored around the world. I fully expect, for the reasons I have already articulated, this constant move into investment bars and coins and electronic versions of the same things, ETFs, stable coins, and other forms of regulated digital products to continue. Like I've said, I can only really see one scenario where that will shift back. But is this the end of the Indian gold jewelry industry? Absolutely not. This is embedded in your culture, and any pause, it seems to me, in the gold prices, you readjust and you continue on buying. I do think your younger generation, as I mentioned, should really focus on other forms of gold buying to sit alongside their jewelry. In fact, I think everyone should.
Do you see a mindset change already happening, moving towards the digitized versions, ETFs, etc., instead of looking at jewelry as an option?
No, I think people opening their mind. I wouldn't see a migration. I would see that, frankly, the rise in the gold price has put it on the front pages. I think many people who are totally occupied with Bitcoin and other things suddenly have noticed gold for the very first time in their lives. It's started to be front page news. People can make money from it. They're opening their mind to the ideas of these different instruments. So I see it as complementary. I see it as complementary to Bitcoin. I see it as complementary to jewelry that people have become wedded to as well. I have different opinions on different asset classes. Some that are known as crypto gold, I would be very careful of. I would wait until things move into a regulated sphere. But like I said, ETFs already are. The Genius Act in the United States is leading other asset classes, gold stablecoins as an example, into that arena. But until they are, be prepared to lose that money. I don't want to cast aspersions on that world, but there's a reason why many of them have not succeeded. Most gold-backed stablecoins are, frankly, in relative terms, relatively redundant at this point because there's relatively low use case for them, and there are better asset classes that are a lot cheaper, back to ETFs again. But I see this as a constant changing landscape, and who knows where it's going to end up, who knows what the regulations will bring in, who knows what platforms that are currently unregulated will become regulated, and how comfortable investors, funds, investment funds, pension funds will be with these assets going forward. But the one thing you must have alongside these assets, I say again, is the constant. The one thing that is the diversifier that is negatively correlated with nearly every other asset in the world. That's the important thing. And that is why Bitcoin, in my opinion, failed to function as it was designed, was that it was fully correlated with equities. So just buy more equities. What's the point of having two? But gold is distinct, and I don't think it's ever going to change its spots.
What is your biggest fear vis-a-vis gold, given what has happened with the yellow metal in the last 1 year specifically, and how things have evolved within countries, their behavior, relationship with gold, how that has evolved over the last few months?
My biggest fear for gold, my biggest fear for gold is the supply chains. I would say my biggest fear is that we do not solve for what is a bit of a travesty throughout the world, which is the artisanal and small-scale gold miners throughout the world who are supplying 1,000 tons into our market on a yearly basis, the conditions they work in and the abuse they suffer needs to be changed. This flies under the radar for many people in this room, I'm sure, and others, and I think that is a blot on the gold landscape that we need to solve. And so for India, that has a relatively nascent investment market, if it wants to force itself into the front of the investment community globally, it needs to make sure that supply chains are secure, that you can rely on them, you know where the gold has come from, you know who has dug it up, and you can prove that. That setting your stall out in that regard, which is a real mission of mine, will make an enormous difference to international investors around the world and turn India into one of the major gold centers on the planet. I know it is from a jewelry perspective, But in order to attract the major asset managers and the major banks in the world to regard India in that way going forward, you need to have certainty, you need to have trust, you need to have transparency. That's the biggest threat to the market.
Trust and transparency. Now, given the current set of concerns that you have vis-a-vis gold, what are going to be some key priorities for World Gold Council going ahead?
The Indian Association for Gold and Standards, IAGES, is something that we set up over the last few years. It was a remarkable story 6 years ago when I was first introduced to the industry in India. I was introduced to something like 50 jewelers in succession over a course of 2 days. I had a lot of flowers by the end of 2 days. It was remarkable. But at the end of it, there was a clear message that the industry could do with a degree of leadership because they were all very competing peers, and it was missing some form of stake in the ground around which they could coalesce. And so we established an SRO in India called IAGES, which is up and running now, and hoping to bring on board all wholesalers and jewelers throughout your entire country. We've made a great start. I think this will be an amazing thing for your industry and for the population who buys gold. I think this is one of the most important things. And perhaps, if I could go back to your question with the finance minister, I would say, if I had one ask, it would be to advocate for this body, because trust, transparency is the future of this industry, and the complete direction of travel, whether it's regulations or compliance, is in that direction. So you tie those two things together, trust, transparency, and supply chains. That is the future of the gold industry. And be under no illusion, if you do not sit inside that tent, you will be excluded, because, without sounding too brash, that's my next Everest.
Do you think hallmarking was like a good decision?
Absolutely. It's by definition, that is the direction of travel. It's difficult for some to accept, I understand, but it has to be that way. You can imagine how a purchaser of gold feels walking up to two jewelers, one who is accredited under IAGES and has hallmarked products, where they know they come from, know they've been responsibly mined, know that they haven't used mercury getting it out the ground, know that children have not been used in mines from that accreditation, and a jeweler who doesn't have that. The people in the street, the population of the country needs to know that and be able to choose, and that's what our mission is, to make that very clear. People will have a choice. So it becomes a positive differentiator. The pressure to improve is always there and will never go away.
To wrap up this discussion, I will like to ask you one question, and that is for those investors who could become part of this rally in gold that we've seen, and also those who perhaps could not really be a part of this rally, who missed it somehow. What is the future of gold?
Future of gold. If you're an investor and you're worrying about whether to get into gold, don't hesitate. But as a trader, 35 years worth of trading, and you've got X amount to invest, and you're worried about this gold price level, buy half. It works wonders.
Got the answer there. Thank you very much, David. Thank you very much for speaking with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, David and Hina, for connecting gold's timeless appeal with today's risk environment. Now, India's consumption story is being rewritten by rising rural incomes, a young population, and a rapid expansion of formal retail. India's retail market is estimated at over $900 billion and is projected to keep on expanding with urbanization and digitization.
In fact, since IKEA entered India in 2018, it has navigated a market very different from its Western base, where price sensitivity is higher and preferences are also distinct. And the company has had to adapt its model while maintaining its core value proposition. And Sumit, I hear you're a regular at IKEA, and apparently it's not for the furniture.
No, it's It's actually for both. The food at IKEA is something that I really enjoy, and I'm sure Hina will be asking our next guest, because I might be wrong here, Hina, I'll get the clarification, but I know IKEA makes a lot of money out of the food, and if you've tried their food, it really is good. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, now our next speaker, he leads IKEA's India operations, and his insights into the evolving consumer will shed light on India's consumption story. He has seen firsthand how global brands localize for Indian price points, households, and lifestyles, from small format stores to digital first journeys. Please welcome the CEO of IKEA India, Patrick Anthony, who will be talking about how to ride the consumption wave with Hina Gambhir.
Let's hear it for Mr. Anthony.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Patrick, for joining us here at the India Economic Conclave. You know, when I told a friend of mine last evening that I'm going to actually speak with CEO IKEA India, I was told that I should ask this one question. Why did you take so many years to actually open something for people in Delhi?
It took some time. I was part of the initial team who came to India back in 2013. At that time, we decided to open in the 4 big cities. We said Hyderabad, Mumbai, Bangalore, and Delhi were where we wanted to be. We early actually bought land in Delhi. So we're building 2 big shopping centers with big IKEA stores, both in Noida and in Gurgaon. That took its time. So we have now, though, late but never entered, both with online formats and a small store in the Pacific Mall in the West. We are in Delhi for the Delhites now, but for the big store, they have to wait about 1.5 years more, unfortunately. But those who wait for something good.
By the way, that question was from a diehard IKEA consumer. So people are actually waiting for you to open many more stores in Delhi NCR. So before we talk about your strategy, what's the latest on something that you're coming up with in Noida, I believe Faridabad and Gurugram?
So we're building 2 large mixed-use developments, which is then the IKEA store as an anchor, shopping centers with about 100,000 square meters of retail. There's office, there's hotels. So 2 big centers, then one in Noida and one in Gurgaon. So soon coming up, Gurgaon should be in 1.5 years, roughly. So something very, very nice, built on a lot of sustainability, Scandinavian values. So both the shopping centers and the IKEA store are really nice.
Gurgaon one is going to take 1.5 years. What about something that's coming up in Noida?
It is even bigger. So it has, it's like a 37-floor tower and big mall, 2 connectivity to 2 metro lines. So a very complex project, but it's going to be unique in the IKEA world as sitting in a connection point of 2 metros, having a big shopping mall, office towers, a big hotel. So it's something worth waiting for also.
Can you give us a deadline, any date or month that you have in mind, or maybe a year?
Yeah, we can say 28 late maybe. So it takes its time. Yeah.
Why does it take so much of time?
Well, building big constructions, when you do it, we specify it on global standards, very high standards in sustainability. Both of them are LEED platinum buildings, so it's very high level of construction quality needed. Then building with following the law and all those things that we do as for foreign companies, it takes longer time actually. So it takes some time. Yeah.
Is it tough to do business in India, or it's getting easier?
I think it's been easier than we expected, if you put it that way. When we started, it was a lot of Europeans who said to do what you want to do in the way you want to do things with the compliance demands you have, it will be impossible to do. But we have proven on and on and on that it's absolutely not, and we have got great support both from authorities on central level and from local level on how to deal with it. And as long as you have a firm stance in what you believe in and what you do, and you hold on to it, everything is possible.
You said that you were part of that team that brought IKEA to India about 7 odd years ago in Hyderabad as the first store. Tell us a little bit about why did you pick Hyderabad then, and what is your sort of eligibility criteria when you go to a particular state or a city?
We build our business cases on the the size of the city, it's the demographic of the city, it's the traditional versus more modern. So there are many, many components when we try to find the right places to be. And as I said to the previous question, we initially decided on 4 cities which we would like to go to, then Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad, and Bangalore. And at that time we said it doesn't really matter which one we go first to. So the Telangana authorities in those days were still are very progressive and very supportive, and it was the place where it went quickest, so to speak. They gave us a lot of help on the way, and that made it possible. But then very quickly followed Mumbai and Bangalore the years to come, so it was not like a huge difference. Delhi is the one that I had to wait, unfortunately, but now we're close.
Okay, and before we talk about what's happening within IKEA India, one more question on the outlook going forward. How many stores do you have in mind, say, in the next 5 years? Any specific cities or states that you're targeting? And is there going to be some change in the way you approach the markets?
So if you just look back 10 years ago, IKEA was a very different company. We did big stores and no online anywhere in the world, basically. So today we have a very different setup. We have a different toolbox of things, how we can reach and engage the consumers. So we have the big stores that are, 30,000, 35,000, 40,000 square meters, so in very, very large buildings. And we have 8,000 square meter stores now, like in Mumbai. We have one here, which is 1,500 square meters. We have the apps, we have online, we have the remote sales. So it's a very different way of meeting the customer today. So with that, as a backbone to the question about the next steps, I would say the ambition is we have today 6 physical touch points only. We should have plus 30 in 5 years, and being present then in and around Delhi NCR, maybe a little bit up to Chandigarh, Lucknow, Jaipur. We will look down to Chennai, Pune, and then do much more deeply into Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai, where we have then the big markets.
Interesting. A lot of cities can really look forward to an IKEA in their city. Talking about the Indian consumer, how will you define an Indian consumer of IKEA?
We see various consumers here. I would say we have the young starting out group, which is, I think, the feeling why one really wants to be in India, really from the heart. There's so many young people starting out, so many young people moving into cities, and who will help them, right, to get a good life, a good start in life. And there I think IKEA really is the company, actually. So they don't really know how to do home furnishing. They have never done anything, and come to an IKEA store and go through all these room sets, see ideas, tips, how can I do with my home, yeah? And then having price points from low to high, giving these people an opportunity to start a life in the best way. That's maybe where you have your feelings, as well as the young families who have ever-changing needs. All of you here are parents. You know that your needs change every day. You have a home that was fit for 2, and all of a sudden there's a 3rd, and then everything changes, and then the 4th comes, and then something changes again. Yeah. So people with children are the also core. I think starting out and the people with children are core target groups. Then, of course, everybody's welcome. You have the people with a lot of money who loves design, and they come into IKEA and they buy a designer element. They may not buy our normal products because they don't maybe resonate with them, but there's so much high design in what we do, so there's also something for them, right? So I think we target to everybody, but if I would say core, it's young starting out, and it's people with children, young families, and who has to change their house, 10 times in a period of 15 years or so.
It's a very interesting mix in IKEA India specifically that we see. There is aspiration, and then there is affordability. How do you really maintain that balance? Because you also have got a population which does not have a lot of disposable income, but yet find something or the other in IKEA India. So how do you sort of maintain that balance?
I think the important is to localize how you meet the products. We have basically around the world the same things, more or less, right? So people do the same things around the world, but they do them slightly different in different places. So what we do is a lot of studying both low-income families and high-income families, what's going on in their home? What are the things that happens, and how can we make that a solution for them that they haven't thought of? So when they visit an IKEA store or go to our online tools, they see ideas and solutions to their problems with different levels of price points. But where we go in from is to inspire them and to find a new way of seeing a problem they might even have understood, like how do I store my shoes in a good way, or how do I store things to save morning time? How do I not just put all my shirts on top of each other in the cabinet, but I rather sort them in a certain way so they match each other. It's quickly to find. So all these things that you haven't thought of, you get that inspiration in a store. And that then you take with you home, and you take bits and pieces depending on you have a lot of money, you do maybe more. If you have a little money, you start. Because the fun thing with IKEA is that anybody can participate and start, because there's always something at their price point. And I think creating that inspiration, regardless of income, is also what we're out for.
Did you have to make a lot of changes to your product basket for India?
Not so much in the overall product range. I would say around the world, people do the same things. You wake up, you eat breakfast, you get dressed, or maybe you get dressed before you eat breakfast sometimes, depending on who you are. Then you do something. So it's the same activities that goes on. Then they go on in different rooms and in a little bit different ways. So it's super important that when we study our markets, we do a lot of home visits, try to figure out what people are doing where. An example could be a basic one, the shoe storage. In India, often you put your shoes outside the entrance door in a little rack. In Sweden, where I'm from, you would put them inside of the door in a little rack. If you live in Portugal, where I have lived, you don't take off your shoes at home. You walk through your whole apartment, and at the end of the day, you put them next to the bed inside of your cupboard that you have. So we need to figure out all these differences and meet these differences in the room settings. So when you go to an IKEA store in India, it looks radically different from an IKEA store in Japan or in Sweden. Not the products, but how we have combined them to solutions that meet your everyday need at that market. And this is really how we localize. Then we're adding a number of gap fillers, a chapati frying pan or certain tea things. The mattresses.
Because we cook also differently.
Yeah, you cook differently. But you also sleep differently, because your mattress is much harder than in Europe. You also prefer often to have patterned bed sheets, which we don't have in other countries. So we adapt partly, but the big thing is to figure out what people are doing at home, where they do it, and how then to meet that with the great products we have. Because again, people do more or less the same things, but they do them slightly differently.
Are you also sourcing locally? I guess yes, 30-odd%?
Yeah, so we have, not maybe no, but many knows, but we have been in India for 50 years already, sourcing for the global markets. So today we have about 43 local suppliers that then are producing for IKEA worldwide. We export about 400 million euros worth of home furnishing to the stores around the world, which is much more than we import, for example. So we are a much bigger producer than we are an importer. This is then also used locally, so about 30% of the sales volume is locally made. And we have ambitions to grow this, so we hope the target is 50% in 5 years. But that depends, of course, on the capabilities of the market, it depends on the price points you can get, the quality of the products you can get, and so on. But the ambition is there.
So when you're saying that you're sourcing from India for the world, is it making in India for the world or sourcing just the raw material?
No, it's to make products in India. So
You're actually making in India for the world.
Yes, yes.
Because that has been a slogan that the Prime Minister has also given. This is what the Prime Minister has told the investors, that, he wants them to make in India for the entire world. So you're already doing that for IKEA.
Yes, for 40 years already. So we were ahead of the Prime Minister, actually. But now, though, to grow that, it's important also that the local retail matches, our sales matches this. So we're now going to grow our footprint, as I said, because you need volumes to make these things work. It's working, okay. So you need the local volumes also to grow further. So now our task is to grow the local retail so we can grow export further. So
in this, what were some of the big challenges that you had to face? And what are the challenges are you facing right now which you want the government to address to be able to achieve your goals that you have for the Indian market?
Come to a quite good level, I say 400 million euros, but it's large in textiles, as India already have a very strong textile base. It's been a long history here with cotton production and so on, so we built on that. Now taking the further steps and starting to produce furniture, it's a little bit of a different challenge, because today the raw material availability, if you look at the type of raw materials we are looking for, sustainably sourced wood, we're looking at a lot of recycled materials, plastic, metals, also wood, everything now is moving. But this is not available. Modern machinery, very expensive to import. So there are many, many things that are not in place to take the next step. So here we're thinking of working, or would like to work with, and we have interest also on a kind of a home furnishing strategy, if you say it like that, to really analyze what would it take to make India the new home furnishing hub, because I think most of the qualities and so on is here. But we need to start with how is the recycled material set up in India? Can we get recycled wood? Can we get recycled metals? Can we get recycled plastic? At the moment, not really. How's the wood supply? Today we import all wood from abroad, 30% import duties. Is that good for making furniture to export? Probably not. Advanced machinery, if you want to compete on the world stage, it's modern manufacturing that has to happen, and you need the newest and the best machines. Import duties are very high on these type of machines today, so if you want to become a home furnishing producer, you probably have to change that. There's a lot on the raw material. Then it's all about standards, harmonization of standards, because if you make the same product for India as for abroad, if you have different rules in India for what kind of products you do here, you need to make two lines, and then you have a problem in the supply chain. So harmonize standards, make it easy to do local and global. How does the whole incentives to get going with home furnishings? Is there some kind of incentive system, skill buildings? I think there's a lot we can do together. We could be happy to share and to see if we can lift the whole sector, because what's good for the Indian home furnishing sectors, it's good for...
Amidst this scenario, what is it that
what's going on? If we would do the same for home furnishing, that we look at it from raw material to store, how do we make things easier for the sector to grow? Where are the pain points today? And I just pointed out raw material is a pain point, and maybe machinery is a pain point. So how would we address this to move on together? Because, again, we are super interested in it. I'm sure the whole industry is interested in it, so it's something that one can do together. It's not an IKEA thing. It's like the industry works together with the authorities to find the roadmap.
Do you see that intent? Do you think the government is willing to look at these issues? Have you raised these issues with the government?
No, we've touched so far. I think the willingness is there. We're interested. So absolutely.
Interesting. Now, as you mentioned that you are also focusing on increasing your sourcing from India to about 50-odd%. What is your assessment of Indian consumers? What is it that Indian consumers love to buy the most from IKEA India in their stores?
To make it funny, then I would say the bedroom is actually the focus area. So
Why so?
No, I think it's a room in India that is different from in many other markets, actually, because they say in Sweden it's the sleeping room. You don't do much more in a bedroom, while in India, in many family room, it's not only a bedroom, it's a study room, it's a makeup room, it has many functions, which makes it a very important room. And this is different, actually. So we sell more bedroom-related products here than in many other markets. This may be a unique one.
Okay. And let's also talk to you a little bit about the food aspect, the food business that we also see simultaneously. What are the plans going forward?
Food is very important, not only for IKEA, but also for India. So here we have a beautiful match between the two. Because don't think any country in the world is more passionate about their food than India. So great. And the story behind the food is that first store we opened in Sweden like 70 years ago, our founders saw that the couples, they came in, they looked at the furniture, and after 1 hour roughly, the man left the store with the wife because he was hungry and didn't want to spend any more time there. And then they never came. So he quickly understood that if I want to keep the family in the store, I need to feed them halfway. So that's why the food started to come already in the first store. And now it's a mandatory component of every IKEA store is the food. It's there to make people, in a way, buy more sofas. So it's a great tool, but it has also really brought the Swedishness to the store. So it's a way for us to brand ourselves as Swedish, and we should then offer a lot of Swedish products there. It's Swedish food. So you can try something new and exciting, and somehow it's a very, very popular part of the IKEA experience. So it's a quite big group who come to IKEA mainly for food, and then they will look a little bit at other things also. So who introduced this were a few of those who are food-related first. But that's totally okay, so we don't mind.
Are you planning to add some Indian dishes too, or perhaps some international cuisine?
So it's either Swedish or Indian, you can say. So we wouldn't go to put too much Italian in there. So it's Swedish for the Swedishness, or Indian for the local flavors. So we have in Hyderabad, it's biryani, and we have samosas, and we have things so that you can try also Indian food if you want. So it's the same all over. You try a bit of Swedish and a bit of local, but always as an amazing price point. So you can also feel that at IKEA I get the best value for money, not only in the furniture, but also in the food.
That business largely is not for revenue, right? I mean, how much of your revenue comes from the food business?
So about 7-8% of the turnover. So it's a big bit. At the same, that should be close. At the same time, it's not really a profit center. It's there to make people happy.
Now, we as Indians love to physically touch things when we go out shopping. For us, it's also an experience. It's also a way to go out and spend time. That's, I think, slightly different from what you see in other parts of the world. So how much do you think you've been able to bring the consumer online?
Young India, to a high degree, is online first, which is probably the first market where we're meeting this. Traditionally, we have met an offline first market. We started quite late, and we have then many markets we go to has physical retail. It's quite new. So we have about 30% of our business today is online, which is standard, I would say, around the world. We have 40, depending on the market. And so it's the same here in that sense. So people buy, interestingly enough, like a mattress that I 10 years ago said that no one will ever buy a mattress online. Everybody has to come and touch it. I think 70% of the mattresses are online. So it's, people are totally changing the behavior.
You're saying the percentage is same of online customers that you see in India and other parts of the world? No difference?
So we have between 20 and 40 around the world %, and here it's 27.
What are the targets going forward? Are you going to focus more on online, building online consumers, or physical stores?
So we're working with channel. I have a problem with this. So the idea is to meet the customer wherever he or she wants to be. So that's why this omni-channel concept with big stores outside the city, small stores in the city, always online with the app. So the consumer will choose. I think for me, of course, I prefer when a customer comes to the store, if I had to say, because the store experience is unique. We can show so many tips and ideas in real life, and they can meet the amazing coworkers we have. It's really a different experience, and that's where you can really I think, crack that connection to the brand. You fall in love with it, and you feel that, wow, I wish my home looked like this. Plus that you get good meatballs halfway, right? So it's a fantastic experience. So of course, you choose what you want to do, but from a hardcore IKEA person, the store is the best. Yeah.
Perfect. One last question before we wind up this discussion. As IKEA India CEO, what is that one thing you just love about the Indian market, Indian consumers, and one thing you perhaps are just tolerating?
For me, the overall feeling of India is optimism and the dream, or that people know that tomorrow is going to be better. That spirit of, call it happiness, willingness to go, belief is what really I love in India and in all the people I meet in our stores. It's, yeah, I'm going to get this, but then, I'm going to have that, and then I'm going to... It's very different from many other parts of the world where it's more resignated. So I'm super happy to be here. And it's the second round. Spent already 5 years here. Now it's the second time. And I'm so happy to be back because of this go-get-it attitude and knowing that tomorrow is a better day.
And what is that one thing you are tolerating?
Tolerating. Maybe what I don't tolerate. I think the queuing is a little bit of a problem, though. That when we have a little queue...
But isn't that a good thing?
Yeah, well, it's nice to have a queue, but the behavior in the queue is maybe the problem. That as a Swede, you kind of kindly stand there waiting for your turn, and then there's always an optimist or someone who takes the opportunity and squeezes in, and you're like, excuse me, I'm here also. Okay, I just took the chance. It's like this, but it's with the love. Everybody's happy to...
Yeah, even that's a good thing. If you open more stores, people will not have to wait.
True. So you're on me there. We're going to do better. We're going to do more, less queues, and better behavior.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Patrick. Appreciate you speaking with us today. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. We're lovely to be here. Thank you all.
Thank you, Patrick and Hina, for that enriching outlook and for your thoughts on that. So, Ashish, definitely more stores coming up. And food obviously playing a very important part in IKEA's revenue besides the amazing products that they make. So thank you so much, Patrick and Hina.
Absolutely. I'm glad Hina did ask him about the food business at IKEA. And while we talk about giants like IKEA, let's also shift our focus to India's startup ecosystem that also has exploded over the past decade with over 110 unicorns valued at more than $350 billion collectively being, coming up. Digital first companies especially have disrupted traditional sectors from retail to logistics to financial services.
All right, now for our next session, I'd first up like to invite our moderator for the session, the executive editor of ET Now and ET Now Swadesh, Aisha Faridi. And she will be talking about the new age of smart logistics. And she will be in conversation with Mr. Akshay Gulati. He's the CEO, International Shipping at ShipRocket, which powers shipping and logistics for thousands of merchants. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for Akshay and Aisha.
Hi, good afternoon, all of you. Akshay, thank you for your time today and gracing us at the India Economic Conclave.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure.
You're what I call the dopamine effect economy, or the dopamine economy. Because as we speak, I've got 2 parcels to be delivered at my house in Mumbai. And I'm constantly on the My ShipRocket app to figure out when is it that I'm going to get those parcels.
I'm glad you have the My ShipRocket app. That is the holy grail for us.
But tell me, with this whole pressure about the timely deliverables, it must be a hard job at ShipRocket.
It is. Essentially, logistics, it's a tough business to be in. And especially when you're a tech company, which is pretty much in between all the players in the ecosystem, from the seller to the actual 3PL partner to making sure that the customer is there with the money, whether if it's a COD order, to take the order on time. There are lots of things that can go wrong. And I think we love those businesses. That's the reason we're in this business, because complexity is a friend of technology, right? Technology helps simplify complex supply chains. And the idea is that, like you said, you have these orders coming. And it's with all of us. Like for people who have 10 orders delivered a day, sometimes they're like 10 200 rupee orders. It could be 135,000 rupee order. Each order gives you a different level of excitement that you're getting, and you want it to be delivered on time. As we speak, I have coffee coming to the office, Nespresso from Blinkit. And I hope they don't try and call me right now and say, where do I leave this? Where do I leave this? But the idea is you want to make sure that, the customer experience. Because at the end of it, all that matters is how the end customer feels when they get that order. That is what defines the experience, the success of the seller. Because the seller can have the best quality product, phenomenal product, but when the customer opens it, if it's not packaged well and it doesn't reach in a single piece, if it's crushed, the first experience is bad. Most likely, the customer will see the product. There's a high chance they may not even like the product because the mindset has been that what have they done? They've sent it in a shoebox, which is completely crushed. Or if the order gets delayed, they're anyways agitated with the delivery person, etc. The knock-on effect of the seller, and it affects the SMB and their business. Our job at Shiprocket is only to make sure that we try and help mitigate and minimize the number of those experiences and maximize the delightful experiences. And that's where technology comes in place, because you cannot do it without technology.
But tell me, Akshay, we're sort of living in this world of instant gratification, like I called it, the dopamine effect, and quick commerce really feeds that dopamine for us pretty much on a daily basis. But having said that, do you think there is this whole debate about speed versus profitability? Because there is that urgency of delivery and delivering it intact, that sort of eats into profitability. Like you said, 100, 200 rupee orders also have to be delivered on time. But how do you make money then?
You will. No, it's a question of building. It's about changing habits, right? We all used to order from food delivery apps and not pay anything. And now we're all used to paying a platform fee and no one cares. Eventually, no one is looking at that platform fee. So things will change. It's about creating habits that change. I don't know whether it's necessarily good to have 10 orders delivered to you every day, each being 200 rupees. It's not good for the environment. It might be good for logistics companies, but generally, I think consumer habits are changing. I think the way the business is evolving is there are two sides of our brain almost when we're ordering. There is the dopamine effect, like you call it, where I want this and I want it right now. I don't care if I'm not going to club 5 things with it. It's going to cost me 10, 20 rupees, I'll get it. And then there is the selection-based, I really like this product.
But do I really need it?
If you don't really need it, and I'm willing to wait 2-3 days for it, because eventually it's not like your quick commerce store can get the entire selection of the world. That just doesn't work supply chain-wise or financially. So there is the e-commerce selection, which will always be there. What is going to happen is the 4 to 5 day delivery timelines have come down to 48 hours in tier 1 and metro cities. Again, products are being stored closer to consumers. That's also good for the environment. And the most exciting part of what we're doing on the domestic side and what we see happening is the tier 2, tier 3 economy. You can see this with platforms like Meesho that have come up. Today, if you're living in a tier 2 city in India, you have more choice than you've ever had. It's easy to sit in Delhi and, take our view of the world. But I have lived in smaller cities in India, and Amazon used to say it's going to take 7 days to deliver. And just in today's day and age, that doesn't happen, and things are changing now. And I think there is going to be 2 different businesses. One is the quick commerce business. I don't think it's going anywhere. The world has changed. It's only going to get bigger and bigger. And then there is the e-commerce business, where I'm looking for a larger selection and variety of products. I want it quicker, but I don't necessarily need it in 20 minutes. Now, if I'm ordering a t-shirt, how many times in my life do I need that t-shirt in the next 30 minutes? It's very few instances. Maybe I can think of one instance where I've needed it that I need it right now. You're okay to wait for 1 or 2 days. And I think economics have to change in a way that you incentivize consumers also to wait, right? Whether it's cheaper delivery, whether it's discounts, etc. And you charge customers for quicker delivery. But in today's day and age, I think as the market is growing, everyone is taking market share. Everything is a little bit confused, but things do eventually settle down, because if they don't, then companies start to shut down.
So speed, you're saying, is not going to be the enemy of profitability?
No, I think carts will get bigger. That 200 rupees will start, because people will start charging for delivery and will encourage you to build bigger and bigger carts. And we're already seeing this happening in quick commerce now. Eventually, you'll be able to subsidize those costs. I think there will be 2 very different parts of the business, which is quick commerce and e-commerce. And a lot of the quick commerce business will start going back towards e-commerce because it'll just be cheaper.
But actually, there is this whole trend of about cash on delivery. Then there are the consumers who are willing to wait sometimes even 7 days or 3 days, depending on the size and the value of the order. Tell me, what are the trends that you have seen from Shiprocket? Because I'm sure you must be sitting on a whole lot of consumer behavioral pattern data. What kind of brands are people willing to pay more for? What kind of brands are selling more? And what part of India is buying more on platforms such as yours?
So
Or
again,
other QCOM platforms via you?
Yeah, no, I think in terms of the delivery data, etc., tier 2, tier 3 has been a clear winner in terms of their share of orders being delivered to customers. I think it's, if you look at the last 5 years, it's probably been the fastest growing segment, even for tech aggregators like us, and obviously for then the e-commerce as well, marketplaces as well as the delivery companies. I think that's been a very clear winner for us. And when you talk about categories, I think the D2C brands that we talk about, I think their reach in India has started to increase a lot because of this whole shift towards this phygital economy as well, because a lot of D2C brands now are available in stores. And if they're available in stores, more people get to try it. And as a result, that transfers onto online sales as well, because if you've tried a product, you're more willing to buy it online. So I think the two things that we really have seen is branded D2C products versus unbranded D2C products. They've grown tremendously. And tier 2 and tier 3 cities. In terms of a market share. And again, it's not rocket science, but it is. But again, what we were talking about earlier, I think we're just scratching the surface when it especially comes to the tier 2, 3 cities, what we call the Bharat economy. I think that is, when you talk about online, thanks to UPI, thanks to broadband, that is going to completely explode in the next few years.
But give me some color on what are people comfortable buying online for? I mean, yes, there is the food delivery aggregators, that aside. But other than that, is it beyond BPC, apparel? How much do people buy online? And what do people buy online?
Absolutely. So if you talk about platforms like Instagram, these are not even the categories that would dominate a large part of what we sell. It would be more stuff around fashion jewelry, fashion, home accessories, where it is literally the dopamine effect. It's seeing that picture and saying, I want it either for myself or I want it in my house. You see a lot of categories which are not traditionally big on marketplaces. When you talk about social media platforms, that's where you see a lot of these sellers. And usually they end up being higher ASP as well because they're not commoditized products. When we talk about, so I'll also add one layer to it because a large part of what I do is international shipping. So it's a cross-border platform. What we see a lot of Indian sellers sell on platforms, whether it's on marketplaces or social media platforms internationally, it's where truly India has, I believe, a right to win. You know, products like Ayurveda, products like textiles, products like fashion accessories, artificial jewelry. You talk about stuff coming out of Jaipur. You see a lot of people buying stuff which is not necessarily standardized. And that's where, you know, a lot of the smaller entrepreneurs and the SMBs in India, I believe, have a very strong right to win. Because eventually, if you're selling a shampoo, you are going to be compared with the FMCG majors. Yes, some shampoos might be radically different or may claim to be radically different. But, you know, when you talk about products like fashion jewelry, home accessories, you will find it's a personal choice. It is, and the personal choice differs very, very minutely. It's not so much, it's not categories. It's literally, you know, a design element could change someone's view of it. So I think that's where the social media platforms, consumers buying there, differ completely from people buying on marketplaces. Because a lot of the more standardized, commoditized products with the thousands of reviews, that's what you get on marketplaces.
But since you did talk about Indian brands going global, and since the theme for the conclave is geonomics, I must touch upon that. Because like you said, many Indian domestic homegrown brands do aspire to go global. And why not? Even the Indian diaspora itself is spread across the world. What are the patterns that you observe there? And are there now niggling worries? Are there issues arising because of countries going more inwards?
I think when you talk about cross-border e-commerce or cross-border trade, it's been a very exciting year. And I think while tariffs have got a lot of mention in the last year, and yes, definitely things have changed. At least what we see on our platform, the share of the United States as a primary market has gone down. There's no denying it, and I think you see that across platforms as well. But what's been really interesting and heartening is the ability for our exporters, whether it's on e-commerce or B2B, to be able to adapt. we are starting to see people look more keenly at markets like UAE, Middle East, Australia, whereas initially a lot of their focus was US, UK, Europe. It was almost like Europe was a contiguous country. So if you wanted to deal in Europe, because there are a lot of compliance regulations which tend to be standardized across the EU, so you either work there, UK or US, but a lot of people are now looking at niche markets. So I think what's happened in the last 12 months is people have realized that they cannot be a one-trick pony. So if you're an export-oriented business, you need multiple customers across different geographies. I think what gets overblown this year because of the tariffs is assuming that this is, yes, it is a challenge, but this business has been facing challenges for the last 3 years because of the geopolitical issues that we are seeing, especially around conflicts. There are, like ocean shipping, for example, was disrupted for a large part because of the conflict in the Middle East, because you couldn't go through the Suez Canal. So air shipping, like we all were reading the newspapers opening up every day, saying there were hundreds and thousands of trucks outside airports in India, loads getting diverted from neighboring countries to India. So I think generally we live in a world, whether it's inward, whether it's more conflict, whether it's change, where cross-border trade has become more complex. But I truly believe that the complexity also creates opportunity, and that's where we will find new markets for Indian products, which traditionally we may not have looked at 2-3 years ago. So the Middle East, for example, is becoming the new favored destination for most of customers that we're speaking to. It was not even on our roadmap till a few years ago, and now it's becoming the first destination everyone wants to go to because you minimize a lot of the supply chain issues. It's culturally close to India, physically, geographically close to India, cheaper to send products there, and that's where we're now working with a lot of our brands to help them create markets there.
Sure, but as you explore markets and as new markets, like you said, do open up, what is the economic impact of cross-border issues? Is cross-border selling getting more expensive now?
So cross-border selling generally is expensive because you're catering to a customer in an international market. So obviously a lot of your knowledge about how to market to that customer is a little bit limited. And depending on the country you're dealing in, your customer acquisition cost, if in India it's like $10, it can be as high as $100 in some countries. So you have to learn and adapt. But yes, if you ask me about the trend of selling overseas, logistics being an important part of what is happening, storage, warehousing in international markets along with labor costs, it's all been going up. The great part is the ASPs are also going up. Yes, not at the same rate recently as the cost, but eventually it all stabilizes. What we're finding is that Indian exporters and Indian sellers are having a much more open mind about building markets and building customers rather than trying to look at this as, oh, there's a product that sells in India for $20, we will try and sell it for $100 and make...
The customer is wiser than that.
So they're now actually becoming more focused on, let's build a market share, let's build a brand there, let's adapt to what the local needs are. And I think that's truly what's going to define the whole cross-border decade is you will find Indian sellers and Indian D2C brands succeeding in global markets, but you might look at those products and not recognize those products because they are adapting to local consumer preferences. And yes, the diaspora is a very important part of what we see in cross-border. Most sellers tend to follow the Indian diaspora because their first hero customers are usually the Indian diaspora.
But tell me, does global D2C now work more or more profitable for high-margin Indian brands, big-ticket spends?
Yes, and the simple reason is you have a lot more ability to be able to acquire customers and spend more on marketing. So you find, if I become specific, we find products above $30 tend to have more repeat customers and tend to have more chances of success in terms of brands which are selling products between, and this is very different from China, right? Where it's the sub $10 products or $15 products that dominate sales. Whereas for our D2C brands, we find a lot of $30 to $50 products. And I'm not talking about really high ticket value products like $100, $500. But even in the mass market, Indian products tend to do well, tend to be a little bit higher priced versus what we see in other countries like China where you'll have stuff sub $15. I think it's also harder just to compete.
But actually, you've seen D2C economics up close and personally. I mean, everything from cash on delivery to returns to low ticket sizes and high ticket sizes. Is digital only D2C simply unviable, you would think? And do brands then need to go physical at some point?
I don't think so. I don't think online-only brands are unviable. At the end of the day, there is a large market which is already there online, and there is a larger market which is coming online and is going to come online. The fact of the matter is the reason we see a lot of the larger D2C brands realizing that they need to go towards a physical distribution channel, whether it's their own stores or whether it's through multi-brand stores, is because there is that element of getting the customer to try your product. And there are people who still want to see a product, feel a product, understand from a local, so like if you talk about BPC, they will go to the local department store and chemist and ask the person, how is this product selling? There's a large part of India that still shops that way. And there's nothing wrong with that. So eventually, every brand does not need to go phygital, but as you start expanding, for example, even into tier 2 and 3, right? If you're a BPC brand, if you're a FMCG brand, you do want to be there, at least in the stores in many of these cities, not in every store if you don't want to build a full digital channel, so that people see the product. There's still this perception that if you see something on the shelf, right, it's a good product, it's a large company. Whereas if you see something online, it could be anything, right? You don't know. So the fact is, there is this assumption that offline distribution channels vet the quality of the product that they are selling. And I think it helps. But there are brands which will say we want majority of our sales to come from offline in the long term, and there'll be brands who will look at it more as a customer acquisition channel. And I think online-only brands are very viable, will continue to be viable. And after that, it's the limit of the ambition of the entrepreneur, right? Eventually in India, if you want to scale, at some point you have to go offline.
Tell me, in your experience, which are the Indian brands which have the might, which sell via your platform, you think can really go global and already are on that way?
So, okay, now let me try and figure out brands which either are on the platform. So if I talk about some of and I'll break it down by price point, right? If you talk about some of the Indian brands where I truly believe there's a perception of quality, right? Think about, leather goods like Napadori, right? It's a world-class beating product. I've been to the store in the UK, seen the store in India, world-class beating product, but niche customer. Absolutely love it. I mean, at the end of the day, someone walking in to buy a high-quality leather product should love to buy that product. You look at beauty personal care brands like a Forest Essentials. Now, a Forest Essentials will have 20 brands in India, which I believe are of the quality which can succeed globally. It's just a question of building the distribution channel. And, India does have, I believe, a copyright on Ayurveda, right? People in international markets view Indian products in Ayurveda category as good products. So there's that part of the segment where I think India has a natural right to win. And then there is the handmade, handcrafted, unique segment, which definitely may not have scale. I mean, it's not commoditized, but we definitely have a right to win there. You talk about leather goods in general, whether it's journals, accessories, Christmas time for gifting in the US, these are world-beating products and they don't even need to be branded. So there are niches and categories where India has a right to win. And it's no longer us competing only on price, because I think that mindset changed 10 years ago, where we were competing with other countries on India who could produce the cheapest product. I think brands that will scale B2C globally are going to be quality products, not just cheapest products. It's actually hard to compete, in my opinion, in many categories. And B2B, of course, is a different ball game where cost is a very important part of what makes you succeed globally.
Tell me, as manufacturing shifts more and more to India under China +1, you think physical ecosystems are something which are going to grow and which is something that we will need to build in India? Absolutely.
So what makes me most excited about cross-border commerce for India is the fact that we have a very robust domestic e-commerce business, very robust domestic retail business. Eventually, if you don't have that physical infrastructure supported by domestic growth, you are not going to be able to succeed globally. And that physical infrastructure is extremely important in India. And it's, again, we're scratching the surface. Like I said, we're still only delivering in 48 hours. A lot of e-commerce deliveries are happening in 48 hours, but that's because we're not catering to a lot of the e-commerce market, which we could be catering to in India. And as physical infrastructure grows, road infrastructure grows. So for my business, for example, and I'm not talking about just Shiprocket domestic, but Shiprocket cross-border, till about last year, the only option to get a product for me from, let's say, Surat or Bombay to Delhi to ship it out to New York or London was air. And it was just taking too long. But just in the last 2 years with the road infrastructure that's improved, a lot of my volume now comes by road. I'm able to get stuff from Surat, Mumbai, Rajasthan to Delhi in 36 hours. And yes, I can get it by air in 12 hours, but it reduces the cost significantly for my customers to be able to do this. So the physical infrastructure improving, big part of what we're doing. The government has launched something called e-commerce export hubs, which allows exporters to keep goods close to international gateways like Mumbai, like Delhi, or manufacturing gateways. That physical infrastructure is just starting. It's just being set up. That is going to, and this is something that China did really well. And it's literally a page out of their playbook. Things are changing. And from the domestic side, the infrastructure is all around quick commerce. I think you cannot get away from this. The infrastructure of smaller warehouses being built around cities is going to make supply chains quicker, is going to make deliveries more efficient. And all of this is going to help Indian brands become more robust, become larger, which helps them also succeed globally, because eventually India, for most brands, is going to be their first port of call before they think globally. It's seldom you find export-only brands.
I'm just curious to ask, you must be working with so many founders and so many people with new innovative ideas. What's that one common mistake that they make that the business fails eventually?
I think it's the one thing that has always struck out to me is that we all try to do too many things at once. Ideas, generally if you're a startup entrepreneur, ideas are not short, there's no shortage of ideas either in you or in your team. I think the prioritization is the biggest challenge. Every startup founder I have met has been, including myself. So if I was to share an anecdote, when Zomato invested in ShipRocket, I was running our international business, not just cross-border, but our business in Saudi and Dubai. And we had met Dipinder, and the first thing he met me after the investment, he's like, shut it down. And I was like, I'm betting my entire career on this and you're telling me to shut it down. And he's like, you have such a big opportunity in India. Why are you doing this? And as a founder, you don't like it. You're like, okay, I respect you. And
ego hurt ho gayi.
Credit to him. Like a year later, I did shut it down and moved back because the writing was on the wall. The cross-border business in India had much more opportunity for me than those businesses. And it's going back to that same thing, which is just because something seems like a good idea doesn't mean you have to do it. Right? There is a time for every idea, and sometimes there is no time, and some ideas just should not. It doesn't matter how big that opportunity is. There is something bigger you can do or something better that you can do which has a higher chance of success. And these are instances you never forget, because yes, I remember seething inside at that point of time and then going back and saying, boss, you were right. Cross-border is something I pivoted to and started focusing on, and it was the best decision we could have made for ShipRocket.
What's the uncomfortable truth when it comes to D2C businesses such as yours?
I think it's a tough business because you are being judged on every delivery by your customers. Think about hospitality, think about restaurants, think about hotels. Every interaction is an opportunity for a customer to judge you, a customer to be unhappy. And you have to be on your A game all the time. And unfortunately, it's hard. Especially in a business like ours, in hospitality and restaurants, etc., the whole business is catered around the experience. We are catered around the experience, but we're a logistics business. The chances of things going wrong is very hard. So a lot of times you wake up only to bad news, because 99% of the good news is taken for granted. It's the 1% of the bad news that you wake up to, and you start questioning, what is happening? And eventually, you just have to realize that logistics is a tough business. India is geographically a complex country. Cross-border with all that's happening around the world is even harder. And what I've realized is if you can help, even issues will happen. Right? You can try and mitigate the issues, minimize the issues, but what matters is how you react to solve the issues. Rather than beating yourself on why it happened, yes, we'll do the RCA, we'll figure it out. But if you get lost in that whole concept of, why did this happen, and don't focus on turning around that customer anxiety into customer delight, and you won't be able to do it every time, but if you can do it even 10% of the times, I think that is the uncomfortable truth that I feel in any B2C business, not just D2C, but where you're consumer facing, and we are consumer facing. That is the biggest win that you can make, because at the end of the day, those customers will remember you for life. Right? They will be the ones who will be your biggest evangelists, and whether it's a seller or an end user, in both cases, they will be the ones who will be the reason for your success, not your technology, not your investors. It is what you do on the ground that matters.
Please the consumer, basically.
Absolutely.
Bottom line.
Try your best to do it.
On that note, I'm awaiting my 2 parcels. I hope they make it on time.
Please send me your available numbers.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Akshay. Lovely speaking with you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for having me here, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Aisha, and thank you, Mr. Akshay, for that insightful conversation. A big round of applause there for Mr. Akshay.
All right. Moving on from parcels to taking care of those parcels through insurance, but not just about parcel insurance. You know, India actually remains underinsured with insurance penetration around 4%, which is way, way below the global average. And even as climate, health, and income shocks become more frequent, now closing this protection gap is central to financial resilience.
Absolutely. To bring an expert lens on this, we would like to welcome our next speaker, a professional who shares his insights on how life and protection can be simplified, digitized, and more importantly, democratized, particularly for first-time buyers. Put your hands together for Mr. Sumit Madan, MD and CEO of Axis Max Life Insurance, as he discusses from growth to resilience, the financial backbone of India's next economic leap, in conversation with Sajid Mangal.
Thank you, Sumit, for joining us today on IEC. We are at a point where the Parliament is approving an amended bill on insurance. And it seems that the main purpose is to ensure that the penetration of insurance goes further. How do you see this bill helping the cause of insurance and protection in this country?
So thank you for having me, Sajid. I think I come from the banking industry. It's been around a little less than 2 years for me in the insurance sector. When I joined in, we were faced with some of the surrender guideline changes, and you would recall them very well. That happened. Post that, for example, we saw GST 2.0 as the major change. And whenever such a large change happens in the industry, you have your share of cynics, you have your share of pessimists. But when I have to look back, both at the surrender guideline changes or the GST changes, I think those have been a step in the right direction. The sales have picked up across protection. The biggest beneficiary in this entire campaign is obviously the customer at large, who stands to gain. Coming on to your specific question around the bill yesterday, again, I personally feel it just benefits a lot of Indians put together. You have 100% FDI, so there is more advent of players coming in. More players obviously will keep companies like us on our toes, because you have to keep offering the very best in terms of products and services to the customer. I think it also helps, like in the opening remarks, they were discussing about the underserved category of insurance in India. It will also help us ramp up those numbers. More importantly, when you go through the changes in the bill yesterday, there's a lot of discussion around making it, from a regulatory perspective, making it more transparent, some of the services there. So I am pretty optimistic. I think it's been some very defining changes, but all these changes, not just yesterday, but when I look at the last 2 years, all those changes have been finally very beneficial to the customer.
No, I just want to slip in a UC question here, because the bill also allows you to merge an insurance company with a non-insurance company, and you've been trying for a couple of years to merge Axis Max Life with Max Financial Services. Do you think that now that is closer to reality?
Yeah, I mean, I intentionally didn't bring it as part of the first question that you asked me, but yeah, credit to you for bringing that out and asking that question. I mean, we are very positive. We always said that for us, reverse merger is the right step ahead. Yesterday's bill makes it slightly more easier now. We are just waiting for the SOP and the process to be rolled out. To answer your question, yes, it's a very positive development for us.
And maybe in the next fiscal we'll see that happening.
Yeah, I mean, we'll follow the process. Some of the SOP guidelines are supposed to be rolled out in the next few days, so we are just waiting for that. It will follow its due course. But like I said, we are happy to walk that path.
You know, one of the biggest thing that happened was the GST on life insurance being removed. Protection got a boost because of that. Yeah. What is your experience on how protection has been performing after September 22nd?
That's a very relevant question, and I think everyone must know that the protection numbers have actually jumped up post September 22nd. And in all candor, we initially thought it's a bit of a pent-up demand. People haven't bought a policy just preceding September 22nd, the last 2 weeks or so. But the surge in protection demand has actually continued for us and the industry at large. And we were monitoring it week by week, with the exception of 3 days, which is Diwali and 2 days around Diwali. We've seen a growth in the protection numbers since then. At our level, the growth is almost around 70% odd in terms of the protection numbers over last year. So we've obviously seen the demand really moving up, courtesy protection. I think credit to, of course, the government, but I think also the communication part that the insurance companies have done is a big step. And I think that has also made the difference. This entire campaign around Sabse Pehle life insurance, everyone using the brand ambassador towards this cause, I think just more awareness around life insurance, protection, everything is just helping the cause. When some of these changes were announced at part of GST 2.0, to classify insurance as a basic need where the GST is zero, that in itself was quite a momentous decision taken by the government.
Interesting that you said that protection is still growing because when you look at consumption, latest inflation numbers, indicate that there may be it was a one-off kind of surge in consumption, and we are just plateauing again with respect to consumption in urban markets. And protection, you are saying, is growing week over week. Do you see now that we have a digital infrastructure in place? You have zero GST in that sense. It is a big runway for penetration of products like protection for the industry.
Yeah. I think for many of us who are privileged to be able to go to the rural hinterland of the country and also have the opportunity to go outside India, one thing where I think the country we've all done exceptionally well is creation of the digital infrastructure in the financial space. Some of the tools that we have, the digital stack that we have is unparalleled. If you look at UPI, the number of users who are there, if you look at the number of internet users, like I said, I come from a banking industry, just the ease of transferring money, whether it's NEFT, RTGS, and the trust and conviction you have behind it and the timeliness of it, I think on the digital financial infrastructure space, India has done an exceptionally good job. Have we translated that in terms of penetration as far as life insurance is concerned to your question? I think more work needs to be done. In the opening pitch, they spoke about 4% penetration, depending on what data you're looking, whether it's 2.8, 3, or 4%. There is surely more work that needs to be done. Digital will now help us accelerate that pace. And that is something that all the companies, the industry collectively is working on. Even from the regulator's perspective, the entire concept around Bima Sugam, Bima Trinity, some of those interventions that the regulator is also doing will only fasten the pace for life insurance, especially on the protection side.
And it's going to be the way mutual funds have been able to push the product across. Do you think that this is that inflection point for insurance companies to push now insurance products across?
Yeah, I've seen a similar cycle as far as banking is concerned. So good that you asked that. When this entire trinity around Jan Aadhaar and then, Aadhaar and then mobile jam, as it's called, came in, not many people were bullish in terms of the effectiveness of the same. I rightfully feel, and I think you use the right word of the point of inflection, whether it's there, with the help of Trinity, digitization, and a cheaper protection plan, I think this is the moment as far as the life insurance industry is concerned, and clearly an inflection.
We are in a world which is uncertain now. We have global uncertainty, we have travel uncertainty. Now tariff has added, and then we have health uncertainty, which is there, which is coming in. How do you see the industry evolving itself with respect to innovative products when it comes to all these uncertainties which are there?
Yeah, we have two proprietary studies. One, IPQ, in a protection quotient. Second one is around retirement, which is India Retirement Index Survey. And these are the two proprietary studies that we do. Some of the findings as part of the survey are pretty interesting to answer your question. One, like we've been discussing over the last few minutes, awareness around insurance is increasing, but the action is not. Similarly, for example, insurance as a product should be a reactive product. I think insurance has to become more of a habit in terms of the purchase of the product, and that's something that has to change. We also realized that the younger population is becoming more aware about the insurance. But again, is it translating into an action in terms of buying insurance? Answer is no. We keep on discussing. We meet a lot of young people. And these young people often ask us, what if I don't die? Mere paise to waste ho jayenge. I don't know how to answer that question at times because they're doing a comparison with, let's say, car.
But have you attempted answering that question?
Yes, we have. We often compare it with the car insurance also. And we keep telling them, you buy a car insurance, you buy a Ferrari, for example. The expectation is not that your Ferrari will get tokoed the next day. You obviously want your Ferrari to be as spick and span and in a new condition. Still, you buy an insurance for any eventuality. Similar is the case of a life insurance. If you buy insurance for your Maruti car, why wouldn't you buy a life insurance for your family? And I personally feel this is the best gift you can do your family. And like they say, the sooner you start, the better it is. That's the reason why we have the campaign, Sabse Pehle Life Insurance. We often also keep telling them that the sooner you buy, it's also cheaper as well. So more and more reasons to buy life insurance at a very young age.
No, you did a survey, you said IPQ survey, which is there. What has been the trends from that survey with respect to protection and retirement trends?
Yeah, that's an important one. It's been a bit of an eye-opener for us, both these surveys. First and the foremost, for example, on the retirement index as well, somewhere this entire magical number of 1 crore is floating. Everyone feels that 1 crore as a corpus is enough for me. This does not take into account the lifestyle, the requirements, the time horizon, so on and so forth. I don't know if it's too many influencers who've been able to influence on this magical number of 1 CR, but it may be factually incorrect.
They used to saying how to make 1 crore fast.
Yes, you are absolutely right. So that's been one of the starting points for us that we have to break this notion. 2, I think interestingly, 60% of Indians still believe that family will support me in my retirement years. And with more nuclearization of the families happening, we've also realized while everyone may wish for the same, it may not be really playing out in its truest sense. Third, what also has typically happened is something around protection plan. The younger generation, like you mentioned, is actually open to the idea of moving into riskier assets. And we always keep telling them, you may invest into the riskier assets, but you can't ignore life insurance or some of the safer products to begin with. And that's where the concept of asset allocation really becomes a key starting point. There's been a lot of finding as part of the survey also around emotional awareness. You also need to bear in mind there's a lot of talk, a lot of discussion around how India is one of the youngest countries. 20-25 years down the line, 1/4 of our population will actually be in a senior citizen category. That's like now, another 20-25 years or so. So I think from that perspective, we realize emotionally there is a bit of a vacuum as to how Indians will live. Lastly, also we need to understand that the life expectancy in a country like India is now increasing. People are living more, which also means your retirement years are only increasing. So you have to plan it well. You have to start planning early. You have to do it in a structured way. There are enough financial advisors available in the market. And my request to everyone in the room, whoever is watching your program, please, enough financial calculators available. Find the right requirement for life insurance for the retirement corpus that you may have.
No, that was for retirement actually. So if for protection, what should be the ideal amount of protection that is required?
Yeah, again, it depends. It's very difficult to, I don't want to say 1 CR. So, yeah. So
no,
again,
because there's a lot of, advertisement that happens saying that, 50 rupees per day for 1 crore protection, which the industry is doing. So I just wanted to ask you, what should be the ideal protection for an individual?
See, the communication that often you spoke about 50 rupees a day, the communication at times also with some of the younger population is the kind of money you spend on, let's say, one of the fancy coffee shops. Typically, at 700, 800 rupees or so, you'll be able to get a 1 CR protection, 700 to 800 rupees per month. You'll be able to get a 1 CR protection. So I think that's really the good starting point as and when you start earning. So I think as and when, and with the help of some of the life insurance plans, the way the products are designed today, as your income goes up, as your responsibility goes up, you can then keep on increasing or keep on having your structured products accordingly. What we used to tell in bank also was that we are your lifestyle as insurance. So you may be young and single today, but as responsibilities increase, you get married, you have kids, and your income goes up. There is a very compelling case to keep on increasing your protection amount as well.
It's interesting that you said we are your lifestyle partner. So increasingly, do you think that protection will become a lifestyle product as well?
Yeah. Ideally, the ethos remain the same. It's a basic product to begin with. It's a simple life insurance cover where if something happens to you, your family and your loved ones are well taken care of. When it's a lifestyle product with the advent of changes that happens as far as your professional and personal journey are concerned, the amount or the corpus that you intend to have obviously goes up. We have often seen most of the people buy insurance when they get married or when they have their first kid. So typically somewhere the psychology is still the same. It's just that we need to just partner at every stage and make them realize that this is the right product for you at every stage of life.
What worries you the most in terms of India's readiness for financial planning or financial readiness for a family?
Yeah, I think all of us are worried about the fact that we can't ask for a better opportunity. Like we started by saying, and you rightfully asked, in terms of the digital stack, India is ahead compared to many of the countries. In terms of the cost of the product, India is amongst one of the most competitive markets. With GST 2.0, it's only helped. In terms of the demographics of the country, there is no better country right now really to be from a life insurance perspective. If a combination of all this as well can't really force us on a path where the penetration increases, then I would personally say that we've really failed the nation as an industry. And that's the biggest worry because everything is coming together. And if still we can't increase the penetration, then probably we need to introspect more as to what mistakes we've done, what else we could have done. Importantly, insurance industry, life insurance specifically, has realized. So when you look at products being designed today, the product far more simpler in nature. It's very easy to understand. I think regulator is playing an exceptionally good role in this direction. So I think the most worrisome factor for me would be, despite all these things coming together at the right point of time, mentioned about the point of inflection, if still we can't increase the penetration in the country, then that's the biggest worry.
If you look at the various strata in the economy, whether it's young salaried employees or for that matter self-employed or MSMEs, where do you see the maximum gap with respect to insurance products?
Yeah, very relevant. I think even in the banking industry, we used to say that India is a country of self-employed. And that to my mind is one of the missing link, along with some of the Gen Z or the younger population which is there. There are being products curated specifically for the self-employed segment in the MSME segment. So I think those are moving, but yeah, a lot more need to be done. But to answer your question, I think some of the self-employed in the MSE segment, it's a large segment. And there are various surrogates available today in terms of calculation of the income. Again, data, digital is helping the cause. Similarly, the younger population, just to make them, just to force them to take an action towards buying of life insurance. I think that's another key aspect that we really, all of us are working on.
And what are the kind of partnerships that you're doing or industry should be doing to ensure that this gap can be bridged faster?
I think like we said, awareness is increasing, but action is not. So I think action is taken across all levels. If you look at the life insurance industry as a whole, starting from a Rohit Sharma to any of the brand ambassadors who really are one of the most common names in the country, everyone is across most of the life insurance partners. The tie-up with some of the institutes in terms of education, whether it's graduation or post-graduation, just in terms of having some kind of an incubation with them. Those are the kind of partnerships which, again, are helping the cause. Some of the forums like these, because some of the far-reaching impact, like, for example, your channel has, I think it obviously helps spread the right message. So I think across levels, various steps are being taken to let the customers know. Some of the government interventions around the rural segment, for example, RUSO as it's called, which is your rural and social obligation, where the regulator has given all the insurance companies some very defined targets, allocated states, allocated gram panchayats. It's that specific, that these are the gram panchayats in these specific states where the penetration has to move from X to Y. That also brings in a lot more pressure, but that also courtesy the data that makes the job easier as well. So I think those are some of the initiatives.
What are the challenges that you face for that? Because the regulator or the government is giving you targets to meet those. But when you go on the ground, what is the kind of challenges that you face?
I think just the ability to be able to convince a normal customer in a rural sector that you need to buy life insurance. We spoke about some of the emotional needs earlier. In some of the rural markets, for example, it's a very emotional topic more than a financial decision. It's a very emotional topic. We've been to many customers where the lady of the house may just come out and say, my husband doesn't need insurance, I don't need insurance, मैं इनके मरने का wait करूंगी क्या? So we have realized these are not really mere financial conversations. They touch a soft nerve. So the communication has to be accordingly. Two, I think we spoke about the nuclear families. In a village, for example, in rural areas, I think the social ecosystem is far more stronger. So the customer obviously feels that even if something happens to him or her, there is this entire ecosystem or the support system available in the rural areas as well. So I think those are some of the challenges or notions we still need to break.
What about consumer behavior? Because that's something which is important, right? I mean, we saw the mutual fund industry using its campaign very well. You started off with a good campaign, Sabse Pehle Insurance.
That's right.
Do you see impact of that on consumer behavior as a whole?
I think mutual fund had a great campaign. Credit to the entire industry for staying with it. Sabse pehle, mutual fund sahi hai. Some mutual fund sahi hai. I was a part of the industry on the other side. I have to say it didn't start immediately having some kind of attraction or results. So I think some of these campaigns do take some time to really have its full effectiveness. The important part is that we've started the campaign. The early results are quite encouraging. Some of the discussion that we are doing post GST 2.0 also, I think when you look at an attribution of factors, all these are playing a critical role. So sabse pehle life insurance along with GST 2.0, along with the digital stack. So I think everything is helping the cause, just push the numbers up.
And what about making it a habit as well?
Yeah.
We have a lot of young workforce which is entering into.
Yeah.
How do you make it part of their entire work culture of, when you're entering the workforce, then you need to have an insurance in place?
Yeah, that's true. We are doing a lot of work around it. So just working with various corporates as a case in point in terms of making it a national habit, because I think you've used the right term. Today, for example, insurance is not your top of mind recall. Life insurance specifically is not your top of mind recall. It's not a product where you get up in the morning and start planning for that. It seems like a lot of this discussion is still slightly coerced. But I think the corporates, various institutes are also bringing in more attention to it. So whether as a bank or whether as a life insurance company, when we go and meet a corporate, we discuss about the entire corpus. In that corpus, for example, we tell the client at large, do mutual funds, do your SIPs, but do not forget life insurance. It's for a specific need, specific understanding. And I think some of those awareness campaigns are slowly but surely are bearing fruits for us.
India's demography, if you look, which is a young one, is increasingly tilting towards products which give them return also at the end of the day. The younger ones, younger workforce which is there. How are you innovating your products so that, it gives them both protection as well as, returns?
Very relevant. ULIPs, for example, when I came into the financial industry, the kind of cost structure which used to be on ULIP is not the case any longer. We always talk about an Excel sheet where you plot the cost over the 10-year period or so. You'll find ULIP actually to be cheaper than many of the equity products per se as well. So I think that's a big, large change that has happened. So any customer who wants the protection along with a kind of a market participation, those products today are available in India at a very cheap price. So it just caters to exactly the requirement that you mentioned. And we realize there is a need. There are these customers who want this kind of a product also. It's just that you'll have to stay for the long term, which is the key as far as life insurance is concerned.
And is the industry doing enough innovation in this regard?
Yeah, I think a lot of innovation. And like I said, when it comes to data and digital, I think a lot of things are happening. Today, for example, when you look at the bank assurance channel also with the help of account aggregator, or even when you look at the e-com channel, the kind of data which is there at the disposal, you can just send the nudge at the right time. And I think some of those changes are really helping us push the life insurance numbers.
Sumit, it was a pleasure talking to you today.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Madan, and thank you, Sajid, for that very interesting session. Right now, moving on. Now, India's IT and business services industry generated around US $250 billion in revenue recently, and they employ over 5 million people. but the next leap will come from product innovation and deep tech.
Absolutely. In fact, our next speaker's perspective challenges conventional wisdom about how tech companies should be built and scaled. Sumit, in a geo-economic context where software is increasingly becoming more strategic and data sovereignty matters more than ever before, such domestic companies and products become even more important.
Absolutely. And it's a very interesting thing, Ashish, if you remember earlier in the day when we spoke to the audience, there was a gentleman there who spoke about how we are so dependent on international IT products, whether it's Gmail, and he said Google, Gmail, WhatsApp, right? Well, our next speaker is Mr. Sridhar Vembu. He's the co-founder and chief scientist at Zoho Corporation. He's built a global SaaS company out of rural India, proving that world-class software products can be made in small-town India for global markets. A golden example of Make in India. It's our absolute pleasure to welcome on stage Mr. Sridhar Vembu to share his thoughts on powering IT innovation in India. Sir, if we can have you on stage, please. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Now it's on. So first, namaskaram to everyone and vanakkam, greetings. It's navigating geoeconomics, and within which I have to, the IT innovation. First, the landscape. We lived for 30 to 40 years under the Washington Consensus. That was 1991. That era started approximately after the Soviet collapse in India, and I think we can say that ended this year, the Washington Consensus. Because Washington Consensus also died in Washington, D.C. So, right? That's a fair way to say. And whenever these things happen, at the first we are in sort of deer in headlights. We don't know. First of all, we cannot accept that it has fully ended, right? We think maybe it will be patched together, maybe it can run for some more time, all of that. But I would bet against that. And the reason is there are too many structural forces that caused the end of Washington Consensus that's not one US election alone. In fact, I want to remind people that the so-called Trump tariffs on China were also continuing under the Biden administration. So there is actually a political consensus in America, independent of what you surface political difference. There is about China and a lot of that. And it was actually Biden administration that passed the USA CHIPS Act, which brought the Taiwanese fabs into America. Or US has declared pretty much that we will not buy the chips from there, you produce the chips here. Then I ask very respectfully, why shouldn't India do that? Why shouldn't we insist that the chips be made here, right? So tech, the same kind of issues arise for us, national security, national sovereignty, all of that. It's not about just WhatsApp, right? It's about all of the technologies that in a global crisis could be weaponized against us, have shown to be weaponized against us. So that's the landscape we are. In other words, technology is very much geopolitical now. And I can trace back why that happened. I'll briefly mention it. I've been observing this for 30 plus years. I'm firmly in the camp of what, I'm a proud card-carrying member of the Swadeshi Jagran Manch. So I would consider myself a Swadeshi School of Economics. And I've always been, by the way, Swadeshi School of Economics. And the reason for that, I would outline is, I've been, studying Japan, economic emergence, And all of this is well traced in this book, How Asia Works. I would strongly advise most of you to read that book. It's very relevant still, because this traces back the economic theoretical origins of Japan, and that goes back to Germany. And that goes back to 1870s, actually, that late, that early. In fact, it was a debate between Adam Smith and German economist Friedrich List. We are all familiar with Adam Smith. Most of us probably are not familiar with List. List developed this school called the National Economic School, what we would consider Swadeshi economics here. And German blueprint was the National List Economic School. At that time, of course, the UK was the industrial power. It was assumed that continental Europe will not develop. And they had, of course, only the Protestant nations can develop. Catholic nations cannot develop all of those things in Europe at that time. In other words, whenever somebody develops, they think other people cannot develop. In fact, Japan assumed China can never develop, right? So, and that was much later. So that is the milieu in which the List developed this National Economic School. And the fundamental premise is very simple, and I can speak from a rural Indian perspective. We are at the receiving end of everything. That is, we buy. If I go to town in Tenkasi, I can buy smartphones, motorcycles, latest everything. I can order this online. Everything will be delivered. Actually, in India, delivery reaches the remotest of villages now. The remotest of villages, I can actually have it delivered. Except that we don't generate the income to buy. What's the point that I can buy everything? Where is the income to buy? In other words, we don't have enough to sell. And our farm incomes, our rural incomes are not sufficient to buy all the stuff. That is balanced only 4 ways. I always say it. That is, either you migrate. That's why all the migrants to the big cities. And you see this in Delhi, you see this in Mumbai, in Bangalore, in Chennai, all of that. And then the selling of the assets to pay for to balance the books, or going into debt. And fourth is political freebies. And which in the global context, that is respectfully termed as universal basic income. But you have to remember, our Indian politicians invented first, so we have to have some respect for that. We call it freebies in India, but it's really universal basic income that in the global context. But it's the same problem. Actually, in America, I witnessed the same problem between, for example, Silicon Valley versus Central Valley. They are only about 70, 80 miles apart. You can go from Silicon Valley to Central Valley in about an hour and a half of drive, when there's not much traffic, easily. Like San Francisco versus Stockton. I lived right in the middle, so I knew both cities. It's a night and day difference economically. In Stockton, there are hardly any jobs. Central Valley was suffering, struggling. And then all of the flyover country, the coast versus the flyover country, as they call in America. And that is what finally resulted in the political earthquake we saw, and that is what is driving all of this. One economist I follow, who actually sits in China but is a Westerner, Michael Pettis, he is a very good person to read about all this. He explains that all of these globally happening, they all have the common cause, which is that technology is now concentrating incomes. A lot of people are at the receiving end of all of that. They have no way to pay for it. And that problem is getting AI. Now I'll come to AI and software. Our industry, I like to say, software, we develop all this while we develop software by hand. It's very much a handicraft industry. There's a reason why I could do rural software development, because it's very much a software itself. For all the high-tech sheen you put on it, you are weaving together code by hand. Well, powerful machine looms are coming now. And like weavers, our traditional weavers, there is now a serious risk for software engineers, which we saw this coming about 3-4 years ago. The first advent of ChatGPT. In fact, all of the ChatGPT, all of Gemini, all the use, the most economically productive use today actually is being put to is in software development. Biggest sector it's actually affecting today is software development. And we are seeing ourselves productivity gains from it. But here is a very interesting point. the experienced software engineers are much more productive than the junior engineers. If you look at, deeply analyze this, the haves are becoming even bigger haves. The have-nots lose their jobs. That's the structural transition the software industry itself is now starting to witness. Entry-level jobs are being lost, all of that. So this is the imbalance that I talk about in the global context between the technology, that there's people not in technology, is starting to come into the IT industry in the form of very experienced engineers who can use AI to be much more productive versus inexperienced engineers, junior engineers who may not. And in fact, one of my senior engineers put it well to me just 3 days ago. He showed me all the work he's doing, that I would have assigned this work to my junior engineer. He would have taken 3 weeks. I'm getting it done in an hour. So this AI did the 3 weeks work of junior's work in 1 hour, and I am in control of it. So that's really, I witnessed this right in front of me, in our own company. So last 2-3 years, we have not hired that many software engineers, but we are producing more software than ever before. And this is going to be a structural issue over time in the software industry. You're seeing this play out. That means if a lot more software can be produced, either demand keeps up or prices come down. And I don't have to give you the remind. All of us are closet full of clothes, but weavers don't have jobs. This situation is, I want our own engineers. What happened to weavers could happen to software weavers. So it's actually a reality. Then how do we navigate these? I'd say only those who own the powerful looms win in this. Either we are in the powerful loom business or we get commoditized over time. So we are investing in those powerful loom business ourselves. We are investing in those and we have seen some good results. We are actually producing our own tooling for it, for software, as I say, that can help the average engineer to be much more productive or the senior engineer to be more productive. But the economic implication is what I'm going to, because it's a navigating geoeconomics, not only navigating IT. If you are a software consumer, you should expect prices to come down, choices to go up, just like what happened in textiles, all of it. You'll see a lot more software and lower prices over time, or a lot more stuff offered for the same price that you are paying. That I think is a prediction I would make in this. But if you are a software engineer, I'm not so this thing. Even within Silicon Valley, the haves and have-nots have emerged. Even among, for example, Indians in Silicon Valley, a distinction has emerged. About a year ago, I was walking down in a park in Cupertino, near very close to Apple's quarters. I was there for a business visit, and there was somebody, a middle-aged person, approached me in the park and said, I got laid off from one of the big tech companies, and he's Indian, and I haven't found a job, and nobody would hire people like me at my age. And he's not very old. He's only but maybe 45. Still, even 45 is kind of too old for a lot of this. Silicon Valley is rampant for age discrimination. So even among Indians in Silicon Valley, those who have been there 25 years, who are in sort of middling jobs in software, are worried. That's the navigation. On the other hand, you will hear Meta hiring 30-year-old, 25-year-old AI experts for $5 million, $10 million, $20 million. This is again the imbalance I'm talking about. Your average person income is maybe going down, but the highest incomes are going up more rapidly. This is what is driving entirety of both geoeconomics, inevitably geopolitics. Because economics is politics in the end. And even within China, this is something that I posted on X recently, China has a massive surplus of college graduates. China has educated, is sending more of its youth to college than many Western countries now, most Western countries today. And China is the factory for the world. All of us buy everything made in China, right? Yet Chinese factories have labor shortages. Chinese college graduates are going underemployed or unemployed. This is unemployment among college graduates is a serious issue in China. So there is a mismatch between what kind of training people are getting versus what kind of jobs being produced. The factory sector is automating. So China is now a global leader in factory automation now. And they are exporting the surplus goods, of course, to countries like us. This is another geoeconomic imbalance where the Chinese trade surpluses are actually have been increasing even after the American tariffs, where they have found other countries to absorb the surplus. And they don't generate enough domestic demand because their own young people don't have enough well-paying jobs. This is a Chinese imbalance. In other words, they can produce everything several times over. They can supply everyone in the world, but they don't generate the demand. So this is the imbalance that is, you will see this in Indian politics, rural versus urban things you see is the same fundamental economic issue. And I am seeing on the one side, a hotshot AI engineer getting paid very high wages, even, we pay them. And I see school teachers in Tenkasi who are a BSc graduate or something struggling to find a 10,000 rupees, 15,000 rupees a month job. This is the imbalance that we are generating, and this has to be a fundamental rethinking of all of how the geoeconomic principles. And that is what I think we are beginning to do. We're in the very early stages. But I can assure you that whatever happened in the last 30, 40 years is not going to keep on running, because the frictions, the imbalances, the political earthquakes will keep happening because the fundamental economics of this is now broken. And you have a mismatch between where the supply is getting created versus who needs to consume all of that supply. And that is what we are seeing. And I'm seeing it within businesses, I'm seeing it within software, I'm seeing it in the globalized level. And I am an optimist. So I say, I'm investing in rural areas, we are creating income, we're creating all of this. But still there is we are described as a largest software company out of India, product company out of India. But I'll give you a scale difference. We would be, maybe clearing 2 billion soon, within the next few months, 2 billion annual run rate. Meanwhile, Microsoft would be at about 400 billion run rate. So you see the imbalance, right? And we are the largest in India. The largest in India is 2 billion, and the next largest is not yet a billion, maybe 700 million. Then the third would be like 300 billion. Meanwhile, in US, you'll see 400 billion, 350 billion, 400 billion, 300 billion, 200 billion. There will be 5 companies that cross 150 billion in America now. That's the level of imbalance in this industry. And if we hope to be technologically sovereign, we cannot afford not to invest. But even to invest, you require, GPUs, for example. You can easily consume $20 billion in GPUs today. Easily. And how many companies in India have 20 billion lying around on their balance sheet to invest? The balance sheet capacity to invest. So this is the scale we are looking at. But I told you I'm an optimist. Why am I an optimist? A lot of these problems, there's also brain power involved. We do have abundant brain power. That I can assure you. We have abundant brain power. We are tapping it in rural India. So we have to find a way to invent that doesn't necessarily involve the 20 billion investment. Maybe you can do it with 200 million investment. That I believe is possible. That's why I'm being an optimist. But we still, all of these issues, how to create the jobs, all of these have to be addressed. And there is a particular way the Washington consensus taught, which even in America it's dying, I want to tell you. But it died over the 30 years, I saw it. 89 to 2019 is approximately the coincident with the Washington consensus. If you asked me 25 years ago, I myself would have said, okay, Washington consensus may be a good idea. I wasn't aware. But slowly I observed it and I said these imbalances cannot last. Particularly India has to produce all of the software. It's clear. That's why we invested heavily. We have been investing in technology knowing that there won't be any buyer, any taker for at least 5-10 years. And we are still doing it. We are investing in things we know there won't be any takers for 10 years. And because the technology curve is now like this, they used to say hockey stick. Now it's like more like an L shape like this, inverted L shape, where it is 0 and then it takes off to infinity. That's the nature of these things now. So it is really a question of how long are you prepared to wait out the zero. Then it takes off. The Chinese are very good at it. Are we very good at it? That is the critical question facing in technology. Because a lot of technologies are like that. Unless we are extremely good, nobody will adopt us over WhatsApp. The extremely good will take the zero until it takes off. That's the investment thesis in every technology. Unless our GPU is extremely good, nobody will adopt it against NVIDIA. The Chinese have produced nearly as good GPUs today. We have not even gotten started much in India yet. So that's an example. And those GPUs determine who controls AI. And who controls AI controls the global economy, increasingly, right? In a lot of these sectors. So that's where we stand. Self-driving cars, Chinese are very good at it now. And Tesla is good at it. Waymo is very good. Where are we yet? We still need those. And then when the self-driving cars happen, what happens to the driver jobs? So many of our youth are in driver jobs. So those are there is a technology question. Do we have the technology? There is an economic question. So this is the landscape we are in. The good news is we have a demographic dividend. We can figure out the answers by investing in the talent pool. That's what I'm doing. But it is not an easy challenge in terms of navigating the full landscape. And it requires a philosophical rethink, which is why I'm doing this. I mentioned the Swadeshi thinking we have to do. What is the economic system going to look like in this world, in this technology world? And I assure you, nobody has figured out the answers yet. Because Sam Altman talked about UBI. Even Sam Altman's preferred answer is, we will have few AI companies that make all the profit. The government will give universal basic income so we can consume. I don't know whether you like the answer or not, but that is his answer. So that's where we are today. And thank you very much. Okay. If you have time, I can take a couple of questions. Otherwise, I'll... yeah, please.
Thank you. Hello. Yes, thank you for your talk. It was great listening to you, and especially great to know that you are Swadeshi at heart. But how to make, you're very sensitive as far as Swadeshi is concerned. But how to make Indians more sensitive about Swadeshi? Yeah. My question is that people buy anything and everything without being sensitive to the origin of the product. They want to go out, study in US, work in US and settle there, and never wanting to come back. So how to change this? Because people even sitting here in this room would be having that element of, sensitivity.
So,
thank you.
I'd say there is 22 million plus babies born every year. Maybe 1 million will ever go abroad. Maybe 2. That means 90% will not. So in that 90%, there ought to be some good talent. That's how I think about it. Meaning, that's why I give the demographic numbers. 22.5 million babies in India. China is only at about 9 million right now. Shocking difference, actually. 22 versus 9. US is about 3.6 million. So we can actually export a full China worth of babies to anybody who wants. And still we'll have more than a China worth of babies here. So, right? So which is why I don't worry about who wants to go abroad, all of those questions, because there's enough here. Everywhere in India. Our birth rates are falling, but Chinese are falling even faster. Right? We will, every year maybe another 200, 300,000, 500,000 is falling. China is dropping at the same rate. They are also at the 9 million, they'll lose another 400,000. So it's a race to the bottom demographically now.
My question was more on sentiment rather than statistics.
Yeah, I agree. The sentiment, I tell you, it will only change over time. It's not we have lived a particular worldview. That's why I started with the Washington consensus still in our mind. Even though it's almost dead and buried, we think it's somehow going to resurrect itself. Maybe the US election will change. Somehow we are hoping against hope. But I'm telling you, the fundamentals are never good for it to come back. It's not about that whether it's a good system or bad system. Its outcome, for example, if Washington consensus come back, the US will deindustrialize even more. For example, yesterday, I don't know how many of you saw the news, Ford Motor exited the EV business with a $19.5 billion write-down. write-off. Okay, it's a 19.5 billion hit to the balance sheet for exiting the EV market. Is that a good idea? The Chinese now have excellent EVs at very low price points, including self-driving technology, all of it. They're throwing in at something like $15,000-$20,000. You can buy an excellent Chinese EV that can compete with something much more expensive in the West. And Ford's response is to exit the market. But there's no moat. I mean, I don't think their internal combustion engine is going to save them in 10 years. As the EVs get better, the batteries get better. For example, we are looking at sodium ion batteries. Those will be a lot cheaper. And their power density has caught up. In fact, I was talking to a battery expert just a couple of days ago. Sodium batteries now can do as much density as lithium. And all of this technology means what happens to EVs, right? The batteries will become cheaper, EVs will become cheaper. EVs are a lot simpler cars than internal combustion engine cars. That means you can produce them cheaper, sell them cheaper, all that. And they are exiting that very market. So this is the consequence of their style of thinking. They are still thinking that old way. They are, on the other hand, Tesla, Elon Musk knows that America needs the capacity. He is doubling down. So in a way, Tesla stock jumped on the news because Tesla is now the preeminent EV company for America. At least they have one there, right? The Chinese are, of course, prohibited from selling in America now, so Tesla doesn't have to worry about them. But the loss of capability, right? If they run the Washington consensus, even Tesla will be lost because the Chinese will decimate even Tesla. I think that is the... Similarly, TSMC news, Morris Chang said in a recent interview that his American fabs are not as productive as the Taiwanese fab. Only the taxpayer subsidies will keep the American fab, TSMC fab in Arizona alive. Not, if they let the free market run, TSMC will not produce in America. But America will not allow that to happen. So that free market be damned, Washington consensus be damned, right? They can preach that to us, but they're not taking the medicine anymore. So,
thank you. Yeah. Fantastic, Mr. Wembu. Sir, I'm sorry, I know the audience wants to ask a couple of questions, but we're absolutely out of time.
Thank you.
But thank you so much, Mr. Wembu. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Sir, for that beautifully insightful session from the heart. It was really great to hear Sir today.
Absolutely. It in fact was a very interesting perspective when it comes to building domestic products and of course scaling it across the world as well. And a lot of questions, a lot of suggestions, a lot of thoughts coming in from what we are seeing. You can share all of that with hashtag IEC2025 on all our social media platforms. We would like to listen to you, hear your thoughts and suggestions. And as we continue to move on to the next session, let's talk about global supply chains which are being fundamentally restructured. At the India Economic Conclave, we speak a lot about navigating geoeconomics, particularly in this edition. The phrase China +1 has now moved from strategy to implementation as companies are seeking to diversify manufacturing, and India is a major beneficiary of this restructuring, particularly when it comes to automotive components, electronics, and pharmaceuticals.
Exactly. Now, our next speaker, he represents a unique perspective on the scope of this shift in the supply chain, specifically for the automotive industry. He stands at the forefront of India's automotive transformation with a vision to champion innovation, sustainability, and inclusivity. Please welcome Vinny Mehta, Director General of ACMA, who is in conversation with ET Now's Sajid Mangat and also the editor at Times Drive, Manav Sinha. Round of applause. They'll be talking about the emerging global supply chain dynamics.
Vinny, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for giving us your time. Jumping straight to one of the biggest challenges that the manufacturing setups across the globe and in India, which have faced in the recent years. When 2020 came around, there was a big change across the world, but the manufacturing line was never stress tested like this ever before. It's been 5 years since then. So how has it been, and what's the one big change that you've seen that has happened over these 5 years?
Thank you, Madhav, for having me. And I think it's a very interesting question because the pandemic was indeed very defining for the automotive industry. I guess not just for the automotive industry, for everybody, for every country, for every individual. And we started looking at everything in a new light. And I think if you say what was the biggest learning, I think what we learned was that do not take anything for granted from a supply chain perspective. Do thoroughly analyze your supply chain. See whatever are your vulnerabilities. Interestingly, in the industry, we would do something like an ABC analysis. Something that is most expensive, you would want to secure it the most. But here you realize that a 30-cent semiconductor or an IC could hold your production line to a ransom. It's like you lose a nail, you lose the war, right? So what it taught us is that do not even think that the smallest or the most insignificant of the thing is not important at all. So you need to do a very thorough analysis of your entire supply chain. Make sure your vulnerabilities are plugged. I guess that was very, very defining, but I'm not sure we learned that lesson well because, you know, every day we find something or the other going wrong for us. So we live in a very, very difficult world today.
So are you looking at another disruption in supply chain given the fact now you have a tariff war which is going on?
Yeah. I believe the FM was here and she said every nation is weaponizing and using the tariff war. Yes, it is a fact today. And in fact, post-pandemic, everybody started to become very insular. They started looking inwards, you know. And as we progress, we find every single nation, in some sense, becoming extremely protective. And we saw that coming from the US. This was in April that they said that, look, you know, they would impose tariffs. And I guess from an auto component industry's perspective, we are a hugely export competitive industry. Our turnover last year was $80 billion. Of that, $23 billion is what we export. And that's almost a third of our production gets exported. Both the US and the European Union are a very important market, each accounting for $7 billion of our exports. And the USA specifically, in FY24, we exported $6.6 billion worth of auto components, and now we have two tariffs saddled with two tariffs. Almost half of the components attract 50%, which is the penal tariff, you know, because of the Russian oil and stuff like that we consume. And the reciprocal tariff, and another 25% on half of our export, which is largely under Section 232, which is the National Security Act. So that has made our exports hugely non-competitive to the US. And similarly, just about 2 weeks ago, Mexico again announced tariffs on exports from non-FTA countries, that includes India. And earlier, when we were accessing the Mexico market in the range of 10 to 30%, now the tariffs are likely to be up by 50%. A whole lot of components that were at 10% will now be at 25%. So the world is becoming very, very insular. And again, when we talk of supply chain disruptions, and I said you need to plug the vulnerabilities in the supply chain. And what you need to do then is you identify the vulnerabilities, you look what you can do in-house, that is within the country. If you cannot do something within the country, you have to rely it on somebody else. And then please do identify a friendly country that would supply you. And therefore the government is so aggressive on FTAs. But do please build a bargaining position for yourself, because everybody is selfish. Unless you have a very, very strong bargaining position, you know, nobody is going to supply to you, you know. So therein, again, you have to have that strong card with which you can make a deal. Yeah.
You know, The other thing which has happened over a period of last decade is as well is the components makers have now started adopting technology.
Yes.
Vehicles are more a tech platform than steel bodies basically. How is your industry coping up with this major change?
Yeah. So I think, today's competition and also for the future, the competition will not be your manufacturing competence, the basic arbitrage that you have of labor or taxes or duty structures. They would not stand by you. The wars of the future for the industry would be fought on your technology competence. Okay, and today, what's very interesting is that we are moving towards what's called as software-defined vehicles. Because of this, from concept to production, the time span of a vehicle that you give birth to is now reduced to just about a year's time, 12 months. What that would take you probably 60 months, 5 years ago, and therefore the whole ecosystem now has to gear up to deliver so fast to something that earlier took 5 years, now you're doing it in 1 year's time. And that is all happening because of technology, right? So a huge thing, a supply chain gap that you need to plug is how do you create products? How do you create relevant products? How do you create products that technologically superior to your competitor? Okay, and also price competitive. Okay, so therein lies the challenge, and I would say that we are a glass half full. Interestingly, well, I think it's something that we need to look at very deeply to stay competitive, is that the technology spend in the Indian auto component industry is very minuscule. We spend just about 0.7% of our turnover on technology, okay, on R&D. I'm not talking about the outliers. There are definitely outliers who do, 4 to 5% or even more on their R&D spend of the percentage of the turnover. But that element, 0.7%, is exactly same of what we in the country spend as a percentage of our GDP on R&D. I guess the industry needs to up its quotient on R&D to stay competitive. We need to move very, very quickly into productization. As a nation, we're not known for great products, whether it's IT industry, whether it is in the vehicle industry. It's now that we are getting there. Okay, so there's a lot of hope. That's one end of the spectrum. The other end of the spectrum is also very interesting, is that, there's a lot of talk about the GCCs coming into India. Largely people understand that from a concept of software, but what's very, very interesting is that GCC is now software alone. There's a lot of engineering that happens here, and close to more than 2,000 GCCs that we have in the country, more than 60 of them are dedicated to the automotive industry. Of these, more than half are in the auto component space. You'll be very surprised to know, say, companies such as the Bosch, such as ZF, they have their largest engineering centers or second largest engineering centers or R&D centers outside of Europe that employ 10 to 15 to 20,000 of Indian engineers and create world-class products. But the irony is that the IP is not Indian. So what I would like to see as a representative of the Indian auto component industry is that the Indian auto component manufacturers, the larger tier ones at least, set up their own very, very large engineering centers, and that day will be the day of our arrival, the day of our reckoning. Yeah.
So a lot of talk about manufacturing there, software-defined vehicles and everything. I want to touch upon a topic of recall about products that are made in India. Today, a lot of the vehicles that we make are made with an ambition to be export ready and to be at a global level in terms of quality, in terms of fit and finish, in terms of reliability. And some of the associations that we make with quality are often defined by the country. So we would say that an X vehicle or a Y vehicle has a German build quality, for example. And sometimes we'll say this one is more of a Chinese build quality. I'm not saying what's good or bad, but there's a annotation associated with it. So when we say Indian build quality,
yes,
how do you define that?
Yes. So Madhav, on a lighter note, what you allege to Chinese is changing very, very fast. The Chinese car are fast replacing a whole lot of global manufacturers, and they have arrived, okay? And you're absolutely right when we... it's very, very important if you want to be a globally competitive industry. You have to have what's called as consistent quality, okay? It's not that you achieved and then you slip. Because in the global market, the cost of recall can be so much. Just imagine that if you were to supply a defective product, you know, the vehicle fails, then the entire batch of the components that you have supplied come back to you. There will be insurance, the damage that will happen. Your reputation gets damaged. And the cost of recall can be so huge that sometimes your companies may go bust, okay? Because there are damages associated. And God help if it was a safety critical item that failed, okay? And there was a loss of life or an injury to a passenger or a driver. So I think it's a very relevant point, but the interesting thing is that we are reaching there, okay? I would like to believe that today almost all the Indian tier 1 manufacturers are absolutely world class. We're absolutely at par with global manufacturers in the world. Our biggest challenge is the tier 2 manufacturers. These are small scale enterprises, and I think the industry as a whole, the OEMs, the tier 1 manufacturers need to focus their attention in uplifting the quality of the tier 2 manufacturers. We are at it because we cannot allow accidents to happen. We cannot allow the vehicles to fail. And I think it's just a matter of time that we will find that the tier 2s have also scaled up. But also I'm sure you're observing the Indian vehicle market, and in the last 5 years you would observe, why 5 years, even in last 2 years, the quality of the vehicles even from the Indian manufacturers is so awesome. I mean, don't you love the products that are coming on the Indian roads? I'm an industry representative. I cannot pick names on brands, but you know what I'm referring to. The new EVs coming from the Indian car manufacturers, the two-wheeler EVs coming from the startups and also the incumbent players. Isn't it a music to see such a lovely product range? Even in the commercial vehicle at the entry level, you're seeing some very, very lovely products. So I look at this as a great pride. You know, the industry is really scaling up. Is it scaling up enough? Is it scaling up enough to beat the Chinese? Probably no. But I think if not number one, we're definitely great number two at this juncture.
So you would say we're on the way to beat the Chinese?
Well, I wouldn't say that. You know, you should be very realistic because, look, the Chinese started at it 25 years ago, very singularly focused as to how they could carve out a slice for themselves in the vehicle market, which was ICE dominated, and they chose very singularly, the government and the industry, to move ahead in the EV space. And there today, there are more than 100 Chinese EV manufacturers. It's a different story that today they have problem of overcapacity, but nevertheless, in terms of product quality, they are wow, okay? What I believe is that there's enough and more scope for many countries, if not many countries, at least two. If today they're number one, we are definitely number two. But look at the scales. They make 30 to 35 million cars every single year. We make 5 million cars. They are 6.5 to 7 times more in terms of the car market alone. Okay, so as the market scales up in our country, you know, our penetration on the cars is just 30 per thousand. In two-wheelers, it's 180 per thousand. In trucks, buses, it's 1 per thousand, you know. So the headroom for growth in our country is so immense, okay? It's just a matter of time. We'll be there. We'll definitely be a very, very powerful manufacturing nation. I don't care if you are number one or number two, as long as we are able to create great investment, as long as we are able to give great products to the consumer, as long as we are able to give jobs to our people. I'm very happy.
Vinny, you spoke about investment in R&D, research and development, and that's where, you know, a national average is much lower.
Yes.
What's preventing Indian companies from investing in R&D? If there
That's
is
a very structural issue, you know. I mean, you've been tracking.
Why should the industry be dependent on government incentives?
No, I didn't. Okay, so let me tell you why it is so, okay? You know, and you're a man of finance and you know, look into the companies deeply. The cost of the capital in this country is one of the highest in the world, okay? The cost of capital, if you were to look at what's in China, it's in the range of 1 to 3%. Look at Thailand, it's close to 1.5%. Look at Japan, it's less than 1% and sometimes negative. Okay, look at US, it's again hovers around 2 to 3%. Now, when the cost of, and this is not just for our industry, it's for every single industry, whether it's manufacturing and non-manufacturing. When the cost of capital is so huge, you are risk averse. You shudder to fail. Okay, because stakes are so much higher, okay? And therefore people are a little wary in terms of literally going whole hog in creating new products. Things are changing, you know. I must give a lot of credit to the new generation where you have so many startups coming up. But again, you know, a lot of the startups are in the service space and not in the manufacturing or product creation stage. I have no offense. I'm just making a comment and observing from a distance. But again, the component industry, interestingly, is a cash-rich industry, and we are engaging with the startups very aggressively so that, you know, we can invest in them. Also, because the industry is increasingly becoming world-class, there is a lot of interest in PE and venture capitalists to invest in the auto component industry so that we can scale up better, because they are willing to fund and risk it on our behalf. So, you know, again, it's a matter of time. It's like this, that the consumer also pushes you to create newer and better products, and you have to do that, right? Otherwise, you're not relevant.
Do you think the OEMs are not pushing enough?
Well, it's like this. Again, the market is hugely dominated by largely MNCs when you look at the vehicle industry. And it's only now that you find, say in the car space, the Tatas and Mahindras have scaled up so beautifully. I don't mean any offense to anybody else. And look at the genesis of our industry. What changed the industry, or what redefined mobility in our industry, was the coming of Maruti in the mid-80s, the Honda, okay? And since then, the evolution has been through joint ventures and partnerships that the OEMs recommended the industry to do so. There was never ever something like, hey, this was a product developed in India and those OEMs picked up, because from their perspective, they would want products that are tested and validated. Now, a poor Indian manufacturer or an R&D guy who produces a new product, where does he get a chance to test and validate? And mind you, they're also right from perspective, because these are safety critical. You can't afford accidents, right? So these are some of the challenges of the industry. But again, as I said, things are changing very, very fast. I'm very hopeful that the next generation that's engaging with the industry would literally change this aspect, and lo and behold, we should have more products, beautiful vehicles, beautiful components coming on, and yeah, we'll be a rocking industry.
In terms of future projections, there's a lot of excitement around EVs. There's a lot of electric vehicles.
Electric
EVs.
vehicles, yes. Yeah.
There's a lot of chatter about how they are the next destination happening.
Yes.
But the market penetration of EVs hasn't actually met the excitement that was made out to be.
Yes.
Where do you see the mismatch happening, and what's your input as to why this is happening?
Okay. So it's like this, that the government wants, or the ambition is that we should have penetration of EVs, like 30% of sales in 2030 should be EVs. If you go by today's number, or say last year we did around 24 million two-wheelers, we did 1 million electric. We did 5 million cars, we did 100,000 units of cars that were electric. Buses are a good story. Three-wheelers are also a very, very good story because, interestingly, the EV revolution in India is very different from what happened across the world. I believe that buses is a very government or a local state government subject, and RTUs, and they are sort of pushing that, and that will sort of move faster. On the three-wheelers, I believe we already have reached the tipping point. On two-wheelers, I would say that we are pretty much at the tipping point. On the car side, we've reached around 2.5% of the penetration, and they say that the tipping point is 5%. Going by the sales that are happening this year, I think the tipping point is not too far away. So you will definitely see a lot of pickup happening in the PV space, in the EVs henceforth. And and as I said, that the products that we are now rolling out are really very, very good, very, very world-class. Some of the larger mass manufacturers who have not been into this space are just coming in. So they really play a mass game. You know what I'm talking about. So you will find a lot of the space getting redefined very, very quickly, and it'll be good, yeah.
So as Mr. Vembu mentioned,
yes,
the sodium chemistry cells,
yes,
if they come into play and
yes,
the rates of cells come down,
yes,
thereby the cost of EVs also coming down significantly.
Yes, yes.
Will that be the inflection point for EVs in India?
So he's absolutely right. Battery is a very significant cost, and it has been progressively coming down every single year, be it the lithium battery or some of the newer technologies, newer chemistries that we've been talking about. So it's only expected that the cost of the battery will go down, and of course that will have an impact or a positive impact on the offtake of the vehicles, because if you recall earlier or even today, when we talked about the two-wheeler EV revolution, everybody would say, hey, can you match the price of an electric two-wheeler? Can it match the price of an ICE vehicle? And therefore, the government schemes try to give you that subsidy to sort of bridge that gap. I guess those are very important components. The government does have an ACC battery scheme. Again, probably more needs to be done on that. There are certain other elements in the system that need a lot of attention. Two-wheeler industry does not need chargers, but for EVs, you definitely need I would say ubiquitous charging infrastructure, every 2 kilometer or 3 kilometer. Today we have probably 13,000 or 15,000 charging stations, not enough to do away with your range anxiety. You also need to look at interesting models, whether you may like to lease and stuff like that, but then the challenge is that the banking community does not view electric vehicles, they see them as poor assets. So there are challenges, but of course, things are changing.
The investment by them in especially batteries is primarily made by OEMs today.
Yes.
With component manufacturers are not much of an investor into battery systems. They do a lot of work ancillary from battery point of view, but you have the OEM which normally invest, whether it's in a two-wheeler or a four-wheeler.
So you have to understand how it works is that honestly sort of whenever it's a new industry, you try to keep everything to yourself. It's very vertically integrated. And as it becomes more commoditized, you hive off and you rely on partners that can supply you competitive products, because that's how it works. But then it's not entirely true. The companies such as the CATL, as the world's largest battery manufacturer, doesn't make cars. So
I'm talking about Indian companies.
Well, we are in a very, very nascent stage. I would say we've not yet really in true sense started making battery. We make battery packs at the cell level, at the chemistry level. We need to do a lot of homework. There are people who are working on it, but again, in time to come, because your volumes are so small, the volumes need to be exciting enough for companies to invest in that space. Yeah.
Winnie, it was a pleasure talking to you today.
Yeah, pleasure. Thank you for having me. Good day. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, gentlemen, for that comprehensive discussion on how supply chains are adapting to our current realities.
All right. With that, let's move over to our next session. We're talking about volatility in currencies, commodities, and capital flows being unsettling. But what it also does is that it creates windows for countries that can move fast, offer scale, and ensure policy predictability.
That's right. Now, before we go on to our next speaker, before we invite up on stage our next speaker, I'd just like to remind everyone the hashtag is IEC 2025. So please do share your thoughts. I'm sure you will have a lot of thoughts after this next session, because our next speaker is truly a thought leader, someone who has a large bank of experience and is highly regarded in industry as well as the full of India. All right. So, as I was saying, Ashish, now our next speaker, he serves as the Vice Chairman of Bharti Enterprises. Now, it's a company that operates across telecommunications, financial services, agriculture, and real estate, sectors deeply affected by geoeconomic shifts.
And of course, to discuss how India can benefit from geoeconomical volatility, please welcome Mr. Rajan Bharti Mittal, Vice Chairman of Bharti Enterprises, in conversation with Aisha Faridi from ET Now. Aisha, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much for that, Sumit and Ashish. Well, good evening, everyone. I have someone with me who really needs no introduction. Mr. Mittal, thank you so much for your time today. And, the theme today at the India Economic Conclave is geoeconomics. And who better than you to give us light on this ever-changing world, this world of tariffs, this world of countries looking inwards. Given that you do business with, 15 countries? What's the experience like? How is it maneuvering business in today's times?
I think world is kind of in a different zone now. I have to say, every morning you get with probably new surprise. The global.
Do you also follow him on Twitter?
Well, the global interconnected world is completely, kind of moved on its head. The multilateralism is pretty much dead, I have to say that. If you see all the, multilateral forums, there's no conversation. So it is more bilateral. And that has truly changed the way countries are working, the business leaders are working. So you have to be really careful, you have to be really watchful what is happening around the globe. Tariffs, as you have spoken about it, and I'm sure most of the political leaders must have also spoken about it. It's a new element. We've never heard that every nation comes around with their own tariffs. The WTO was supposed to manage that. It's all gone out of the window, as I would say. So we have to be now much more agile, much more nimble, much more strategic, I would say. And for that, I have to say the Indian leadership, political, economic, is doing a great job. I think we are holding our ground. Some temporary blips are there, which are bound to happen in every course of change that takes place. But I think India is holding up. As I see my company, we are in African continent, we are in South Asia, India, of course. There are certain challenges, but I believe that strategically, if India has to place itself, which it is doing, the major markets, US, EU, we have to be aligned with them. India is a large export market, technologies is sitting there, capital is sitting there, research and development is sitting there. So we have to align. Trade is only one part. Services, which is away from trade, defense, technology, financial capital. So we have to align with all these factors. Hopefully, EU and India should have the FTA. Yeah. I hear the teams have been here. Hopefully, the war will end, which will bring at least 25% tariff, which was just because of that, should come down. So I think things are moving. We have to wait and watch.
No comment on India-US? Hopeful it's going to happen soon?
We should always be hopeful. is a major trading partner. It's a major alliance that we have as we go along. And I'm hoping national interest, as you see, and as we hear from the political leadership, that is not to be compromised. And as business leaders, we will and we are aligned with the government. You cannot have national interest where small scale, agriculture, there are areas which will get affected as I hear the demands that are coming from the other side. So we have to be cognizant that we must hold our ground. National interest is paramount. Even if the businesses are hit for a short while, we should live with that. There are ups and downs in businesses. There is the cyclical things. This is one of it. We must take it in our stride.
But, you know, Mr. Mithil, in the conversations that we've had on this platform today, the one thing that I've picked up is in terms of how businesses are dealing and navigating geoeconomics, if not US, let's partner with some other country. Let's look at what we can do in Saudi Arabia. Let's look at what we can do in Dubai. Let's look at the Far East. As an industry leader, would you say that the time has come to maybe not put all your eggs in one basket and be more of a global trade alliance partner for companies? What would your message and advice be?
My advice is it's not either or. We have to have actually relationship, partnerships, economic partnerships with everybody. We have signed a FTA with UAE, with Saudi, Oman is happening, as I understand, Prime Minister is there. New Zealand, we have done it. Thailand, ASEAN, EU will happen. So I am pretty certain that we are moving as industry leaders, and the Indian industry is moving, not having all eggs in one basket. Even our exports, I saw the data that we all saw, it has actually enhanced, it's not dropped, which means really the Indian entrepreneurs are looking beyond one or two big markets. BRICS is there as our partners, so we have to expand our market. That's a given. And I think the nature of the alliances, the nature of businesses now should be to expand newer markets. Africa is a big continent, younger population, billion people over. By 2030, 25% of the young working population will be in the African continent. India and Africa go long back, both politically, economically. There is no reason for us not to expand there. There are challenges in, let's say, LATAM. Language sometimes is a barrier, but Africa is an English speaking, it understands, and I always say Indians are quite used to managing this kind of a little chaos. There is no different out there. So we are probably much set to do that, and there are many other countries which are to align with India. So I wouldn't say all eggs in one basket. I would say we should have diverse baskets to deal with.
But you know, as we see, the world is also moving towards and perhaps even fighting and competing for digital infrastructure, the space in which you come in and are a dominant player here in the Indian market. How do you see the world navigate through digital infrastructure where everyone's buying a piece of each other?
The DPI, in particular in India, the digital public infrastructure, I think is done extremely well. And this model can be transported definitely to countries around us, SAARC, South Asia, Africa. And of course, partnership in the global partnerships as we are doing it. India is now actually getting ready more and more for data centers. AI as is being coming in, and the computing powers are needed much even greater. We are at the stage today, my own company as well as the country, to put much more data centers with hyperscalers. As you would have seen some announcements happen with all kind of hyperscalers, from Google to Meta. So India is becoming now the hub of bringing their data centers in here. For our own digital public infrastructure and our own data, we are doing a lot. We are putting our own data centers. We are putting the national cloud, because we must keep the Indian data within Indian confines. Everybody is doing that. Around the globe, that is happening. India should be no different. So I would say, as we go along on the telecom side, infrastructure building side, we should be building more capabilities. Not only on back end, even on front end. As you see, a lot of startups are coming here. There will be startups on AI, which we are seeing that. They are mushrooming. The growth is happening. So India is very much aligned, ready for digital infrastructure.
But do you think we run a risk of perhaps creating an assembly economy as opposed to a manufacturing powerhouse when it comes to the digital ecosystem?
There are two ways to see this. Historically, India is more of a service-led industry.
Yeah.
If you see our GDP cut, more like 58 to 60% give and take, we are on the services side. Manufacturing has been 15 to 17%. We have to grow in manufacturing. It's a large country, younger population. You need to bring jobs on the factory floor. Every nation, if you will see their growth, including our neighbors, it has always started with a low cost or a model, and then it increases. Over a period of time, India has to spend a lot on the R&D. That's most essential if you have to go the value chain of manufacturing. PLI has done a great job. Government has done a great job in capacity building. We need to invest in R&D. That's a must. But that requires a partnership among government, entrepreneurs, academia, research and development institutions, and then we will go up the value chain. People talk about assembly, as you said. We are at about 20% of give and take as a value add. It's increasing. So every country, if you will see who went into manufacturing at a given point of time, started like this, but then rose with the value add. And India should be no different.
You're perhaps one of the first companies to go global when you set foot in Africa. Tell me what the world doesn't know about India or Indo-African economic relationships.
I think from the services industry point of view, maybe we were the first ones, but there have been enough relationship between the continents on manufacturing, energy, logistics. There are enough there. While we say it's an Africa continent, it's 54 countries. We have to be cognizant of that. That is some challenges. I would say when we went, you see it as one continent, which is not the case. 54 countries, different regulators, different government challenges, from democracy to kings. You would have to deal with different regulators, different currencies. So that challenge, people don't see that, and they see one headline, Africa, and then enter it. The advice that I would have is, each country has its own needs, own challenges. So one must study that. But the kind of welcome that we got as an Indian company, and that's what I've said, the relationship between the two sides are so strong, economically, politically, that one is very much welcome there. So I think India has to invest much more, government to government, business to business, in the coming times.
That brings me to Starlink. You're perhaps the one company which is currently doing business with a US company. Tell me, how does business with Starlink pan out? And did it get impacted with this tariff tirade, which is still on?
We also, Starlink is one of the service providers. I also have OneWeb, which my own company does that. So this is, the satellite is actually a complementary. It's not competing product between terrestrial and that. Especially in countries like India, with the pricing of terrestrial, and which is almost 90% digitally connected, has reached. Starlink OneWeb, Starlink, and other constellations that will come, they're more to connect the unconnected, where one doesn't reach. Maritime, defense, and industries, oil rigs, where it's very, very hard to reach. So it will be a complementary, and we've also tied up with Starlink as Airtel to serve the customer. My job at the end of the day is to serve the Indian customer, which is not connected. Whatever tools we get, we should use, and that's what we'll be doing.
Have you met Elon Musk?
No, personally not.
Your team has?
He is a person who is, much not seen around, but we are connected to the teams.
Are you going to meet him in future? What's the one question you have for him when you meet him?
How does he manage to do all this, honestly? He's everywhere.
Yeah, I would ask him that as well. How does he do it all? But tell me, when I look at your industry and the kind of expansion that we're talking about, the kind of alliances companies such as yours are forming and going global, there's a cost involved to that. And that comes with a lot of capex. Now, while I know Bharti, the capex, of course, is going down. But when you look at decadal opportunities, it does cost a lot of money. Does the Indian private sector has the bandwidth for that kind of spend to try and capitalize on the opportunity that India throws up? And what a nascent stage we're at of the India opportunity.
You know, I think if there are ideas behind any enterprise, there's enough capital available globally and as well as in India. I don't think so. India is now at this stage where we have restricted capital. Where would you find this kind of growth? 6.5%, 7.5%, 8% growth, $4 trillion economy, and we see the numbers that. Where will you find this growth around the globe? Europe is, I have to say, struggling. US is growing maybe 2%. China is growing 4-5%. So where are you going to deploy all your money? India has both the advantage, huge domestic market, and the potential to grow for areas beyond. We are seeing the new bills which are on the parliament on the nuclear, which is going to be huge investments are needed. Infrastructure, India is on the move, and we will need much, much more investments in the infrastructure, ports, roads, highways, airlines. So I think India has the capacity, and there's enough capital out there which is available. All we need to manage is the right costing, as you rightly asked. Those challenges remain in a lot of entrepreneurs. Right talent. Talent, I think, is today one of the biggest needs of any growth path that will come through for any country. But capital should not be an issue.
So as you look ahead 10 years from now, where would Bharti be?
I'll be 76, so I don't know where that will be. But, you know, we are looking for opportunities in our world, which is telecom predominantly. We've seen some, we placed some bet in UK. We're looking for other opportunities will come in. So we will always be looking at opportunities which throw up on telecom, on digital infrastructure. That's where Bharti will be.
Great. Looking forward to that Bharti of 10 years. And I'm sure you're going to be very much there. As fit. Great speaking with you. Thank you so much for your time today. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Aisha and Mr. Mittal. That was really some great insights. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to our next session now. With rising incomes and renewed travel, India's hospitality sector is seeing strong occupancy and pipeline growth with increased hotel occupancy rates of 70 to 75% in major cities in 2024. Now, this sector, the hospitality sector, is also a major employer and brand builder for India's image abroad. Now, our next speaker has witnessed multiple industry cycles and built iconic properties. Her insights on how the hospitality sector is evolving, what consumer preferences are driving growth, and where the next phase of growth will come from are unparalleled in the industry. And now, to offer those valuable insights on the platform, may I please request everyone to join me in welcoming Dr. Jyotsna Suri, Chairperson and Managing Director of Bharat Hotels, the Lalit Group, and she will be in conversation with Aisha Faridi to discuss India's booming hospitality sector.
Thank you so much for your time, ma'am, today. And what a sector you represent. If you could just take that mic right next to you. Hospitality, what India has been known for, what India is known for, and in India will forever be known for, right? It's at the core of India's heart.
Yes, hospitality is within our DNA.
Yeah.
And it comes very naturally to all of us Indians.
Yeah, absolutely does. But what I want to talk about is the way hospitality and the tourism sector has evolved since COVID times. And look how far we've come in the last 5 years. I mean, to think of it, everyone sort of wrote off the industry during COVID, and no one thought that it's going to get back to this level that it is at. Did you anticipate that the growth would be so fast and we would recover so strong?
Well, we were sitting at the bottom of the pit, if I may say so. And all of us had decided that this was going to be the end. But we had a remarkable recovery. We didn't expect it. So we were getting hopeful, but we never thought that the recovery was going to be so remarkable. And we are back with a bang, and we're stronger than ever before.
Absolutely. But what I want to talk about is the COVID lows have been recovered and recovered strongly. The way that we're seeing the boom in the tourism sector right now, where do you foresee the next 5 years from now? What could we be staring at?
Well, the industry has great potential. We haven't even touched the iceberg, to be honest.
Really?
The tip of the iceberg. So this industry has a great future, and I see it growing very strongly over the next 5 to 10 years.
Wow. But I was just thinking about it, much like real estate, one can safely say tourism is that economic multiplier, right? With the kind of infrastructure it brings with it, with the kind of employment that it comes with. Tell me, what do you think is the impact of tourism per se on the economy and the various subsegments of the economy, and where can it sort of build itself in the next 5 years from now, at a time when we're talking about the Indian demographics, where we have a very young working population and a lot of population which is in need for a job?
So the one industry that has the maximum ripple effect is the travel, tourism, and hospitality industry. First of all, we employ from top to bottom. So you don't have to be a Harvard graduate to be part of us. And the effect that we have goes way beyond the four walls of a hotel. The taxiwalas. You go to Kashmir, the shikarawalas, the houseboat-walas. You go up to Gulmarg, the pony-walas. Go down south, Ketu Vallams. The flower vendor, the vegetable vendor, the small businesses, the dhabas, the restaurants, the roadside amenities, they are all impacted by tourism. So this is one industry that has the maximum ripple effect, and it reaches way beyond the four walls of a hotel. When you say, where do we see ourselves and where is it going to, where is going to be the further growth, is if we look at it, the growth of this industry is definitely going into the tier 2, tier 3 cities. There's a huge demand there, and we ourselves are looking at, reaching out to those cities. Also, the tourist now, or the traveler now, is wanting more than just a hotel room. They want an experience. So we see a lot of experiential hotels and resorts coming up. They will definitely take it forward. The mid-segment, which will cover religious tourism, we must not discount that. That is moving extremely fast. And our country, our beautiful country, from north to south, east to west, we have so many religious sites, heritage sites. So all of those are going to pick up. It's going to go beyond the metros. So metros is fine, it's business traveler, but the actual tourism goes into the rest of the country.
It sure does. And, that's what I wanted to talk about, because you said that, it's beyond metros, and that's the true India story. Tell me, you are the Lalit Suri group. What is your own expansion plan? Are you also going to go beyond metros? What is the expansion strategy?
Well, certainly. I mean, we are in every metro already, and I don't want to do another hotel in any of those metros. I definitely want to go beyond that. Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. Religious circuit is something that we are certainly looking at. And we're also looking at now adding management contracts to our portfolio. So we're a very unique company. We own, develop, and manage our own hotels. So every single hotel has been developed by us, and brick by brick, literally. But we do want to go into the management segment, which becomes the asset-light segment. Currently, all our assets are ours, but we do want to go into the asset-light segment because it's good to have a healthy mix of both, of assets, which are a must. We've got 14 assets right now. There's one coming up in Ahmedabad, which will be the 15th, and one coming up in Chitrakoot, religious segment, 16th. But that is one element. But we do need to go into the management contracts, and that's where we are currently. We are engaging with several people. We are exploring several options. And we see ourselves going deeper into the country, into geographies where we are not at the moment present.
So would it be more just tier 2, 3 cities, or would it be spiritual hospitality specific expansion?
It would be both. Tier 2, tier 3 cities, which is more business-like, and they will be spiritual hospitality. We're doing one in Chitrakoot as well. I don't know how many of you know that Lord Ram spent 12 years of his exile in Chitrakoot. So it's a huge, there's a huge population of India that wants to do the Ram circuit, and Chitrakoot becomes a very important part of the Ram circuit.
Sure does. Any plans to travel to the capital markets? IPO?
Well, that's a never-ending question that I get asked often enough. But you do an IPO when the time is right. And when we do an IPO, which will happen, the IPO is not just for writing off your debt. Our debt is pretty good right now. Our financial position is quite healthy. But it is also for further expansion plans.
Yes.
So as and when we are ready, and we are moving towards that, we will go public at some point when the time is right.
Which is in how many months or years from now?
It's difficult to say. But yes, ultimately we will, because currently we own it's a privately owned company. It's more than 98% that is with us. So definitely want to go public, but at the right time, it will happen.
So when you look at India's hospitality sector, and like you just said, that it's so much at a nascent stage, there's so much left to be explored. Where do you think are the shortcomings, or rather challenges, that the industry per se, and as well as your hotel chain, faces, say, in the next 5 to 10 years? And would it really be about the skill set? Would it really be about employment, finding the right people to do the right tasks?
So there are two major elements that I need to highlight here. One is connectivity. One of the biggest challenges that our industry faces is connectivity. It's not just about coming to the metros. If we have to really develop tourism into the rest of the country, connectivity becomes a huge issue. I mean, I'll give you an example of our Khajuraho hotel. It's one of the most beautiful hotels in our portfolio. Lovely airport, but no flights. So it's a World Heritage Site. It is the land of Kama Sutra. But we have such poor connectivity there. So connectivity becomes a major issue. That's one. Having said that, there's been a lot of improvement. We've come a long way. whether it's road, whether it's rail, or whether it's flying, airports. But, you know, we've had this current situation, which has not been the most healthy situation. But still, connectivity becomes a big issue. Number 2 is skills. You correctly pointed that out. So while this industry is supposed to be the largest employment generator, as I said to you, that we employ from top to bottom, this is in an industry which is facing severe shortage of skilled people. So therefore, skilling becomes a very, very important aspect. Like I said, you don't have to be a Harvard graduate, but you have to have the correct skill set. Now, where does that correct skill set come from? So we forayed into our own hospitality school. We have the Lalit Suri Hospitality School, which is in Faridabad. And our focus, for us, it's a way of giving back to our industry. Because here we are skilling people, and it's not just about skilling people who've come out of school, but it's also about skilling the marginalized communities. It's, if we want to be, we are going to become a 5 trillion economy, and we are heading there, and we certainly will. We have to engage with every employable person. The opportunity has to be given to anyone who's a willing individual. And if we bring them into the workforce, then, reaching 5 trillion is not going to be a challenge at all. Now, how do you skill them? And what are we looking at? So we want just a willing person, and the rest we do ourselves. We have to skill marginalized communities. I'm delighted to share with you that we've got 200 transgenders working for us in our group. We have 25. I think we need a round of applause for that. We certainly do. And what is really nice is that when you walk into any of our hotels, you will not see the difference. It's not the stereotyped transgender that you see on the streets. You'll see a very smart person serving you or attending to you. And that's exactly where our aim is. We've got 25 acid attack warriors working for us. And these are young girls who have been victimized by their own families. We have a huge number of neurodivergent people working for us. So it's about, and of course, disabilities. Differently abled. We don't call disability. We refer to them as differently abled. So all these people, they are forming a very, very special part of our workforce. And the loyalty and the dedication that they have is completely unmatched. So it's not just about bringing the women into the workforce. It is about bringing in all the marginalized communities into the workforce. And coming back to your question about skilling, we have to skill them. And we have to engage them. And we have to be able to make them all stand on their own feet so that they can then contribute to the GDP of this country.
Another round of applause, please. Because it's really about uplifting, and that you're doing so beautifully. But that also gets me to not just the challenges, but the changing face of hospitality itself. It's no more just the 5-star that you went to. It's, like you said, about experiences. And now it's about tailor-made experiences. There's from luxury to the entire spectrum, and it's tailor-made to every consumer. And it's tailor-made to every experience that consumer wants. Yes. Do you think there's place and room for all? Or will the winner take it all?
No. I think there's room for all. See, we've come a long way. Yeah. And India has really, really, I would say, matured in its way of travel. So it's gone beyond the 5 stars already, long ago. We have a young demographic traveler, a young traveler who's looking for experiences. And those experiences can be different. It could be wildlife. It could be adventure. It could be religious. It could just be a very simple place where they want to go for wellness. So there's huge scope, and therefore, right now, the industry is catering for all of that. So everyone is kind of trying to keep up with what the expectation of the traveler is. And if we have to be successful, then we really have to keep evolving, and we have to keep figuring out what is it that the traveler wants and what does he expect from us, and therefore go for it. So it's no longer just about being luxurious and, you know, huge chandeliers and all of that. It's, in fact, there's a lot of movement away from that. So it's more simple, more stylish, more eco-friendly, more sustainable. Now the traveler wants to know exactly what is happening with your water, with your electricity. How sustainable are you? So the times have changed, and so has the industry. The industry is also evolving to keep up with the times.
Indeed. But, you know, as the industry evolves, by the end of it, while at the heart of it is the experience and the hospitality, it also is about making money. So is it the traditional format of the old school 5 stars and the big chandeliers as we know them? Is that the profitable, sustainable model? Or is it cater to all spectrum kind of model which will eventually turn out to be profitable and sustainable in the longer run?
Oh, it's moved away from all that ostentatious elements that we are talking about. First of all, we all try to use as much Indian and source sensibly. So use and make in India, try and use as much as we can from our own country. But it is about sustainability, which means, you know, sustainability is not just about water and green and energy. It is about how sustainable is your business. So your business model has to be sustainable. Now, if you have spent, like you've gone over the top, spending money on a hotel, and your returns are not, commensurate with that, your business is not sustainable. So today, when you venture into a new project, or you make a new hotel, your return of investment becomes extremely important. And that's where you learn how to hold back on your expenses and in fact create an experience which will give you your investment much faster. So luxury has been redefined completely now, and the expectation of the traveler, the young traveler, is very different from what it used to be maybe 20 years ago, 25 years ago.
Give us some interesting anecdotes that you may have come across from the new Gen Z millennial travelers.
Well, questions like, how are you using your water? How sustainable is your energy? Are you using, questions being asked of us. Are you recycling your water? Now, you know, we recycle water and then we use it in our cisterns as well. They want to know, what are you doing with your waste, with your extra food? How are you keeping your energy costs down? What are you using in terms of plastic? Are you using recyclable material or not? A lot of young ones wanting to know all of that. So that becomes an important part of you. And therefore, the changes, and what does he want instead? I don't think he's interested, or he or she is interested in too much of the ostentatious element, but wants great Wi-Fi. Wants great Wi-Fi and connectivity, an easy check-in and an easy check-out, no fuss. So that's where they're all moving, and we're all following and trying to keep up with as sustainable practices as we possibly can.
But you know, Ms. Suri, your industry is also sort of connected with the sensitivity of the times that we live in. An untoward incident, people don't end up visiting that place. COVID to chalo, you know, everything came to a standstill. But AQI, I'm sure that's, unless you have to travel to a city, you wouldn't if your phone tells you that the air is hazardous.
Yeah.
How do you deal with situations like that?
Well, I mean, all I can say is that I'm a Delhiite and I probably have the very strong lungs to be able to survive. I haven't run away from the city. So, let me talk about the untoward incidents. So we had a nasty incident in Pahalgam, as you all know. And I have to say that business in Kashmir came to a grinding halt. And it was at the time when it is the peak season, but came to a grinding halt. It takes a while for people to get over an incident like that, but it does come back. I mean, and I'm going to go back to the Kashmir example because we've been there for now 23, 24 years. And we've seen so many highs and so many lows, all kinds of incidents, and I can keep on recounting to you all of them, where business suddenly came to a standstill. I mean, we've seen 3-4 months at a stretch with not a single guest in our hotel, and that beautiful palace lying absolutely empty. But people do come back, and slow business comes back, and then another incident takes place. So what I would say is that, basically we are all very resilient. Indians are very, very resilient. And we too tend to overcome these issues. So untoward incidents, it takes a little time, but one does forget about them. AQI, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for that. I think the political will needs to really do something about it because it's getting from bad to worse. Very little to say. But those who have to travel will travel. So particularly if I talk about Delhi, there is business travel and people are still coming and, the hotel is still busy. But voluntarily, would you want to go to a country or to a city where the AQI is so bad? No, you won't. But if you have to, you will. Wear masks is my suggestion.
Yes. But tell me, for all the young Indians watching this today who want to and who aspire to get into the hospitality sector and maybe own and build a hotel chain like yours, what's your piece of advice to them? Where do they start?
So first of all, if you are looking at getting into the hospitality sector, I compliment you because you're choosing the right place to be. Because as I mentioned earlier, the hospitality, the travel, tourism, hospitality sector has a huge potential. So a long way to go. That's one. The number two would be that choose the destination, whichever you choose. Connectivity to that destination is of prime importance. So make sure you don't go to the back of beyond where you have problems for people to get there. And the next thing is make the hotel to suit the destination. That's what we do. There's no copy-paste in our hotels. Okay, so whichever destination you're in, or wherever we are, I'm talking about my own experience, that you build the hotel in accordance with that destination. There's no point trying to create something which is out of sync with what you are. For example, our Khajuraho hotel is just a ground +1. We are sitting amongst these temples. You can't build a glass and marble facade there and have people coming in there. So you build to suit the destination you're in. Number one, congratulations for wanting to become part of the hospitality industry. Number two, get your destination which is well connected. Number three, spend the right amount of money in that destination where your return of investment is of a reasonable amount. And that's it, you'll be a winner.
Great. Yeah. On that note, thank you so much for your time and more importantly, advice to young India.
Thank you very much for having me here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Suri, for that. And thank you, Aisha, for that very interesting session on the hospitality sector's growth trajectory. Ladies and gentlemen, just another reminder, please do use the hashtag IEC2025 to share your thoughts, your suggestions on social media. It's time for a very short break. We'll take a quick break and we will be very shortly expecting the Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, to join us very shortly.
Absolutely. And before we head into the break, let me give you a preview of what's coming up. We'll have Nitin Gadkari, the Minister of Road Transport and Highways, for a fireside chat on infrastructure being the backbone of India's economic boom. That is a conversation that you wouldn't want to miss. So, right after the break, we'll be back with Mr. Nitin Gadkari.
And a quick note, a quick thank you to our partners, presenting partner IDFC FIRST Bank, knowledge partner Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, gold investment partner World Gold Council, celebration partner Radico, the spirit of excellence, insurance partner Axis Max Life Insurance, associate partner Adani, growth partner Government of Uttar Pradesh, state partner Government of Uttarakhand, infrastructure partner NBCC, outdoor partner Times OOH, and outdoor partner Timda Delhi Airport. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in a very short break as soon as Mr. Gadkari will be reaching here. Thank you.
Thank you.
How do you know that you've arrived? Oh. Is it when your name means many things to many people? Or when your signature becomes a currency? Or is it when the only approval you need is your own? Is it when you stand tall amidst giants? Just when and how do you know you've arrived? Tough question, because when you start to feel like you're almost there, a little voice inside says, best yet to come.
Let's make your next chapter the best one yet. IDFC FIRST Private Banking. The best is yet to come.
Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham is more than a university. It's a transformative journey where values and world-class learning converge. Founded under the guidance of Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, affectionately known as Amma. Amrita is ranked 8th in India by NIRF Rankings 2025, accredited with NAC A++ and granted Category 1 autonomy by the UGC. With 10 campuses across India, Amrita brings together. 2025, we achieved a 92% placement rate with the highest CTC reaching rupees 80.49 lakhs. With 300 plus active collaborations with top-ranked universities worldwide, Amrita offers dual degrees, study abroad programs, research internships, and global exchanges. At Amrita, we don't just educate, we inspire, we nurture minds, we uplift communities, we transform lives. Come, become. Become is how you come to be someone or something. Become better than you were yesterday. There's a time to become. It's now. And there's a place that lets you become. It's here. Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Come, become.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromising. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
I'm calling from India. My name is
सवाल जब उठा तो सामने आए सैकड़ों सच। सवाल ने ही तोड़ा ताकत का गुरूर और जोड़ा देश को। एक तिनके सा सवाल तूफान उठा सकता है।
सच्ची नीयत और पक्के इरादे से पूछा जाए तो मेरा तजुर्बा कहता है एक सवाल कुछ भी कर सकता है।
नाविका कुमार के साथ देश पूछ रहा है सवाल पब्लिक का। टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत पर।
एंड ऑफ द मंथ और ये बची कुची सैलरी, इतने में क्या ही मिलेगा यार।
इतने में तो सिर्फ सोना ही मिलेगा।
सोना? तू ठीक तो है ना?
गोल्ड ETF, 200 रुपए हो या कम, इन्वेस्ट विद जस्ट अ डीमैट अकाउंट। एंड द बेस्ट पार्ट, ये रेगुलेटेड है एंड इट्स बैक्ड बाय रियल गोल्ड।
क्या बात है यार।
Gold ETF. It's Aaj Ka Gold. A simple way to diversify and balance portfolios with 200 rupees or less.
वन है सेब दास्ताने, वन है सेब दास्ताने, से पत्रों में होश, सुई चुकना कुंगपोश। वन है सेब दास्ताने, वन है सेब दास्ताने, से पत्थरों में होश, सुई चुकना कुंगपोश।
You know what happened? Action बोलते ही ना मैंने बिल्डिंग से जंप मारा और फिल्म वालों को प्रोटेक्शन मिलता है यार। बॉस ये क्रिकेट नहीं है। वो हीरो बाउंसर लगा ना तो गेम ओवर है ना। बॉस तेरा गेम ओवर। डोंट वरी, मेरे पास फुल शॉट है।
अपनों का भरोसा आप और आपके लिए एक्सिस मैक्स लाइफ के टर्म प्लान्स का भरोसा।
एक्सिस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
भरोसा तुम हो।
आराम से आराम से।
हाँ।
सामान देना भैया।
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो पिट्टू की पर्ची में देखो ना, कहाँ गई पर्ची?
नमस्ते
जी।
हाँ? मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हील चेयर, ये आपका और ये आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग की बात तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है? टिफिन लाया।
थैंक यू।
अरे पर्ची मिल गई।
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
This Christmas, the gifts that matter aren't found under a tree.
1, 2, 3.
They are moments you carry
That's beautiful.
long after the season fades.
Check it out. Magic potion.
Stories that stay, shape, and stir something in you.
I have a surprise for you.
Bells ringing. This year, unwrap the films that gum memories. Big holiday binge. 25th December. Thursday all day long. Only on MM+.
The 311-hectare Jaywar Logistics Hub next to Noida International Airport is set to become a major engine of UP's growth.
यूपी अनलिमिटेड पोटेंशियल का प्रदेश हो चुका है। देश की सबसे तेज विकसित अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में उत्तर प्रदेश ने आज अपने आप को स्थापित किया है।
Jaywar forms one of North India's strongest logistics network. Together, projects worth 5,881 crore are creating a powerful rail-road-air logistics triangle for the region. Jaywar will handle 1.44 million TEUs of container traffic and 7.9 million tons of bulk cargo every year. With fast imports, reliable handling and efficient exports, Jaywar serves as a powerful logistics backbone for semiconductor manufacturing.
Jaywar Logistic Hub and Noida International Airport are to become a major milestone in Uttar Pradesh development. These two mega projects will not only create lakhs of new jobs, together they will not just boost the UP's economic growth, but will also play a significant role in strengthening India's economic development.
By creating more than 1 lakh jobs, the hub will play a major role in boosting the state's economy. Jaywar Logistics Hub, powering India's semiconductor future and UP's $1 trillion economy journey.
Deep dive, the story behind the numbers. Markets move fast, too fast. One small change, one quiet signal, and everything shifts. Deep dive doesn't just keep up, it gets ahead. We track the signals before they become headlines. Deep dive, the story behind the numbers.
Zoom, the grooviest entertainment channel. Zoom keeps you turned on with the trendiest music. With the latest happenings of Bollywood.
फेवरेट है, आप बीच में से और कुछ मत बुलवाइए।
Get to know your favorite stars one-on-one.
आपके रिक्वेस्ट, आपके गाने, आपके मैसेजेस के साथ
सारे सेलेब्स कर रहे हैं अपना फेवरेट गाना रिक्वेस्ट। क्या आपने अपना फेवरेट गाना रिक्वेस्ट किया? ओनली ऑन रिक्वेस्ट वाला शो।
ऑकवर्ड थॉट्स, टैबू टॉपिक्स या आपकी कोई स्टोरी हो, मैं सुनूंगा बिना जज किए। अब सीक्रेट्स
no more.
Hi, this is A.R. Rahman. और जानिए मेरे बारे में बहुत से अनसुने और मजेदार किस्से। देखिए मेरे फेवरेट सॉन्ग पूरे महीने।
Sizzle with the stars, groove to beats, and vibe with Bollywood. Zoom.
जिंदगी के कई मौसम अनुभव किया मैंने। हालात बदले, लोग बदले, अगर कुछ नहीं बदला तो बाबूजी की सिखाई हुई एक बात तो कहते थे, जब नींव मजबूत हो तो फिर चाहे वक्त के उतार चढ़ाव कैसे भी हो, हम उनका डट कर सामना करने में सक्षम होंगे। बिल्कुल इस पेड़ की तरह जिसकी नींव भी टिकी है निस्वार्थ भावना और सहनशीलता जैसे आदर्शों पर। ऐसा ही एक अटूट रिश्ता जोड़ता है आपके साथ IDFC फर्स्ट बैंक। विश्वास, पारदर्शिता और सच्चाई का। ये है ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट, क्योंकि इनको आपकी सफलता में अपनी जीत दिखती। मैं तो जुड़ चुका हूं इनके साथ, आप भी जुड़ जाइए ना। IDFC फर्स्ट बैंक, ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट।
How do you know that you've arrived? Oh. Is it when your name means many things, many people? Or when your signature becomes a currency? Or is it when the only approval you need is your own? Is it when you stand tall amidst giants? Just when and how do you know you've arrived? Tough question, because when you start to feel like you're almost there, a little voice inside says, best yet to come.
Let's make your next chapter the best one yet. IDFC First Private Banking. The best is yet to come.
Amrita Vishwa Vidyapith is more than a university. It's a transformative journey where values and world-class learning converge. Founded under the guidance of Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, affectionately known as Amma. Amrita is ranked 8th in India by NIRF Rankings 2025, accredited with NAC A++ and granted Category 1 autonomy by the UGC. With 10 campuses across India, Amrita brings together peak for themselves. In 2025, we achieved a 92% placement rate with the highest CTC reaching rupees 80.49 lakhs. With 300 plus active collaborations with top-ranked universities worldwide, Amrita offers dual degrees, study abroad programs, research internships, and global exchanges. At Amrita, we don't just educate, we inspire, we nurture minds, we uplift communities, we transform lives. Come, become. Become is how you come to be someone or something. Become better than you were yesterday. There's a time to become. It's now. And there's a place that lets you become. It's here. Amrita Vishwa Vidyapith. Come, become.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromising. My stories have reached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
I'm calling from India. My name is
सवाल जब उठा तो सामने आए सैकड़ों सच सवाल ने ही तोड़ा ताकत का गुरूर और जोड़ा देश को। एक तिनके सा सवाल तूफान उठा सकता है।
सच्ची नियत और पक्के इरादे से पूछा जाए तो मेरा तजुर्बा कहता है एक सवाल कुछ भी कर सकता है।
नाविका कुमार के साथ देश पूछ रहा है सवाल पब्लिक का। टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत पर।
एंड ऑफ द मंथ और ये बची कुची सैलरी, इतने में क्या ही मिलेगा यार।
इतने में तो सिर्फ सोना ही मिलेगा।
सोना? तू ठीक तो है ना?
गोल्ड ETF 200 रुपए हो या कम, इन्वेस्ट विद जस्ट अ डीमैट अकाउंट। एंड द बेस्ट पार्ट, ये रेगुलेटेड है एंड इट्स बैक्ड बाय रियल गोल्ड।
क्या बात है यार।
Gold ETF. It's Aaj Ka Gold. A simple way to diversify and balance portfolios with 200 rupees or less.
No, what happened? एक्शन बोलते ही ना मैंने बिल्डिंग से जंप मारा और फिल्म वालों को प्रोटेक्शन मिलता है यार। बॉस ये क्रिकेट नहीं है। वो हीरो बाउंसर लगा ना तो गेम ओवर है ना। बॉस तेरा गेम ओवर। डोंट वरी, मेरे पास फुल शॉट है।
अपनों का भरोसा आप और आपके लिए एक्सिस मैक्स लाइफ के टर्म प्लान्स का भरोसा।
एक्सिस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
भरोसा तुम हो।
आराम से आराम से।
हाँ।
सामान देना भैया।
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो पिट्टू की पर्ची में देखो ना, कहाँ गई पर्ची?
नमस्ते
जी।
हाँ? मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हील चेयर, ये आपका और ये आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग की बात तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है? टिफिन है।
थैंक यू।
अरे पर्ची मिल गई।
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं। अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
This Christmas, the gifts that matter aren't found under a tree.
1, 2, 3.
They are moments you carry
That's beautiful.
long after the season fades.
Check it out. Magic potion.
Stories that stay, shape, and stir something in you.
I have a surprise for you.
Bells ringing. This year, unwrap the films that gum memories. Big Holiday Binge. 25th December. Thursday all day long. Only on MN Plus.
The 311-hectare Jaywar Logistics Hub next to Noida International Airport is set to become a major engine of UP's growth.
यूपी अनलिमिटेड पोटेंशियल का प्रदेश हो चुका है। देश की सबसे तेज विकसित अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में उत्तर प्रदेश ने आज अपने आप को स्थापित किया है।
Jaywar forms one of North India's strongest logistics network. Together, projects worth 5,881 crore are creating a powerful rail, road, air logistics triangle for the region. Jaywar will handle 1.44 million TEUs of container traffic and 7.9 million tons of bulk cargo every year. With fast imports, reliable handling and efficient exports, Jaywar serves as a powerful logistics backbone for semiconductor manufacturing.
Jaywar Logistic Hub and Noida International Airport are set to become a major milestone in Uttar Pradesh development. These two mega projects will not only create lakhs of new jobs, together they will not just boost the UP's economic growth, but will also play a significant role in strengthening India's economic development.
By creating more than 1 lakh jobs, the hub will play a major role in boosting the state's economy. Jaywar Logistics Hub, powering India's semiconductor future and UP's $1 trillion economy journey.
Deep dive, the story behind the numbers. Markets move fast, too fast. One small change, one quiet signal, and everything shifts. Deep dive doesn't just keep up, it gets ahead. We track the signals before they become headlines. Deep dive, the story behind the numbers.
Zoom, the grooviest entertainment channel. Zoom keeps you turned on with the trendiest music. With the latest happenings of Bollywood.
फेवरेट है, आप इस वक्त से और कुछ मत बुलवाइए।
Get to know your favorite stars one-on-one.
आपके रिक्वेस्ट, आपके गाने, आपके मैसेजेस के साथ सारे सेलेब्स कर रहे हैं अपना फेवरेट गाना रिक्वेस्ट। क्या आपने अपना फेवरेट गाना रिक्वेस्ट किया? ओनली ऑन रिक्वेस्ट वाला शो।
Awkward thoughts, taboo topics या आपकी कोई स्टोरी हो, मैं सुनूंगा बिना जज किए। अब सीक्रेट्स नो मोर।
हाय, दिस इज ए रहमान और जानी मेरे बारे में बहुत से अनसुने और मजेदार किस्से। देखिए मेरे फेवरेट सॉन्ग पूरे महीने।
Sizzle with the stars, groove to beats, and vibe with Bollywood. Zoom.
जिंदगी के कई मौसम अनुभव किया मैंने। हालात बदले, लोग बदले, अगर कुछ नहीं बदला तो बाबूजी की सिखाई हुई एक बात। तो कहते थे जब नींव मजबूत हो तो फिर चाहे वक्त के उतार चढ़ाव कैसे भी हो, हम उनका डट कर सामना करने में सक्षम होंगे। बिल्कुल इस पेड़ की तरह जिसकी नींव भी टिकी है निस्वार्थ भावना और सहनशीलता जैसे आदर्शों पर। ऐसा ही एक अटूट रिश्ता जोड़ता है आपके साथ IDFC फर्स्ट बैंक। विश्वास, पारदर्शिता और सच्चाई का। ये है ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट, क्योंकि इनको आपकी सफलता में अपनी जीत दिखती। मैं तो जुड़ जाऊंगा के साथ, आप भी जुड़ जाइए ना। IDFC FIRST Bank, always you first.
How do you know that you've arrived? How? Is it when your name means many things to many people? Or when your signature becomes a currency? Or is it when the only approval you need is your own? Is it when you stand tall amidst giants? Just when and how do you know you've arrived? Tough question, Ray. Because when you start to feel like you're almost there, a little voice inside says, the best is yet to come.
Let's make your next chapter the best one yet. IDFC FIRST Private Banking. The best is yet to come.
Amrita Vishwavidyapita is more than a university. It's a transformative journey where values and world-class learning converge. Founded under the guidance of Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, affectionately known as Amma. Amrita is ranked 8th in India by NIRF Rankings 2025, accredited with NAC A++, and granted Category 1 autonomy by the UGC. With 10 campuses across India, Amrita brings together peak for themselves. In 2025, we achieved a 90% placement rate with the highest CTC, reaching rupees 80.49 lakhs. With 300 plus active collaborations with top-ranked universities worldwide, Amrita offers dual degrees, study abroad programs, research internships, and global exchanges. At Amrita, we don't just educate, we inspire, we nurture minds, we uplift communities, we transform lives. Come, become. Become is how you come to be someone or something. Become better than you were yesterday. There's a time to become. It's now. And there's a place that lets you become. It's here. Amrita Vishwavidyapita. Come, become.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromising. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
I'm calling from India. My name is
सवाल जब उठा तो सामने आए सैकड़ों सच। सवाल ने ही तोड़ा ताकत का गुरूर और जोड़ा देश को। एक तिनके सा सवाल तूफान उठा सकता है।
सच्ची नियत और पक्के इरादे से पूछा जाए तो मेरा तजुर्बा कहता है एक सवाल कुछ भी कर सकता है।
नाविका कुमार के साथ देश पूछ रहा है सवाल पब्लिक का। टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत पर।
एंड ऑफ द मंथ और ये बची कुची सैलरी, इतने में क्या ही मिलेगा यार।
इतने में तो सिर्फ सोना ही मिलेगा।
सोना? तू ठीक तो है ना?
गोल्ड ETF, 200 रुपए हो या कम, इन्वेस्ट विद जस्ट अ डीमैट अकाउंट। एंड द बेस्ट पार्ट, ये रेगुलेटेड है एंड इट्स बैक्ड बाय रियल गोल्ड।
क्या बात है यार।
Gold ETF. It's Aaj Ka Gold. A simple way to diversify and balance portfolios with 200 rupees or less.
वन है सेब दास्ताने, वन है सेब दास्ताने, से पत्रों में होश, सुई चुकना कुंगपोश। वन है सेब दास्ताने, वन है सेब दास्ताने, से पत्रों में होश, सुई चुकना कुंगपोश।
You know what happened? Action बोलते ही ना मैंने बिल्डिंग से जंप मारा और
फिल्म वालों को प्रोटेक्शन मिलता है यार।
बॉस ये क्रिकेट नहीं है।
वो हीरो बाउंसर लगा ना तो गेम ओवर है ना।
बॉस तेरा गेम ओवर।
डोंट वरी मेरे पास फुल शॉट है।
अपनों का भरोसा आप और आपके लिए एक्सिस मैक्स लाइफ के टर्म प्लान्स का भरोसा।
एक्सिस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
भरोसा तुम हो।
आराम से आराम से।
हाँ।
सामान देना भैया।
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो पिट्टी पर्ची में देखो। कहाँ गई पर्ची?
नमस्ते
जी।
हाँ? मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हील चेयर, ये आपका और ये आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग की बात तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है? टिफिन लाया।
थैंक यू।
अरे पर्ची मिल गई।
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं। अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
This Christmas, the gifts that matter aren't found under a tree.
1, 2, 3.
They are moments you carry
That's beautiful.
long after the season fades.
Check it out. Magic potion.
Stories that stay, shape, and stir something in you.
I have a surprise for you.
Bells ringing. This year, unwrap the films that gum memories. Big Holiday Binge. 25th December. Thursday all day long. Only on MN Plus.
The 311-hectare Jaywar Logistics Hub, next to Noida International Airport, is set to become a major engine of growth.
कौशल का प्रदेश हो चुका है। देश की सबसे तेज विकसित अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में उत्तर प्रदेश ने आज अपने आप को स्थापित किया है।
Jewar forms one of North India's strongest logistics network. Together, projects worth 5,881 crore are creating a powerful rail-road air logistics triangle for the region. Jewar will handle 1.44 million TEUs of container traffic and 7.9 million tons of bulk cargo every year. With fast imports, reliable handling and efficient exports, Jewar serves as a powerful logistics backbone for semiconductor manufacturing.
Jewar Logistic Hub and Noida International Airport are set to become a major milestone in Uttar Pradesh development. These two mega projects will not only create lakhs of new jobs, together they will not just boost the UP's economic growth, but will also play a significant role in strengthening India's economic development.
By creating more than 1 lakh jobs, the hub will play a major role in boosting the state's economy. Jewar Logistics Hub, powering India's semiconductor future and UP's $1 trillion economy journey.
Deep dive, the story behind the numbers. Markets move fast, too fast. One small change, one quiet signal, and everything shifts. Deep dive doesn't just keep up, it gets ahead. We track the signals before they become headlines. Deep dive, the story behind the numbers.
Zoom, the grooviest entertainment channel. Zoom keeps you turned on with the trendiest music. With the latest happenings of Bollywood.
फेवरेट है, आप प्लीज मुझसे और कुछ मत बुलवाइए.
Get to know your favorite stars one-on-one.
आपके रिक्वेस्ट, आपके गाने, आपके मैसेजेस के साथ सारे सिलेक्ट कर रहे हैं अपना फेवरेट गाना रिक्वेस्ट. क्या आपने अपना फेवरेट गाना रिक्वेस्ट किया? ओनली ऑन रिक्वेस्ट वाला शो.
ऑकवर्ड थॉट्स, टैबू टॉपिक्स या आपकी कोई स्टोरी हो, मैं सुनूंगा बिना जज किए. अब सीक्रेट्स नो मोर.
हाय, दिस इज ए रहमान. और जानी मेरे बारे में बहुत से अनसुने और मजेदार किस्से. देखिए मेरे फेवरेट सॉन्ग पूरे महीने.
Sizzle with the stars, groove to beats, and vibe with Bollywood. Zoom.
जिंदगी के कई मौसम अनुभव किया मैंने. हालात बदले, लोग बदले. अगर कुछ नहीं बदला तो बाबूजी की सिखाई हुई एक बात. तो कहते थे, जब नींव मजबूत हो तो फिर चाहे वक्त के उतार चढ़ाव कैसे भी हो, हम उनका डट कर सामना करने में सक्षम होंगे. बिल्कुल इस पेड़ की तरह जिसकी नींव भी टिकी है निस्वार्थ भावना और सहनशीलता जैसे आदर्शों पर. ऐसा ही एक अटूट रिश्ता जोड़ता है आपके साथ IDFC फर्स्ट बैंक. विश्वास, पारदर्शिता और सच्चाई का. ये है ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट, क्योंकि इनको आपकी सफलता में अपनी जीत दिखती. मैं तो जुड़ चुका हूं इनके साथ, आप भी जुड़ जाइए ना. IDFC FIRST Bank, always you first.
How do you know that you've arrived? How? Is it when your name means many things to many people? Or when your signature becomes a currency? Or is it when the only approval you need is your own? Is it when you stand tall amidst giants? Just when and how do you know you've arrived? Tough question, babe. Because when you start to feel like you're almost there, a little voice inside says, the best is yet to come.
Let's make your next chapter the best one yet. IDFC FIRST Private Banking. The best is yet to come.
Amrita Vishwavidyapita is more than a university. It's a transformative journey where values and world-class learning converge. Founded under the guidance of Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, affectionately known as Amma. Amrita is ranked 8th in India by NIRF Rankings 2025, accredited with NAC A++, and granted Category 1 autonomy by the UGC. With 10 campuses across India, Amrita brings together peak for themselves. In 2025, we achieved a 92% placement rate with the highest CTC reaching Rs 80.49 lakhs. With 300 plus active collaborations with top-ranked universities worldwide, Amrita offers dual degrees, study abroad programs, research internships, and global exchanges. At Amrita, we don't just educate, we inspire, we nurture minds, we uplift communities, we transform lives. Come, become. Become is how you come to be someone or something. Become better than you were yesterday. There's a time to become. It's now. And there's a place that lets you become. It's here. Amrita Vishwavidyapita. Come, become.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromising. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
I'm calling from India. My name is
सवाल जब उठा तो सामने आए सैकड़ों सच। सवाल ने ही तोड़ा ताकत का गुरूर और जोड़ा देश को। एक तिनके सा सवाल तूफान उठा सकता है।
सच्ची नियत और पक्के इरादे से पूछा जाए तो मेरा तजुर्बा कहता है एक सवाल कुछ भी कर सकता है।
नाविका कुमार के साथ देश पूछ रहा है सवाल पब्लिक का। टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत पर।
एंड ऑफ द मंथ और ये बची कुची सैलरी, इतने में क्या ही मिलेगा यार।
इतने में तो सिर्फ सोना ही मिलेगा।
सोना? तू ठीक तो है ना?
गोल्ड ETF, 200 रुपए हो या कम, इन्वेस्ट विद जस्ट अ डीमैट अकाउंट। एंड द बेस्ट पार्ट, ये रेगुलेटेड है एंड इट्स बैक्ड बाय रियल गोल्ड।
क्या बात है यार।
Gold ETF. It's Aaj Ka Gold. A simple way to diversify and balance portfolios with 200 rupees or less.
दास्तान चुकना कुंगपोश वन है सेब दास्तान वन है सेब दास्तान से पत्थरों में होश सुई चुकना कुंगपोश
You know what happened? एक्शन बोलते ही ना मैंने बिल्डिंग से जंप मारा और
फिल्म वालों को प्रोटेक्शन मिलता है यार।
बॉस ये क्रिकेट नहीं है।
वो हीरो बाउंसर लगा ना तो गेम ओवर है ना।
बॉस तेरा गेम ओवर।
डोंट वरी मेरे पास फुल शॉट है।
अपनों का भरोसा आप और आपके लिए एक्सिस मैक्स लाइफ के टर्म प्लान्स का भरोसा।
एक्सिस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
भरोसा तुम हो।
आराम से हाँ। सामान देना भैया।
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो पिट्टू की पर्ची में देखो ना, कहाँ गई पर्ची?
नमस्ते
जी।
हाँ? मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हील चेयर, ये आपका और ये आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग की बात तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है? टिफिन लाए।
थैंक यू।
अरे पर्ची मिल गई।
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं। अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
This Christmas, the gifts that matter aren't found under a tree.
1,
2,
3.
They are moments you carry
That's beautiful.
long after the season fades.
Check it out. Magic potion.
Stories that stay, shape, and stir something in you.
I have a surprise for you.
Bell's ringing.
This year, unwrap the films that gum memories. Big Holiday Binge. 25th December. Thursday all day long. Only on MN+.
The 311-hectare Jaywar Logistics Hub, next to Noida International Airport, is set to become a major engine of UP's growth.
यूपी अनलिमिटेड पोटेंशियल का प्रदेश हो चुका है। देश की सबसे तेज विकसित अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में उत्तर प्रदेश ने आज अपने आप को स्थापित किया है।
Jaywar forms one of North India's strongest logistics network. Together, projects worth 5,881 crore are creating a powerful rail, road, air logistics triangle for the region. Jaywar will handle 1.44 million TEUs of container traffic and 7.9
All right. Good evening
million
once again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you've settled down. We will be starting momentarily. Just another reminder, do use the hashtag IEC2025 to share your thoughts, suggestions for this one of the most important sessions at IEC today. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, as you already know, we are now joined by the Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways of the Government of India, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for the Honorable Minister? indeed very grateful to the Honorable Minister to join us at the 11th edition of the India Economic Conclave.
Absolutely. In fact, Sumit, you were talking about infrastructure being the backbone of economic development. It is perhaps the most visible manifestation of India's economic transformation.
Exactly. And now our next speaker, he's been the face of this infrastructure transformation as the Minister of Road Transport and Highways since 2014. He has overseen a dramatic acceleration in road building. Before we invite him up on stage, I would like to request the Managing Director of Times Group, Mr. Vineet Jain, to please come up on stage and present the Honorable Minister with a token of our appreciation. Mr. Jain, sir, if we can have you, and Honorable Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shri Nitin Gadkari, Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India. Let's keep the applause going. Mr. Gadkari has been the face of this infrastructure transformation in India that we were talking about. He's been the face of this transformation, as we call it.
Thank you, sir. Minister, sir, request you to please take a seat. I'll request Aisha Faridi, the Executive Editor of ET Now and ET Now Swadesh, to join the Honorable Minister on stage for a discussion on infrastructure, backbone of India's economic boom. Aisha will be joining us momentarily. It's been a very interesting day here at the 11th edition of the India Economic Conclave. We've had some very interesting sessions, of course, but the highlight is going to be Mr. Gadkari's session. And we will be waiting with bated breath to hear what Sir has to say. And Aisha is now joining for the session. So over to you, Aisha.
Good evening. Thank you so much. So, road transport infrastructure, the backbone of the country. How does it feel to hold charge of ministry which has so much running on its back?
Actually, it is very clear that for the growth of any country, the infrastructure is very important. Water, power, transport and communication. Without developing this infrastructure, we can't get capital investment in industry and trade and business. And without investment, we cannot create jobs. And without jobs, we cannot eradicate the poverty. So the 100%, our Prime Minister has given the highest priority for development of infrastructure in the country. And today, in my experience, we don't have any resources problem because the way in which we are monetizing the road and developing different type of models, BOT, hybrid annuity, InvIT, then TOT, there is no problem about resources because the traffic density is very high. So just like Delhi also, there are problems for air pollution, for traffic jam. Now we are planning for making expenditure of 1,50,000 crore only in Delhi NCR area. So I got a list of the project for that. But somewhere this is the time for the country that we have to develop infrastructure. The other important thing is anywhere in the industrial growth, GDP growth, our exports is very important. Now previously our logistic cost as compared with European country and USA and China, the China's logistic cost to the GDP comes to 8%. The American and European country is 12%. And in India, previously it was 16%. But the latest study from IIM Bangalore and IIT Kanpur and IIT Chennai, the report indicates that our logistic cost in the road is reduced by 6%. So now from 16 to 10, and the report was 3-4 months before. So today I am confident that this logistic cost is in single digit at 9%. So by reducing this cost, I feel that we are going to increase our export by 1.5%, and that is to be a great thing for the country. And 100%, it is going to create not only wealth, but it is going to create more jobs. And for agriculture development, the tourism is a sector where 49% of the expenditure, it is only for employment. And for tourism, it is most important that we need to develop good road infrastructure. I am giving you the example of Badrinath, Kedarnath, and Gangotri, Yamunotri. We have just built one road connecting all 4 places, and now we are also connecting the ropeway in Kedarnath. So 12,000 crore project, out of which 80 to 85% project is completed. But the people coming to Uttarakhand, now they have stopped the people to come to Uttarakhand because they have to control the thing, because the number was so increased, it was difficult for the state government to control. So by making good roads, not only we are developing trade, business and industry, but we are developing tourism, and we are also developing good agriculture also. So these are the effects which are very important for the development of our country.
It is indeed, and what a multiplier effect all of this has. But I want to talk about numbers because we are at the India Economic Conclave. When we talk about the National Highway Network under Bharat Mala Pariyojana, the targets have been achieved, but people are wondering what next? What is going to be your next focus area?
Actually, now we are developing Green Express Highway. For example, I am giving you the example, you starting from Manali, going to Rohtang Pass. The previously time period was 3.5 hours. Now because of Atal Tunnel, it is only 8 minutes. And after coming to that Atal Tunnel, we can come to Ladakh and Leh, where we are already developing 8 tunnels and road. Already work is going on. Then Ladakh, Leh to Srinagar, the Asia's biggest tunnel, Jojila, 80% work is completed. And after Jojila, we have already inauguration of tunnel, that is Jhedmore tunnel. Now it called as the Sonberg tunnel. Sonberg tunnel is the name of the tunnel now. It's open. And coming to Srinagar, we are developing 36 tunnels. Out of which 24 we have already completed. And there is work is going on 8 to 9 tunnels. And by which, before coming to Jammu, there is Delhi-Katra Express Highway. That is from Amritsar and Delhi. So Delhi to Amritsar will be 4 hours. Delhi to Katra will be 6 hours. And Delhi to Srinagar will be 8 hours. And coming to Delhi by Dwarka Express Highway, going to this Delhi-Mumbai Highway, going to Surat, we are developing new road, new Green Express Highway, from Surat to Nashik, Nashik to Ahmednagar, Ahmednagar to Solapur, Solapur to Kurnool, and Kurnool to Trivandrum, Cochin, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Kanyakumari. So it is going to reduce the distance between Chennai to Delhi by 320 kilometers. So this Kashmir to Kanyakumari, this is the connectivity, and that is the reason that we are developing good roads. At the same time, we are also changing the fuel. The hydrogen, we are already doing the experiment in this hotel. 4 months before I got appointed to launch the 3 trucks of Tata on hydrogen, green hydrogen. So because of the alternative fuel and biofuel, we are also going to reduce the cost of the fuel. I'm just giving a small example. It's very important. One of the big company, logistic company from Mumbai, Bakshi and Company, they are working in the port. They have just started electric bus, electric truck, and they are taking their container from JNPT, Kandla and Mudra port to Sonipat. And it is by that swapping technology, the electric trucks are there from China, Proton or some company, I am not remember the name exactly. But the way in which now you see how much the effect is there. 110 rupees per liter diesel, for that they have to spend only 10 rupees on electricity. So they are taking all their container from that area to Sonipat. So it is going to reduce the cost. That is very important by good roads and fuel. Ethanol, methanol, biodiesel, LNG, electric, hydrogen. By this way, we are going to reduce the cost, and which is going to boost the economy. And that is exactly the need of the hour. And we have got a tremendous opportunity in the international market. And everywhere there are good possibility for Make in India and Made in India. I am very much confident about this growth.
So since you're better at math than me, how many more kilometers of roads or national highways by the end of the next calendar year?
Actually, our target is to make 60 kilometers per day. This is target. But now, once upon a time, we have go up to 40 kilometers. Now this year, I don't know, but still we need to increase our road construction. We have 7 world record. And already also in one of the project in Andhra Pradesh now, the contractor is going to make another new world record. So the 100% we want, there is, money is not the problem. I have got tremendous
Then what
money.
is the problem?
We need to make more improvement in the system. Because land acquisition, forest environment clearance, utility shifting, then getting clearance for all these departments, it takes some time for that. It is our responsibility to get it clearance for all these things. But where we need to make, resolve this issue as early as possible.
You know, some people would say that there is record speed in setting the targets, but are we building fast at the cost of quality? What would you want to say to your critics?
Actually, this is not the correct thing. One of the problems which I am facing, that any road constructed by any state government, I don't know, but people give me the credit for that. The Samruddhi Mahamarga is constructed by government of Maharashtra, and many times in the flight people coming to me, oh Gadkari, very well done, well done. This is not my project. The problem,
it's always well done, then
yes,
there's no problem.
In the social media, so 70% of the problems which are already, they have given addressing to me and my department, they are not related with me. I am only responsible for national highway. I am not responsible Delhi roads. I am not responsible municipal roads, Delhi state government roads. But people are making responsible me for everything, and that is to be the problem. Sometimes they are giving me the credit of the state government, and sometimes unnecessary, without any concern, they are giving discredit to me. That is to be a problem.
बुरा भी बोलते हैं आपको फ्लाइट में आके?
नहीं, वो कम है. वैसे मैं एक लकी आदमी हूँ in my public life कि मुझे जितने दिल से लोग अच्छा कहते हैं, और ये मेरे लिए सबसे बड़ा इंस्पिरेशन है कि पब्लिक के लिए काम करना, क्योंकि मैं ये मानता हूँ कि पॉलिटिक्स इज द इंस्ट्रूमेंट ऑफ सोशियो इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म. And being a minister, it is my responsibility to work for the country. And when I am given, now I am working in Delhi, but now my problem is, in Gurgaon we have just made Dwarka Express Highway. Then UR2, then tunnel. The tunnel is there. Now we are connecting that tunnel to Vasant Vihar also. So everything, but still the traffic jam is there. So the capability of the Indian people to increase number of people, population, and car, it is beyond my limit. I am not in position to control it.
But you know, the question is, when a new road caves in, who do you blame? Do you blame the ministry, or do you blame your local contractor who's built the road?
No, I am very much strict about the contractor. And now I have already world record and everything is with it. Now I decided to punish contractors and corrupt officers who are not doing quality works. I will see that. I am going to hang them. मैं उनको छोड़ूंगा नहीं.
तो काम ही क्यों देना उनको?
अब डर गए सब. आप किसी कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को पूछो, अब कोई बदमाशी नहीं करेगा.
A huge round of applause for that. But sir, other thing also is toll collection. Do you feel that's kind of unfair to the ordinary commuter?
No, already because of our new toll policy and the system, now we are offering the pass for 3,000 rupees, where they can get concession for 200 tolls. The cost coming per toll only 15 rupees. It is nothing. Already 40 lakhs passes already is taken by the people. And because of there is no problem as far as that toll is concerned. But now one thing is there. If you want good services, you have to pay for it. Because we are taking money from the capital market. We are paying the interest to the investor. At the same time, we have to return this money back. So, but people are happy about it. I'm just giving the example. When I was in Mumbai, we construct Mumbai-Pune Express Highway. At that time, Mumbai to Pune, the old days, you will please remember, that Mumbai to Pune, it takes 8 to 9 hours. And today it is in 2 hours. So in 2 hours, 7 hours time saving is there, fuel saving is there, and as comparison, particularly for the cost for the toll and saving for time and fuel, it is already saving is there. So somewhere when government is already taking lot of investment from the capital market, it is to be responsibility for the government to return it back. So even we are in capital market, I'm very much lucky that our rating is III. Actually NHI is very, very economically having a good reputation. And when we launch our InvIT model in Mumbai Stock Exchange, the time period was 7 days. But first day in 7 hours, our bond issue was subscribed 7 times more. And now we have already taken a decision that we will not take money from the rich people, but we will involve the poor people, the small people, the lower middle class people, service class people, and we are offering them 8.05% interest per year. And every month, we will deposit interest on their name. And now in the first InvIT, the 100 rupees invest share cost is now coming to 140. So 100% they will get 16 to 18% return from investment in NHI. So that is to be very, very, and 50% of now investment we will take from the small investors, the small people, and we will give them about to get 16% return. And that is to be a great thing. I feel that it is very important. I have appealed to the people that invest in NHI bond.
मतलब अच्छी रोड के लिए टोल रहेगा?
बिल्कुल रहेगा. मैं आप अभी नाराज मत हुई, पर एक प्रश्न मैंने पूछा था. ये होटल में मुझे बहुत बार यही प्रश्न पूछते हैं. तो मैंने पूछा आपने इस होटल में इतना बड़ा तामझाम किया है, तो आपको पैसे तो देने पड़े होंगे. आपके पास ऑप्शन था, आप और मैं रामलीला मैदान पर बैठ जाते, 2 चेयर रखते, कैमरा फिट करते और फुकट में काम हो जाता. पर आपने अगर अच्छी जगह किया है तो यू हैव टू पे द प्राइस फॉर इट. मैं अगर एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बना रहा हूँ दिल्ली से मुंबई 12 घंटे में, अभी 15 दिन के बाद दिल्ली से देहरादून 2 घंटे में, अब दिल्ली चेन्नई से बेंगलोर 2 घंटे में, मैसूर से बेंगलोर 3 घंटे लगते थे 45 मिनट में, ये मेरठ टू दिल्ली 3.5 घंटे लगते थे 45 मिनट में. तो लोगों को जब ट्रैफिक जाम से मुक्ति मिल रही है, प्रदूषण से मुक्ति मिल रही है, थोड़ी जाम से मुक्ति मिल रही है, तो कहीं ना कहीं तो थोड़ा पेमेंट भी तो करना होगा.
नहीं, I only asked because आपने बोला capital abundant है, so I said then why the toll?
नहीं, अब उसको भी हमने बहुत कम कर दिया. अभी लोग फील नहीं करते. देखिए अभी ये जो हमारी 3,000 रुपए में पास आई है 200, तो वो एकदम. दूसरी बात अभी हमने किया है कि आप जहां से जाओगे वहां नंबर प्लेट और फास्टैग दोनों इमेज खींचेगा, और जहां से निकलोगे तो पहले आपको 2 टोल के बीच में अगर आप 20 किलोमीटर भी जाते तो 60 किलोमीटर का टोल देना पड़ता था. अब आपको जितना कैलकुलेशन होगा उतना ही टोल देना है. तो दैट इज ऑल्सो द सेविंग फॉर द पीपल.
सर, पिज्जा कंपनी थी, जब उन्होंने इंडिया में लॉन्च करा तो अगर 30 मिनट से ज्यादा टाइम लगता था डिलीवरी में तो पिज्जा फ्री हो जाता था. अगर टोल नाके पे 5 मिनट से ज्यादा वेट करना पड़े तो क्या टोल फ्री होगा?
आपने अच्छा प्रश्न पूछा. मैंने आज ही राज्यसभा में उत्तर दिया है कि 26 दिसंबर समाप्त होने के पहले टोल के ऊपर 0 टाइम लगेगा. आप 60 to 80 किलोमीटर स्पीड से जाकर निकल जाओगे, ना कोई आपको रोकेगा, ना कोई टोकेगा, ना गाड़ी रोकेगा. वो कैमरा फोटो निकाल लेगा, आपके बैंक अकाउंट से पैसे निकल जाएंगे. और दिसंबर के पहले टोटल 1000 टोल है, 300 प्राइवेट लोगों को दिए और 650 टोल जो है वो हमारे NHI के हैं, हमने पहले 10 प्रोजेक्ट ऑलरेडी अवार्ड कर दिए हैं और मैंने कहा कि 1 साल के अंदर खत्म करो सबको, पूरी सिस्टम ये हम नई टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ जोड़ देंगे। तो मुझे लगता है कहीं रुकने की जरूरत ही नहीं, 0 टाइम।
परफेक्ट।
आप तो 5 मिनट 1 सेकंड 40 सेकंड 30 सेकंड नो टाइम, आप 80 किलोमीटर के स्पीड से निकल जाओगे।
Great, look forward to that. But sir, highway construction, that seems to have slowed this year. And please correct me if I'm wrong.
थोड़ा स्लो हुआ है।
पर क्यों?
ऐसा हुआ कि ये जो भारतमाला प्रोजेक्ट था, उसमें करीब 3000 करोड़ तक निर्णय करने की अधिकार हमारे डिपार्टमेंट में थे। और अभी क्या हुआ कि भारतमाला कैंसिल हो गया और 2011 में हमको 1000 करोड़ रुपए का अधिकार था। तो नेचुरली हमारे 90% प्रोजेक्ट जो होते हैं हमको हमारे डिपार्टमेंट में 2 कमिटियां हैं, फिर फाइनेंस की कमेटी है, उनकी 2 कमेटी है, फिर कैबिनेट में जाता है। तो प्रोसीजर अब बड़ा होने के कारण थोड़ा प्रोजेक्ट सब क्लियरेंस करते समय थोड़ा देरी होती है। अब ये 18% जीएसटी भी है उसमें, तो 1000 करोड़ में तो वो भी लग जाता। तो हमारा हर प्रोजेक्ट 3000, 4000, 5000, 6000, 8000 करोड़ के हैं। तो नेचुरली इसके कारण थोड़ा ये होता है।
तो फंडिंग एंड क्लियरेंसेस बेसिकली।
नहीं, सिस्टम में जो प्रोसीजर है तो वो सब जगह जाता है, फिर तो जहां जाता है तो वहां ज्ञान भी मिलता है। नई बात पूछी जाती है, बताई जाती है।
जैसे कि लास्ट क्या नई बात पूछी गई?
नहीं, बहुत पूछे, सरकारी लोग बात पूछने में माहिर होते हैं। हाँ। इसकी जरूरत है क्या? अच्छा। ये फ्लाईओवर नहीं बनाया तो चलेगा क्या? लेकिन अनेक प्रश्न आते हैं। फाइनेंस वाले वगैरह उनका काम ही होता है, तो पूछते रहते हैं। अभी मैं इस होटल के नीचे एक टनल बना रहा हूँ।
नीचे
होटल के बाजू
अच्छा,
से
हाँ।
ये जो ताल कटोरा स्टेडियम से गुड़गांव तक, अभी निर्णय नहीं हुआ है, अध्ययन शुरू हुआ, उसका डीपीआर बना रहे, फिर तय करेंगे। 6 लेन एक तरफ, 6 लेन एक तरफ, और वो पूरा गुड़गांव के बाहर निकलेगा। तो ये जो रोड है, अभी मैं ही तंग आया हूँ। मैं दिल्ली को इतना ही जानता हूँ कि ये होटल के समोर से पहले मेरे को एक ही दिल्ली की जगह बहुत मुकद्दत हो गई थी, 2 लाख वाह। रोज सुबह शाम जब आता था मैं फ्लाइट से तो यही रुकता था। तो पहले मैंने किया तो मुझे डिपार्टमेंट ने कहा कि ये एनएच नहीं है। तो मैंने बोला हम काम नहीं कर सकते। बोला अच्छा ठीक है। तो एनएच कहाँ है? वो ब्रिज है ना वहाँ 2 लाख के आगे जाके, वहाँ ब्रिज उतर गया, खत्म होता है। तो बोला ये सिंपल काम है, इसको ताज पैलेस तक करा दो। मैंने बढ़ा दिया लेंस, यहाँ तक लेके आया। अब उसके कारण धौला कुआं निकल गया। अब धौला कुआं का प्रॉब्लम इन लोगों को पूछो कितना था, अब सॉल्व हो गया। अब वो कोने पे पुलिस स्टेशन है, तो पुलिस स्टेशन में वो पुलिस वाले मुझे बोल रहे हैं कि हमको हमारी भी बिल्डिंग जा रही, वो भी बना दो, नई भी बिल्डिंग बना दो, क्वार्टर भी बना दो। अरे मतलब कोई गुनाह कर रहे हो हम लोग? तो अभी चल रहे बात, अभी वो मिल जाएगी तो कॉर्नर जो है उधर का वो भी उड़ा देंगे। हम तैयार है उनका काम 20 करोड़ करने के लिए, तो वो भी वहां से थोड़ा ट्रैफिक जाम कम हो जाएगा।
मुंबई में भी आप ऐसे कुछ कर सकते हैं
है ना? मुंबई में 55 फ्लाईओवर्स मेरे समय बने, वर्ली बांद्रा
थोड़ा
बने।
और
अभी मैं मुंबई दिल्ली एक्सप्रेस हाईवे JNPT तक जा रहा है, और अभी वो नया हाईवे बनने के बाद ये जो वेस्टर्नली बाईपास है, जो सायन से आता है ना पूरा माइन से, तो इसमें सीलिंग भी आगे बढ़ रहा है विरार तक, और हमारा भी मुंबई दिल्ली हाईवे जाएगा। तो थोड़ा सा इसमें होगा, पर देखो गलतियां होती है। मैंने नागपुर में अभी नीचे में रोड, ऊपर में फ्लाईओवर, ऊपर में मेट्रो, पहली बार एक ही पिलर पर। फिर ये बात देवेंद्र जी को भी मैंने बताई थी, पर ये प्रूवन बात नहीं थी। तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि अगर ये वेस्टर्नली बाईपास पर जो मेट्रो हो रही है, ये अगर हम करते तो शायद हमको और डबल लेन हो जाती थी। पर अब मैं पूना में 50,000 करोड़ के 4 फ्लाईओवर बना रहा हूँ, 50,000 करोड़ के। उसके 3 पूरे टेंडर भी आ गए, और उसमें नीचे में रोड, ऊपर में फ्लाईओवर, उसके ऊपर में फ्लाईओवर एक पिलर पर, और उसके ऊपर में मेट्रो। तो पूना से अहमदनगर जाने वाला रोड, पूना से सोलापुर जाने वाला रोड, पूना से सातारा जाने वाला रोड, फिर चाकण शिक्रापुर तळेगांव वाला रोड, तो सब जगह पर अभी हम लोग ये 3-3, 4-4 लेन के बना रहे हैं, क्योंकि इतना ट्रैफिक है कि उसके सिवा कोई पर्याय नहीं। अब ये टेक्नोलॉजी प्रूव हो गई तो अब करेंगे।
Moving on to e-challan, sir. It seems only 30% of e-challans are recovered. Is enforcement failing, you think?
देखिए, आप एग्जैक्टली क्या मुझे पूछना चाहती हूँ, मैं थोड़ा समझ नहीं।
मैं यही पूछना चाहती हूँ कि ई चालान्स की जो रिकवरी है वो अभी सिर्फ 30% पे बताई जा रही है. दैट इज व्हाट फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर्स आर सेइंग. क्या रिकवरी फेल हो रही है किसी तरह से, और हो रही है तो क्यों हो रही है?
पहले बात तो आपकी बात सही है, पर अभी हमने एक नया नियम बनाया.
क्या?
जो इसलिए बनाया कि टोल पर कोई आदमी टोल लेते हुए भाग जाएगा और पैसे नहीं भरेगा तो क्या करना. तो हमारा वाहन पोर्टल है, वो गाड़ी बेचेगा. जैसे मैंने मजाक में बताया अधिकारियों को, मैं महाराष्ट्र में एमएलए था, मंत्री था, तो कोई भी बोलता था एमएलए हॉस्टल रूम चाहिए, मैं चिट्ठी देता था. महाराष्ट्र से उतरना चिट्ठी देता था. और जब मैं फॉर्म भरने के लिए गया एमपी का, तो मुझे बोलो एनओसी लो. एनओसी लाया तो 7.5 लाख रुपए मेरे ऊपर लाइबिलिटी निकली. तो मतलब मैंने तो कुछ नहीं किया, बोली ये चिट्ठियां दी तुमने, इसका किराया. तो अभी हमने सिस्टम ये की कि वाहन में तभी रजिस्ट्रेशन होगा, गाड़ी तभी बेच पाओगे जब पुराने सब ड्यूज क्लियर करेंगे. तो उसको आप कानून में ला रहे हैं. तो आपकी गाड़ी बेचने के पहले आपको जितना कुछ आपकी लायबिलिटी है वो भरनी पड़ेगी, तब वो आप ये कर पाएंगे.
सर, आपने एक बात बोली, एंड समथिंग व्हिच इज वेरी क्लोज टू योर हार्ट एंड यू आर वेरी पैशनेट अबाउट द फ्यूल पॉलिसी. आई वांट टू टॉक अबाउट द E20 फ्यूल पॉलिसी. आर ओनर्स ऑफ ओल्डर व्हीकल्स पेइंग द प्राइस, यू थिंक?
ये गलत बात है. ऐसी पूरे देश में एक ही तकरार गुजरात से आई थी. और ये जब इथेनॉल जो है ये 49 से ब्राजील में चल रहा है, अभी 27% है, तब उसमें इतना ही आया था कि ये जो मेटल पार्ट्स है ये बदलने चाहिए, और इसमें कोई मशीन में अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. और उसके बाद ARI ने टेस्टिंग किया. टेस्टिंग करने के बाद 2 साल के बाद सर्विसिंग होती है. वो वॉशर्स वगैरह होते हैं उतने बदलने पड़ते हैं, अगर जरूरत पड़ेगी तो वो वैसे भी होते हैं. और इसलिए ये झूठ बात है, ऐसा कुछ हुआ नहीं. ये पेड कैंपेन था, और नहीं मुझे भी मालूम है. और वो कैंपेन में ऐसा था कि देखो 22 लाख करोड़ रुपए देश के बाहर जा रहे हैं. ये प्रदूषण दिल्ली में फॉसिल फ्यूल का 40% उसके कारण है. और ये हमारे देश में केवल हमने मक्के से इथेनॉल बनाना शुरू किया तो उत्तर प्रदेश और बिहार के किसानों को 45,000 करोड़ रुपए उनके जेब में गए. जो मक्के का भाव 1200 रुपए क्विंटल था, जो मार्केट प्राइस, और MSP 1800 रुपए क्विंटल थी, वो किसानों को 2600 से 2800 रुपए क्विंटल मिले. तो क्या इस देश का इंपोर्ट कम नहीं होना चाहिए? क्या इस देश का प्रदूषण कम नहीं होना चाहिए? और इस देश के इंपोर्ट को कम करके रूरल एग्रीकल्चर हमारे किसानों को अगर वो अल्टरनेटिव और बायोफ्यूल बनाते हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि ये देश के लिए आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने के लिए आवश्यक है. अब इलेक्ट्रिक, इसी होटल, ये होटल बहुत बातों का साक्षीदार है.
हर आंसर में ये
हाँ, क्योंकि यही मुझे पूछा गया था, और वो नाम नहीं लेता मैं. उनने पूछा कि इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी अगर रास्ते में बंद पड़ेगी तो धक्का मारने के लिए आप आओगे क्या? जब मैंने इलेक्ट्रिक लॉन्च की थी तो कोई गाड़ी बंद नहीं पड़ी. 30% ग्रोथ है. और जो लिथियम आयन बैटरी $150 पर kWh थी, वो आज $55 to $60 पर kWh आई. और मुझे खुशी हुई कि हमारे एक IIT के दिल्ली के लड़के ने एल्यूमिनियम एयर टेक्नोलॉजी को 5 साल एक्सपेरिमेंट किया. अब पेट्रोल डीजल के बजाय एल्यूमिनियम प्लेट फ्यूल बनेगी, और वो भी सक्सेसफुल हुआ. उसको फोर्ड कंपनी ने उसको एक अवार्ड भी दिया है पोल्यूशन के लिए. तो आने वाले समय में अल्टरनेटिव केमिस्ट्री में जो डेवलपमेंट हो रही है, और उसके साथ एक दिन ऐसा आएगा कि हिंदुस्तान का इंपोर्ट खत्म हो जाएगा, और ये जितना 22 लाख करोड़ आज है ये रूरल एग्रीकल्चर ट्राइबल गरीबों के घर जाएंगे और गांव स्मार्ट विलेज बनेंगे. और एक बात और इम्पोर्टेंट है कि मैं जब मंत्री बना तब पेट्रोल इंडस्ट्री का साइज 14 लाख करोड़ था और हमारा नंबर 7वां था. आज हमारा नंबर 3रा है, और 3रा नंबर नहीं है. हमने जापान को पीछे डालकर हम 3रे नंबर पर गए, और साइज ऑफ इंडस्ट्री 22 लाख करोड़ हुआ. अब अमेरिका पहले नंबर पर है, उनका 79 लाख करोड़. चाइना दूसरे नंबर पर है 49 लाख करोड़, और हिंदुस्तान 22 लाख करोड़. अब ये इंडस्ट्री है कि जिसने 4.5 करोड़ युवाओं को रोजगार दिया है. ये इंडस्ट्री है जो सबसे ज्यादा एक्सपोर्ट करती है. ये इंडस्ट्री है कि जो GST के रूप में राज्य सरकार और भारत सरकार को सबसे ज्यादा रेवेन्यू देती है. और मेरा ये मिशन है, उद्दिष्ट है कि आने वाले 8-10 साल में हम नंबर 1 पर पहुंचेंगे वर्ल्ड में. और अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल, बायोफ्यूल, सब गाड़ियां अभी मर्सिडीज के चेयरमैन मुझे मिले थे, वो हम इंडिया से बनाएंगे और एक्सपोर्ट करेंगे। हुंडई यहाँ से भेज रहे, मारुति सुजुकी यहाँ से भेज रहे, टोयोटो यहाँ से भेज रहे। तो आने वाले समय में हम वर्ल्ड में इलेक्ट्रिक, इथेनॉल, मिथेनॉल, एलएनजी, सीएनजी और ये अल्टरनेटिव बायोफ्यूल की हमारी स्कूटर, अभी आपको पता है होगा शायद कि हमारी टू व्हीलर इंडस्ट्री, बजाज, टीवीएस, हीरो, होंडा, सब 50% ऑफ देयर प्रोडक्शन इज एक्सपोर्ट। और जब इलेक्ट्रिक पर आएगा तो ये श्रीलंका, बांग्लादेश, साउथ अफ्रीकन कंट्रीज में हमारा इतना एक्सपोर्ट रेट टू व्हीलर, थ्री व्हीलर का होगा, तो इलेक्ट्रिक के कारण बहुत बड़ा बिजनेस मिलेगा। तो मुझे लगता है ये हमारे लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी है, ये हमारी ग्रोथ बढ़ाने की अपॉर्चुनिटी है, जीडीपी ग्रोथ में इसका कंट्रीब्यूशन है, और निश्चित रूप से आने वाले समय में जॉब्स। और इसलिए मैं अक्सर एक मानता हूं कि जो इन्वेस्टमेंट करता है वो केवल वेल्थ क्रिएटर नहीं है, वो एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्रिएटर है। टू क्रिएट मोर एम्प्लॉयमेंट इन द कंट्री, दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। और हम पॉपुलेशन बढ़ती जा रही है, तो बेरोजगारी को दूर करना होगा, तो इंडस्ट्री, ट्रेड, बिजनेस, एग्रीकल्चर में काफी रिफॉर्म करके बदलना होगा, एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ाना होगा, तभी रोजगार निर्माण होंगे, और रोजगार निर्माण होंगे तब गरीबी दूर होगी, और गरीबी दूर होगी तो हम $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनेंगे, और दुनिया की थर्ड लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी बनेंगे। ये जो प्रधानमंत्री का सपना है वो पूरा होगा।
But sir, for companies like a Tesla or a BYD coming to India, is the ultimate goal eventually that they make in India also? Purely because आपने domestic companies की बात करी जो export करें।
चिंता मत करो, हम क्वालिटी में इतने बेस्ट हैं और प्राइस में इतने सस्ते हैं कि किसी की इच्छा रहे या न रहे उसको यही लेना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि वो बाहर से लाएगा। देखो हमारे इंजीनियर्स डूइंग एक्सेलेंट जॉब्स, हमारी क्वालिटी में कोई क्या मॉडल्स है। मैं कभी कभी नाराज होता था, गोयनका जी बैठे हैं, इतने सुंदर मॉडल्स आए टाटा के, महिंद्रा के, लोग पसंद करने लगे। अब कंपटीशन है, रोज नए डिजाइन आ रहे हैं, रोज नए नए इनोवेशंस आ रहे हैं, और इसके कारण मुझे लगता है कि स्काई इज द लिमिट। हम लोग बिल्कुल आगे जाएंगे, और रोड हम अच्छे बना रहे हैं, परचेसिंग पावर बढ़ रही, पर कैपिटा इनकम बढ़ रहा है, तो लोग गाड़ियां खरीद रहे हैं। अब प्रॉब्लम में पुरानी गाड़ियां रखना का। अभी मैं स्पेन में गया था, तो स्पेन में मैंने सब शहरों में देखा कि ये हाईवे के नीचे में 10-10, 12-12 हजार गाड़ियों की पार्किंग है। तो मैंने वहां से डेलीगेशन बुलाया था, और अभी वो स्पेन के इन्वेस्टर भी आए थे कि दिल्ली, मुंबई, कलकत्ता, चेन्नई, बेंगलोर में ये रोड के नीचे कोई पार्किंग हो सकते क्या, ऐसे इसको भी हम अध्ययन कर रहे हैं।
आई विश मुंबई रोड्स पे इतनी जगह होती। But so coming back to my question, it's not a compulsion for new auto companies to come into India or global companies to come into India, that they have to make in India also. Would that ever be the case?
कंपल्शन नहीं कर सकते, पर लोग आ ही रहे ना, सबको आना ही पड़ेगा।
वो तो आ ही रहे।
मुझे बताओ, इतना बड़ा डोमेस्टिक मार्केट कहाँ मिलेगा? और हिंदुस्तान में उनको आना ही है, और हम उनको वेलकम करेंगे। पर ये बात नहीं चलेगी कि चाइना में माल बनाएंगे और हिंदुस्तान में बेचेंगे। आप यहाँ हो, यहाँ तुम इन्वेस्टमेंट करो, हमारे लोगों को रोजगार दो, और यहाँ डेवलप करो, यहाँ से एक्सपोर्ट करो, हमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, हम सबको सहयोग करेंगे।
सर, एक बात एथेनॉल पे, क्रिटिक्स से एथेनॉल स्ट्रेन्स वाटर एंड फूड सप्लाई, हाउ वुड यू काउंटर दैट?
देखिए, पहली बात तो आपको शायद याद होगा कि नहीं, मैं वाटर रिसोर्स मंत्री था।
मैं आ रही हूँ उन क्वेश्चंस
और दूसरी बात,
मैं आऊंगी।
मुझे 14 डॉक्टरेट मिली है, डीलिट मिली है, उसमें से 7 डॉक्टरेट मुझे एग्रीकल्चर साइंस में मिली है, और मैं वाटर कंजर्वेशन में काम करता हूँ। मैं एक्चुअली रोड में काम ही नहीं करता, मैं मेजोरिटी एग्रीकल्चर में काम करता हूँ। अब मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि इस देश में पानी की कमी नहीं है, पानी के नियोजन की कमी है। मैंने 47 प्रोजेक्ट्स तैयार करके रखे हैं, जो टेकिंग वाटर फ्रॉम वन रीजन टू अनदर रीजन। और आपको एक सिंपल उदाहरण, मैंने उस समय ये आंध्र प्रदेश में एक पोलावरम करके डैम को मंजूरी दी 60,000 करोड़ का। अब पोलावरम डैम का क्या है कि वहां का पानी डायरेक्ट निकलकर समुद्र में जा रहा है, 1300 टीएमसी, और हम पानी के लिए झगड़ा कर रहे हैं। और वो पानी की हमने 2 योजना बनाई थी कि ये गोदावरी का जो एक्सेस वाटर है जो समुद्र में जा रहा है, ये एक्सेट गोदावरी का पेनार का कृष्णा में, और कृष्णा का कावेरी में, टेल एंड टू तमिलनाडु, 2 प्रोजेक्ट बनाए थे। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, तमिलनाडु और कर्नाटक को झगड़ा करने की जरूरत ही नहीं। अभी हमारे आज मंत्री है केंद्र में, वो कर्नाटक के मुख्यमंत्री थे, उनको और तमिलनाडु के दोनों को मैंने बिठाया, दोनों को मैंने समझाया कि तुमको जितना पानी चाहिए उतना अवेलेबल है, तुम झगड़ा क्यों करते हो। ये हरियाणा, पंजाब और दिल्ली झगड़ा कर रहे पानी के लिए। मैं जब हमें स्वाधीनता मिली तो 6 नदियां जो थी भारत की, 3 नदियां भारत को मिली, 3 पाकिस्तान को मिली। वो 3 नदियों का पानी हमारे अधिकार का है और वो पानी हम पाकिस्तान को दे रहे हैं। तो मैंने निर्णय किया वो पानी खत्म बंद करो, हम लेंगे। केवल एक इंदिरा जो कैनल है उसको हमने कॉन्क्रीटिंग किया। ये बादल साहब का गांव है, उधर पूरा पानी बांध जो तक फूट गए थे सब। केवल वो कंक्रीट का बनाने से 60 डिस्ट्रिक्ट को पानी मिला। अब बिहार में कितना बाढ़ आ रहा है, कितना ब्रह्मपुत्रा में कितना, हर साल बाढ़ के कारण हमारा कितना नुकसान होता है। मेरे अंदाज से 3.5 लाख करोड़ का हो रहा है। और अभी तो इरिगेशन में ड्रिप इरिगेशन आया है और अभी तो एआई लगा है हमारे यहाँ। अमेरिकन सैटेलाइट फोटो निकालता है मेरे खेती पे, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट गूगल मदद करती है, वो देखते हैं तो 50% पानी कम हो गया। अब आने वाले समय में उत्पादन 50% बढ़ा और खर्चा इंसेक्टिसाइड फर्टिलाइजर का भी खर्चा कम हुआ। और पानी में तो अब इतने बड़े प्रमाण पर पानी अवेलेबल है, हम ड्रिप में जा रहे हैं। तो ये जो देखो, मैं आपको आप नाराज मत हुई है, ये जो दिल्ली में बैठे हुए जो अर्बन सेंट्रिक लोग हैं, ये ऐसी बातें छोड़ देते हैं। और ये गांव गरीब मजदूर किसान बेचारा, उसका आवाज कहाँ आता है। हमारा लोग कोई तो आ नहीं पाता आपके यहाँ, और ये बोलते हैं पानी। अरे ये पहले मुझे बताओ कि बाढ़ के कारण पूरा बिहार, उड़ीसा, बंगाल पानी में डूब जाता है, उसको आप बाढ़ कम करने के लिए वो पानी को डाइवर्ट किया तो बिगड़ा क्या? वो पानी है। और दूसरी बात सिंपल, जिसके लिए मुझे 7 डिलीट मिली, इसलिए विश्वास रखो, दौड़ने वाले पानी को चलने के लिए लगाओ, चलने वाले पानी को रुकने के लिए लगाओ, और रुके हुए पानी को जमीन को पीने के लिए लगाओ। गांव का पानी गांव में, खेत का पानी खेत में, घर का पानी घर में। मैंने 1000 तालाब बनाए हमारे पंजाब और महाराष्ट्र में बनाए, एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी में 37 तालाब बनाए। 300 एकड़ इरिगेशन था, अब 3500 एकड़ हुआ। कितने अजिंठा टू बुल्ढाना पूरे नदी नालों का खोलीकरण किया, नए नए फुकट में तालाब बना दिए। खुद एनएचए के तरफ से हम इतने राज्यों फुकट में बना रहे हैं, क्योंकि रोड बनाने के लिए एग्रीगेट लगता है। तो मैं कहता हूं तुम किसान हो, परमिशन दो, मैं तुम्हारी मिट्टी खोदता हूं, रोड में डालता हूं और तुमको तालाब बना देता हूं फुकट में। ऐसे हजारों तालाब बनाए। और ये पानी का कंजर्वेशन होगा, पानी का स्टोरेज होगा। जैसे आप कोई नौकरी करने वाला व्यक्ति ने हर महीने पैसे डिपॉजिट करता है बैंक में और रिटायर होने का उसको अमाउंट मिलती है। तो हमने पानी का कंजर्वेशन करना चाहिए। घर का पानी घर में, खेत का पानी खेत में। अगर यही हमने किया तो मुझे लगता है कि पानी की कोई कमी नहीं है और बिल्कुल इस बात में कोई तथ्य नहीं है। और मैं ऐसे आपको पानी के ऊपर 2 घंटे बताऊंगा कि कितना एक्सेस वाटर है।
मैं पूछ रही हूँ आपसे पानी का ही नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन।
दूसरा एक बात,
वाटरवेज। हाँ सॉरी,
एक छोटी बात।
हाँ,
मैंने अपने शहर में टॉयलेट का पानी बेचा 9 साल से। कैन यू बिलीव? 300 करोड़ रुपए साल के मिल रहे हैं। महाराष्ट्र सरकार को बेचा और वो रिसाइकलिंग करके पावर प्रोजेक्ट को दिया। अभी मैंने मथुरा में 80 MLD स्लज गंदा पानी हाइब्रिड एन्युटी में प्रोजेक्ट तैयार किया। 100 रुपए का प्रोजेक्ट 40 रुपए केवल मैंने दिए। त्रिवेणी इंजीनियरिंग कंपनी है, बड़ी कंपनी है, उसने लिया। और वो जो पानी इंडियन ऑयल की रिफाइनरी यूज करती थी, 25 करोड़ साल की इरिगेशन डिपार्टमेंट, मैंने कहा ठीक है, वैद्य साहब थे चरण को बुलाया, आप 5 करोड़ बचा देता हूँ, आप 20 करोड़ लो। और वो गंदा पानी शुद्ध करके उनको रिफाइनरी को मिल रहा है। अब देश में कितना पानी अवेलेबल है जिसका रिसाइकलिंग हो सकता है। तो मुझे लगता है पानी की कमी नहीं है, पानी के नियोजन की कमी है।
पानी से वाटरवेज प्रोजेक्ट, व्हाट इज द प्रोग्रेस ऑन दैट?
आपका प्रश्न सही है, पर मैं अब मंत्री नहीं हूं उसका। आपको
लॉन्च हुआ था
आपको जानकारी करके, अभी सोनवाल जी मंत्री है। देखिए, रोड पर जाएंगे तो फॉर एग्जांपल 10 रुपए खर्चा। अगर आप रोड से जाओगे तो, रेलवे से जाओगे तो 6 रुपए खर्चा है, और पानी से जाओगे तो 1 रुपया खर्चा है। मैंने एक प्रयोग किया था कि कुछ गाड़ियां ऑटोमोबाइल की कंपनियां चेन्नई में है और कुछ दिल्ली में है। तो मारुति की गाड़ियां यहां से रेलवे से कांडला पोर्ट पे ले जाना, और वहां से एक स्पेशल शिप लाया था, उधर से वहां के गाड़ी ट्रैक्टर इधर उतरेंगे और गाड़ियां जाएंगी और वो चेन्नई जाएगी। मुझे बताओ, बहुत कॉस्ट कम हो जाएगी। तो वाटरवेज को डेवलप करना है। जब मैं मंत्री था तो 120 नदियों को हमने वाटरवेज में कन्वर्ट किया है। अब उसको जलमार्ग बनाने के लिए ड्राफ्ट मेंटेन करना पड़ेगा। वाराणसी टू हल्दिया करीब 1385 किलोमीटर हमने वाटरवेज बनाया। फिर हल्दिया के बाद हम बंगाल की खाड़ी से डायरेक्ट ब्रह्मपुत्रा जाते हैं, और ब्रह्मपुत्रा से जब उस समय की प्रधानमंत्री शेख हसीना जी, तो सुषमा जी ने मुझे उनके पास भेजा था। उन्होंने मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की कि आप ये पूरा गंगा का ये जो वाटरवेज बना रहे हैं ब्रह्मपुत्रा का, तो आप मुंगली करके पोर्ट है जो हमारे बॉर्डर से 250 किलोमीटर बांग्लादेश में, तो ये भी काम तुम हमें करके दो, हमारी फ्रेंडली रिलेशन है। तो मैंने कहा सुषमा जी को बताइए। तो सुषमा जी ने मुझे पूछा कि आप कर सकते हो? बोला आप बोल सकते तो मैं कुछ भी कर सकता हूँ। तो बोले आप कर दो। तो मैंने बांग्लादेश में घुसकर 250 करोड़ रुपए वाटरवेज बना दिया, और आज वो ब्रह्मपुत्रा से मुंगली तक जा सकता है। और अभी हमने वहां एक जोगी धोपा करके असम में है, वहां मल्टी मॉडल लॉजिस्टिक पार्क बना रहे हैं, जहाँ रोड भी है, रेलवे भी है, वाटरवेज भी है और एयरपोर्ट भी है।
कार्स की बात करें, रोड्स की बात करें, पोल्यूशन की बात कैसे नहीं करें? व्हाट इज द सॉल्यूशन सर टू दिस काइंड ऑफ हैजार्डस एयर दैट वी आर ब्रीथिंग?
मैं आपको बताऊं, मेरे को इन्फेक्शन हो
फिर,
और मैं रहता नहीं दिल्ली। मैं जब अभी आपको बहुत सच बता रहा हूं, जब एयरपोर्ट पे उतरकर जब दरवाजा खुलता है और मोबाइल फोन चालू होता है, तो मैं पहले निकालता हूं कि मैं वापस कब जाने वाला हूं। रियली इट्स अ बिग प्रॉब्लम, और ये कठिन है पर असंभव नहीं है। 40% एयर पोल्यूशन जो है वो फॉसिल फ्यूल के कारण है, वो दूर हो सकता है। दूसरा, अभी हमने प्री कास्ट टेक्नोलॉजी मैंडेटरी की रोड में, अब बिल्डिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन में भी कर सकते हैं। तीसरी बात, रोड के बाजू में जो मिट्टी है, जिसके रोड है वो अच्छे इक्विपमेंट लगाकर पूरा कचरा उठा ले, मिट्टी उठा ले, और उसको घास लगा दे या कंक्रीट करा दे, तो उसके कारण होगा। तीसरी बात, परली की अच्छी बात हुई, मैं आज आपको न्यूज दे रहा हूं कि आज ही मैंने परली से डांबर बनाया हमने, और नेशनल रिसर्च रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने अभी वो जो पेटेंट लिया उसका, परली से डांबर बनाया, तो उसको 15 लोगों ने खरीदने के लिए ऑफर किया है, और अभी अगले सप्ताह ये कार्यक्रम हो रहा है। अब परली जलेगी नहीं, वेस्ट में वैल्यू क्रिएट करो। तो परली से डांबर बन रहा है, परली से हवाई ईंधन बन रहा है, अब परली से इथेनॉल बन रहा है। और ये दिल्ली की जो टेकड़ियां है, तो मैंने ये तय किया है कि 27 कंप्लीट होने के पहले लीगेसी वेस्ट जो पड़ी है पूरे देश में, इसको हम देश को इससे मुक्त करेंगे। मैंने ये गाजीपुर के टेकड़ी की कचरे की जो हाइट थी वो 7 मीटर कम कर दी, और अभी तक 80 लाख टन कचरा हमने UR2, द्वारका एक्सप्रेस हाईवे, दिल्ली मुंबई हाईवे, अहमदाबाद डोलर, अनेक जगह पर हम कचरा डाल रहे हैं, और कचरा रोड के अंदर जाएगा सेग्रीगेट करके। तो मुझे लगता है कचरे का पर अब, तो अभी स्पीकर साहब ने भी मुझे कहा कि ये पोल्यूशन पर अब शायद चर्चा होने की संभावना है। तो मैंने कहा हर कंसर्निंग डिपार्टमेंट को बोलो कि वो इसके लिए क्या करने वाले, आप सबको बुलाओ, और ये महत्वपूर्ण है। मैं इसके महत्व को समझता हूं। अब मैं आपको, एक ने मुझे हेल्थ रिपोर्ट के बारे में बताया कि दिल्ली में इस प्रकार की स्थिति में रहना है, अपने जीवन को 10 साल से आयु को कम करना, इतना ये डेंजरस है। इसको किसी भी हालत में रिजॉल्व करना पड़ेगा। चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया ने मुझे एक बार बुलाया था कि भाई क्या हो सकता है, तो मैंने किताब लिखी है, उनको दी है, मैं आपको दे दूंगा। पर मैं भी बहुत संवेदनशील हूँ, पर ये बहुत कठिन और एक कॉम्प्लेक्स प्रॉब्लम है, इतना आसान नहीं है, पर इसके तरफ हमको जाना चाहिए, ये कोशिश करनी चाहिए, बहुत बड़ी आवश्यकता है, और मैं जरूर मेरे तरफ से कोशिश करूंगा।
पर गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से ज्यादा हाइब्रिड कार्स को पुश होगा।
मैं हाइब्रिड कार में आया हूँ।
कौन सी?
फ्लेक्स इंजन की, अभी आया हूँ। उसका पोल्यूशन 0 है, उसका 100% इथेनॉल, और चलते चलते 60% बिजली तैयार करती है। और उसका पेट्रोल के एवरेज में अगर तुलना करेंगे तो पेट्रोल का भाव 25 रुपए लीटर है। मैं 1.5 साल से 2 साल से यूज कर रहा हूं, कोई तकलीफ नहीं। नागपुर में भी यही फ्लेक्स इंजन की कार, अब टाटा, महिंद्रा, हुंडई, टोयोटो, सुजुकी, सबका इंजन तैयार है। अब केवल वो हमारे जो कुछ नॉर्म्स है वो डिक्लेयर हो जाएंगे तो आएगी। अभी आपको बताता हूँ, मैंने 6 महीने पहले बजाज की मोटरसाइकिल लॉन्च की, तो राजू बजाज जी ने मुझे बताया कि जो मोटरसाइकिल पेट्रोल पे चलती है उसका पर किलोमीटर खर्चा 2 रुपए 40 पैसे है, और जो सीएनजी पर चलती है उसका खर्चा 1 रुपया है। तो ये आप बताइए कि सीएनजी, इथेनॉल, ये कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव है, ये पैसे बचाने वाली बात है, पोल्यूशन को समाप्त करने वाली बात है, गांव, गरीब, मजदूर, किसान का कल्याण करने वाली बात है, और देश के इकोनॉमी में इतना इंपोर्ट होता है, ये भी हम कम करेंगे। तो ये फ्लेक्स हो। दूसरी बात और एक बताता हूँ, लोग मुझे पूछते, तुम बोलते हाइड्रोजन पे जाओ, इथेनॉल पे जाओ, इलेक्ट्रिक पे जाओ, ये सब होगा तो क्या होगा? अब मुझे इसका सही उत्तर नहीं मैंने देना चाहिए, पर आप देता हूँ। इतनी पटक पटक के हमने मेहनत करने के बाद भी 22 लाख करोड़ का इंपोर्ट बढ़ते जा रहा है। इसका मतलब ये इतना बड़ा इशू है कि हम पूरी ताकत लगाएंगे, सब बैटरियां डेवलप करेंगे, इथेनॉल, सीएनजी, एलएनजी, मेथेनॉल, हाइड्रोजन, अभी सब करेंगे, तो भी ये इंपोर्ट कम करना इट्स अ बिग चैलेंज। और इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि जिसको जिसमें कंफर्टेबल है जाओ, आप सिलेक्ट करो। अभी आसाम पेट्रोलियम 800 टन पर डे मिथेनॉल बनाता है। अब अशोक लेलैंड ने बसेस, मैंने बंगलोर में लॉन्च की थी, कि वो जो बसेस थी वो 15% मिथेनॉल डीजल में डालकर चली। अब मिथेनॉल 100% मिथेनॉल की बस चल सकती है। तो मैंने आसाम के मुख्यमंत्री को कहा कि तुम्हारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट स्टेट में मिथेनॉल के ट्रक और बसेस तुम चलाओ, पर ये दिल्ली में चलाना मुश्किल है क्योंकि यहाँ मिथेनॉल नहीं। तो यहाँ परली से इथेनॉल बनेगा। कहीं अभी 400 प्रोजेक्ट है जो परली से सीएनजी बना रहे हैं। और आपको ताज्जुब होगा, हमारा इंडियन ऑयल का फ्लैगशिप प्रोजेक्ट पानीपत में शुरू हुआ है, जो परली से 1 लाख लीटर इथेनॉल पर डे, 78,000 टन पर ईयर सस्टेनेबल एविएशन फ्यूल बनाएगा, हमारे देश का हवाई ईंधन भी बनेगा, और 150 टन बायो बिटुमिन। इंपोर्ट करना पड़ता है बिटुमिन, हवाई ईंधन हम इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। तो ये तो हमारी इकोनॉमी इससे डेवलप होगी। इसको सबको करने दो, जिसको जो चॉइस है वो करने दो, स्काई इज द लिमिट, इसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं।
पर सर, आपने इंपोर्ट की बात करी, तो दैट इज द बोन ऑफ कंटेंशन इट सीम्स फॉर द टैरिफ ट्रबल्स आल्सो विद द यूएस। बाय व्हेन कैन वी हैव अ रेजोल्यूशन?
देखिए, किसी भी सशक्त इकोनॉमी के लिए स्वदेशी स्वावलंबन 2 चीजें इंपॉर्टेंट है। मेक इन इंडिया, मेड इन इंडिया इंपॉर्टेंट है। और हमारे देश में, मैं अक्सर एक बात बताता हूं कि देश के लिए, एक मुझे याद है मैं जब स्टूडेंट लीडर था तो मैं कहता था कि ये इंजीनियर जो है ये यहां पढ़ता है, इतना पैसा डॉक्टर पे खर्चा, और जा रहा अमेरिका में, ये जा रहा यूके में, हमारे देश में हम पैसा खर्चा करते हैं, गरीब क्यों जा रहा? अब मेरी सोच बदल गई, मैं बोलता और जाओ, डॉलर में कमाई करो और पैसा इधर भेजो क्योंकि अब देश में देश का एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ाना, देश के लिए वहां से वो डॉलर लगाना कर यहाँ लाना, यही तो बड़ी देशभक्ति है। तो इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि सशक्त इकोनॉमी बनाने के लिए, इंडस्ट्रियल, ट्रेड, बिजनेस में ग्रोथ बढ़ाने के लिए अब तो टेक्नोलॉजी का अपग्रेडेशन करना पड़ेगा। और इसलिए एक मंत्र मैं अक्सर याद रखता हूं कि इनोवेशन, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, रिसर्च, स्किल्ड एंड सक्सेसफुल प्रैक्टिसेस, वी नेम इट एज नॉलेज, एंड कन्वर्शन ऑफ नॉलेज इनटू वेल्थ इज द फ्यूचर। इसको हमने आत्मसात करना चाहिए। और दूसरी बात, नो मटेरियल इज वेस्ट एंड नो पर्सन इज वेस्ट। इट इज डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द अप्रोप्रिएट लीडरशिप और अप्रोप्रिएट टेक्नोलॉजी दैट यू कैन कन्वर्ट वेस्ट इनटू वेल्थ। तो मुझे लगता है ये दोनों फिलॉसफी का उपयोग करके, ये क्लैरिटी चाहिए हमको, हमने इधर उधर कंफ्यूज होने की जरूरत नहीं है।
साहब, सुबह उठ के डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प के ट्वीट्स देखते हैं सबसे पहले?
नहीं, मैं नहीं देखता। मैं अपना समय खराब नहीं करता। मुझे आपने इतना काम करने का मौका दिया, मैं अपने काम में रहता हूँ, फालतू बातें में ध्यान नहीं देता।
Okay. One more thing. 5 years from now, what can the Indian traveler on the national highways that you've built expect on the Indian roads?
मैं पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को इंप्रूव कर रहा हूँ, और पहला अभी हमने प्रोजेक्ट लिया है, पायलट प्रोजेक्ट। टाटा का जॉइंट वेंचर करा दिया मैंने फॉरेन कंपनी से, वो बस बना रहे हैं।
कौन सी?
हाँ,
कौन सी?
जो है ये फ्लैश चार्जिंग बस, इसकी टेक्नोलॉजी है सीमेंस और हिटाची की, और बस 135 सीटर है, एयर कंडीशन है, उसमें एग्जीक्यूटिव चेयर्स है, और बस में एयर होस्टेज जैसी बस होस्टेज है, और बस में सामने टीवी लगा हुआ है, और बस का किराया डीजल बस की तुलना में 30% कम है। और ये पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट नेशनल हाईवे पर दिल्ली से जयपुर, इसका मेन उद्देश्य है कि कोई अपनी गाड़ी ना निकाले, वो लैपटॉप पर बैठकर एग्जीक्यूटिव चेयर सोते हुए दिल्ली से जयपुर जाए तो गाड़ी निकालेगा नहीं। तो धीरे धीरे पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट मोर कंफर्टेबल, अच्छा बनाना, इसको बनूंगा। दूसरा, आज ही मुझे खुशी हुई कि मेरा एक ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट था कि पानी में उतरने वाला हवाई जहाज MPVC प्लेन तो आज ही जो ओनर थे वो मुझे बता के गए कि मेरे मित्र है वो, कि 1 जनवरी से हम वो चालू कर रहे हैं। तो अब कल जाके ड्रोन भी तैयार होंगे, ऐसे लोग एयरपोर्ट से उड़ेंगे, इस होटल के ऊपर उतर जाएंगे, नीचे आएंगे। अब वो दिन दूर नहीं है। देखो, टेक्नोलॉजी लगातार बदल रही है और आने वाले समय में ट्रांसपोर्ट में रिवोल्यूशन करना। अभी मैं हवा में चलने वाली डबल डेकर बस वो कोशिश कर रहा हूं। मैं 260 रोप वे केबल कार फेनिकुलर रेलवे बना। और आपको सबसे अच्छी बात बताता हूं कि केदारनाथ का रोपवे जो बना रहे हैं उसका खर्चा है 5,000 करोड़। खर्चा कर रहा है इन्वेस्टर। हमने उसको अवार्ड दिया और वो प्रोजेक्ट दिया, इसलिए उनको 800 करोड़ रुपए साल की रॉयल्टी दे रहा है, फुकट में। खर्चा हमारा 1 रुपया नहीं। तो अब मैं 260 रोप वे केबल कार फेनिकुलर रेलवे, अभी ये धोला कुआ टू मानेसर हवा में चलने वाली, उसका भी चल रहा है।
तो उसका टोल नहीं होगा ना केदारनाथ?
टिकट होगा ना?
होगा टिकट। सब तो आपने बोला फुकट में हुआ।
नहीं, देखो, फुकट की आदत खराब है। मैं एग्रीकल्चर के सेमिनार लेता हूं तो 250 रुपए फी रखता हूं, 600 खिसाना है। मैंने कहा ये फुकट वाले लोग नहीं चाहिए। हम भाषण देते हैं ना पब्लिक मीटिंग में, कोई खाता है, कोई चला जाता है, तो वो चलता है उधर। बोला नहीं, जिसको आना है, हाँ लगे तो आप 50 रुपए दो फी। सीरियस होते लोग, ये फुकट में नहीं देना चाहिए, रीजनेबल का। अभी 30% डीजल बस की तुलना में टिकट रेट कम करके इतने कंफर्ट देना, क्या ये बड़ी बात नहीं है? तो मुझे लगता है लोग भी तैयार है उसके लिए।
What would be the fuel of the future, if I were to ask you that question?
हाइड्रोजन।
हाइड्रोजन।
मेरे पास हाइड्रोजन की गाड़ी है, गाड़ी टोयोटा की है और वो जापानी वर्ड है मिराई, उसका नाम है मिराई। मिराई मीन्स फ्यूचर। और हाइड्रोजन 4 प्रकार के हैं। एक हाइड्रोजन है कोयले से बनता है, वो ब्लैक हाइड्रोजन। जो पेट्रोलियम का बाय प्रोडक्ट है वो ब्राउन हाइड्रोजन। और जो पानी और एग्रो वेस्ट, ये म्यूनिसिपल ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट या बायोमास से बनेगा और पानी से बनेगा, वो ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन। प्रॉब्लम यह है कि इलेक्ट्रोलाइजर से जब हाइड्रोजन बनाएंगे तो 50 यूनिट बिजली लगती है। अगर वो सोलर पे होगी तो 150 रुपए की तो बिजली लगेगी। मेरा टारगेट है, मिशन है, मैं उसके लिए काम कर रहा हूं कि $1 पर केजी हाइड्रोजन बने। तो मैं $1
बाय व्हेन
कोशिश कर रहा हूं। ये सपना है। अब मैंने जितने सपने दिखाए उतने पूरे किए, मेरा ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड है, इसलिए मैं कमिटमेंट नहीं करूंगा। पर ये म्यूनिसिपल वेस्ट को सेग्रीगेट करके, ग्लास, मेटल, प्लास्टिक को रिसाइकल करके, ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट को बायोडाइजेस्टर में डालकर उससे मीथेन निकालकर मीथेन से हाइड्रोजन मिल सकता है। तो ये अभी बहुत इसके ऊपर काम हो रहा है। और हाइड्रोजन फिर फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्री में, रेलवे में, हवाई जहाज में, स्टील सेक्टर में और ट्रक ट्रांसपोर्ट में, सब में हाइड्रोजन आएगा। अब हाइड्रोजन की बसेस आई है, हाइड्रोजन की ट्रक हमने लॉन्च की है। अब 10 रूट हिंदुस्तान के, जिसके ऊपर टाटा, वॉल्वो, अशोक लेलैंड, इंडियन ऑयल, बाद में HPCL और सबको लेकर हमने पायलट प्रोजेक्ट पहला शुरू किया 10 रोड पर देश के, कि जिसमें ये बस है वो जो आई है ना अभी, ये इलेक्ट्रिक बस जो है ये, हाँ, तो ये बहुत सुंदर है, 135 सीटर है। तो हम हाइड्रोजन के ट्रक भी अभी आ जाएंगे, हाइड्रोजन के बसेस भी आएगी। और हाइड्रोजन इज द फ्यूल फॉर द फ्यूचर। और इलेक्ट्रिक में भी तो हमारे पास बहुत कुछ है।
Just out of curiosity, how many cars do you have?
How many?
Cars do you have?
मेरे पास कोई कार नहीं।
अभी तो आपने बोला हाइड्रोजन की टोयोटा कार।
नहीं, कार जो है ये पायलट प्रोजेक्ट में क्या है कि मैं फॉसिल फ्यूल के खिलाफ कैंपेन करता हूँ। अब एक दिन मैं जब मेरे यहाँ बोल रहा था कि पानी से हाइड्रोजन निकलेगा, गाड़ी चलेगी, तो हमारे घर में मेरी पत्नी कभी राजनीति में बोलती नहीं, तो उसने मुझे पूछा कि तुम बोल रहे हो पानी से हाइड्रोजन बनेगा और कार चलेगी, जब मेरा ही विश्वास नहीं बैठता तो लोगों का क्या विश्वास आपके ऊपर बैठेगा? तो मुझे तब बड़ा आश्चर्य लगा कि अपने में और लोगों में अंतर है। तो मैंने विक्रम किर्लोस्कर, बेचारे उनका देहांत हो गया, उसको फोन किया और मैंने कहा विक्रम मुझे हाइड्रोजन गाड़ी चाहिए। बोलेगा इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट। बोला आई डोंट नो डिफिकल्ट, हमें चाहिए। तो वो बोले मैं देखता हूँ। फिर उसकी गाड़ी लाई, फिर उसमें हाइड्रोजन भरना। तो गाजियाबाद में नहीं, फरीदाबाद में इंडियन ऑयल के लिए बॉटली है, वहां राम कुमार करके थे, वहां एक हाइड्रोजन फिलिंग स्टेशन तैयार किया। तो अमेरिका से उसका स्टेशन है, वही 1 साल नहीं आया, वो मुश्किल से आया। अब वो 300 बार की 700 बार। अब मेरी गाड़ी का प्रॉब्लम यह है कि वो गाड़ी में मैं घुमाता हूं तो गाड़ी में हाइड्रोजन भरने के लिए जगह नहीं, तो मैं यहां से फिर गाड़ी वहां ले जाता हूं और हाइड्रोजन भर के ट्रक में लेकर मेरे आता हूं। अब मैं उसको आज पार्लियामेंट में सुबह गया था, तो मैं इसके लिए कि मैं लोगों को यह कहना चाहता हूं कि पेट्रोल, डीजल, फॉसिल फ्यूल का उपयोग मत करो। अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल, बायो फ्यूल में जो पोल्यूशन फ्री है, इंडिजिनियस है, कोई भी टेक्नोलॉजी है, कोई चिंता मत करो, कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव है, पोल्यूशन फ्री है, इंडिजिनियस है, वही उसका उपयोग करो। तो ये कैंपेन करने के लिए मैं यूज करता हूँ।
Lastly, we're in Delhi, and what better food than what you get in Delhi? I know your favorite is vada pav, and nothing can beat Maharashtrian food.
आपको पता है कि दिल्ली में अगर अच्छा वड़ा पाव करना है तो दिल्ली का पाव काम का नहीं, पाव मुंबई से लाना पड़ता है।
Exactly. तो दिल्ली में आप क्या खा रहे हैं?
देखो, दिल्ली में केवल आलू पराठा और पनीर के बिना कुछ मिलता नहीं। खाने की जन्नत कोई है तो आमची मुंबई।
Absolutely. Okay, on that note, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank
sir.
you.
Pleasure speaking with you.
और मुंबई का भी स्ट्रीट फूड,
Of course.
उसके एड्रेसेस मैं दे दूंगा।
Of course.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for the Honorable Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari ji for a very interesting, insightful, heartfelt session. Thank you so much, sir, for coming and for gracing the 11th edition of Times Network's India Economic Conclave. Let's keep that applause going. He's given really great insights on a whole range of topics today to us. Once again, a big thank you to the Honorable Minister for being a part here of the 11th edition of the India Economic Conclave.
And with that blockbuster conversation, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of day one of the 11th edition of IDFC FIRST Bank presents Times Network India Economic Conclave. We would like to take a moment to thank our partners. Presenting partner, IDFC FIRST Bank. Knowledge partner, Amrita Vishwa Vidya Peetam. Gold investment partner, World Gold Council. Celebration partner, Radico, the Spirit of Excellence. Insurance partner, Axis Max Life Insurance. Associate partner, Adani. Growth partner, Government of Uttar Pradesh. State partner, Government of Uttarakhand. Infrastructure partner, NBCC. Outdoor partners, Times OOH and Timda Delhi Airport.
That's right. So, ladies and gentlemen, but the conversation at the 11th edition of the India Economic Conclave will continue tomorrow bright and early. We request you to be in your seats by 9:30 a.m. Ashish, we have a stellar lineup of speakers tomorrow as well. Let's share a few names. We have Union Ministers, Shri Mansukh Mandavia. We have Shri Bhupendra Yadav joining us. We will also be having Chief Minister Mohan Yadav, Sanjeev Sanyal, along with some beacons from the India Inc. from industry. We'll have Mr. Tarun Garg of Hyundai, Mr. Pawan Goenka, Mr. Nilesh Shah of Kotak Mutual Fund, Mr. A. Balasubramaniam of Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund, and many, many more.
Absolutely. In fact, a whole range of conversations, but the theme remains the same, navigating geoeconomics. But for now, it's time to say good evening and, of course, invite you to join us for dinner at Shah Jahan. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow for day 2 of the India Economic Conclave. Please remember to bring along your lanyards.
Thank you and have a good evening.